Hello, everyone. Hope you're all doing well.
Hey everyone, welcome to Some Tangents Are Guaranteed.
Yes, I still need to change the image in the background there. I need to update that. I've been slacking super fucking hard on that. Um, I think something we should get out of the way first. There's a certain person we won't be talking about, so just don't bring him up at all, chat. We're just
Yeah.
avoiding the subject for now.
Yeah, there are things in motion. That's all that needs to be said about it.
Yee.
Yep.
So anyways, back prior to releasing the Skyrim video, we were looking at a bunch of different Skyrim videos we could cover, and this is one of them. I've previewed a bit of this video, and some of what I saw wasn't too good, such as praising the game for its visuals while using like 1,000 visual mods. So,
Yeah.
not good. But, you know, maybe the rest of the video will be good. Oh boy, we've also got sort of a duality of chat. It's better when they're right next to each other, but where'd that
Shut
go?
up, bro.
Don't be too hard on Whitelight. I think he makes good content. Whitelight's content is bad.
Well,
Stag crew, blink twice if you're in danger. Nah, I think we're good.
how do we blink twice on a Discord? Is it like this? There you go, the light went up twice.
No. Setch, you have the stream open, right?
Yeah.
Blinking twice on Discord would look like this.
Oh god damn.
Anyways, yeah, I don't think we have much to talk about prior to the video, so should we just get into it?
Yeah. Let's go into I have heard tell that he said that we love the bugs and everything like that, and I've got a hard fucking disagree on that one.
Yeah, I'm like 90% sure that's this video.
Hang on, my video is doing the spinner of death. Let me refresh the page.
Alrighty then.
Still doing the spinner of death. I hope when you hit play it'll work.
So we're good to go?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can try it, but I've got the spinner of death, so
$5 from Chris Ellinger. Thank you. Send Morse code through Discord blips. Alrighty then.
Hello everyone and welcome back to Red Dead Redemption 2 Critique. This is a part 2, but you do not have to watch part 1 to follow. Oh, crap. Wait. What?
it's so
Okay.
much worse when it's that forced. Okay,
Yeah, that was
the
a bit...
the meme works when you get blinded or flashbanged or something because it's a literal white screen
Or-
that fades into Skyrim.
Yeah, or you're just not expecting it in general. So the thumbnail and title is already, hey, this is a Skyrim video. So to... Oh shit, I forgot to put Discord on Do Not Disturb. So to do... I forgot what I was saying there. Anyways, video.
To do this while it's already expected, it just comes off as really forced.
Yeah. That's why it works just better with random memes rather than trying to do it in a more official video, like an analysis or critique or review or whatever. Because the way it's done in the memes is often actually pretty funny, because, like you said, you get flashbang or it fades to dark and then it fades into this. Yeah. That works.
Or like people have done it with Half-Life when Gordon Freeman gets knocked out by the soldiers in Half-Life 1, and then he comes back to wake, and instead of being in the trash compactor, he's on the fucking wagon in Skyrim, and he starts screaming.
Yes. Yeah, that's a good one.
$5 super chat from Zycos. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Watching, I'm assuming this, while cuddling my cat, life is good. Yeah,
Nice. And
cats are always great.
Yeah. And $10 from McDingus. Thank you. In the Fallout universe, after 200 years, wouldn't language be even just between even just the states start to change? I have family in the deep south, and I have to translate a bit in my head.
Absolutely.
Absolutely, but that's also one of the things we just kind of ignore for the sake of convenience. It's like how in Star Trek or Doctor Who and stuff like that, it's just like, oh yeah, we there's an automatic translator that translates all alien languages, so you understand it as English. Like it's you could call it a bit of a cop out if you want, but it's one that's totally understandable because it would be so much harder to tell a story if it's like, okay, we have like 500 different languages that we need to process to have the story play out.
Yeah. Well, you have Deep Space Nine actually did an episode of this really well. TNG is the most famous one to do language barrier, but Deep Space Nine had one that was great.
Yeah, the Area 51 episode.
Well, no, this was the one where it was the people came through the wormhole and they were about to die. Their ship was about to explode, but they got them out on the transporter.
Right.
They couldn't understand them, so they had to just tell them to keep talking and everything. And this one lady was like, the one alien lady was looking at this dress like repeatedly over and over again. So Kira later buys it for her as a gift to be like goodwill and everything like that. Like, here, I saw you looking at this stuff, and this they can understand these people now. She goes, "Oh God, I didn't actually want this. I thought it was the most hideous thing I'd ever seen in my life, and I was pointing it out to everyone else." And then Kira starts laughing. She goes, "It is absolutely fucking hideous, isn't it?" I was just trying to be nice, but no, I agree with you. It's absolutely fucking wretched.
Yeah, I actually forgot about that episode, but that is a good one.
Well, that was the tough episode of Bajor is still recovering from the occupation, and there's like, oh well, you have what is it like 10,000 people coming through. They're an alien race, and they say, hey, we can settle on this continent of Bajor that's dead and lifeless. We're farmers. That's our entire thing. We will help you do it, and that will feed your population and our population and everything. And then it was that hard episode of how do you deal with the people that need a home and a people whose home is literally crippled. And yeah, that was a really good episode. There's a lot of really good episodes in Deep Space Nine. A lot of really good episodes. There's a lot of there's some pretty bad ones though too. But once they find their feet and they start the ground running with the Dominion and everything, it starts getting stronger and stronger.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I've said before, Deep Space Nine has less amazing and less terrible episodes than The Next Generation, but it has a more consistent overall quality.
Yeah. It's more consistently a 7 out of 10, and with a couple 9 out of 10s here and there. But nowhere near as many 9 out of 10s as like TNG does.
And a couple 4 out of 10s here and there.
And a couple 1 out of 10s. There's the one where Quark pretends to be a woman is, yeah, that one's pretty fucking brutal.
Oh god, I've actually kind of forgotten about that one.
$2 super chat from Artemis Wolf. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Listening while rewriting my Fallout video script. Nice.
Nice. NAD Krauser here in chat. My 30th birthday was last Thursday. Am I a boomer now? I like how boomer has evolved from this is the name of a generation to, oh, you're 30, you're a fucking boomer now. You're fucking shit up technologically, you fucking boomer.
Dude, the thing I hate is when they make tech more arbitrarily obtuse. It's like, oh yeah, no, it's very common that the themes thing would be in the video in the display under the subsection of stuff like that. It's like, no, what the fuck? And then you get another thing, it's like, oh no, it's under the brightness settings. Like, what the fuck? Stop it.
Creetosis, have you watched the Why I Don't Love Fallout New Vegas video by Rainbow Hawk? His take on morality would be interesting to discuss on stream. I have not seen that video. We could check it out maybe at some point to see if it'll be worth covering.
Yes. Okay, I saw something. Hideaki Akio says, one thing I love about Deep Space Nine is how it deals with how people from Earth live in paradise and thus will never understand people's struggles. Yep. People that live on the paradise that is Earth in the Star Trek universe cannot understand the actual day-to-day I struggle to survive that people on the frontier do. Which becomes a lot of plot points for like why the Maquis rise and everything like that. Because the Federation, Starfleet based on Earth, only thinks, well, people will just obey the treaty because it's the treaty. It's like, that doesn't fucking work if you don't back it up with a gun.
Yeah. Anyways.
Yep.
Hey, Mr. Hub, Skyrim it is then.
Such arrogance. Nova.
I will say, good editing with this so far. Again, you're making your video stand out by showcasing your editing style here.
Yeah.
Very good start. Just giving you a good identity of like doing this. A bit, people could call it pretentious for doing the credits and things, but hey, if you want to do that, front load it, that's totally fine.
Yeah, generally I prefer to just have that stuff at the end because the first bit of your video is going to matter. Like, this is the period where most people are probably going to click off, so...
Yeah, exactly.
It's best not to front load this kind of thing.
Yeah. However, if you are going to front load it, doing it stylized like this, instead of just a generic black screen with text, actually doing it like this is definitely a way to keep somebody's interest of, okay, well, we know the video is going to have a quality to it.
Yeah.
Hey, Stag, did you love Skyrim, LMAO? No, I fucking hated it.
Yeah, it's fucking garbage.
Here we go.
The Elder Scrolls V Skyrim won Game of the Year in 2000.
I just realized we're starting off on the bat with being heavily modded, aren't we? Because I don't think it physically is allowed to have this much fog in the start of Skyrim.
From what I've previewed of this video, I think every clip is modded.
Oh.
So...
Hey, Indigo Gaming.
Yeah, hey,
By the way,
Indigo.
you know you have an open invitation if you ever want to come on.
Yeah. But anyways, we've talked about this before, obviously. It's worth mentioning again for, I guess, anyone new or whatever else. Huh?
I was just going to say, Slash Jackal says, I've seen fog in the intro. Okay. I never have. I didn't think it was physically possible because I wanted to make sure it didn't look garbage. But, yeah, okay.
Watch his fucking skill trees later. Ooh.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, it doesn't sound good. Yeah, if you're doing an analysis or review or critique or whatever else of a game, it's best not to have it modded because it only raises the question of, are you talking about your modded experience or the vanilla experience? Because what matters...
I was muted. I didn't know I was muted. Fuck. I was saying his armor. Look at his armor. He doesn't wear that in the regular game.
Oh, okay. Well then.
Yeah, that's a good point. But anyways, yeah, and this, I just find it a bit irritating, but it's become a common problem with Bethesda games in general, where it's like, people are saying, oh, this game is awesome, it's amazing, it's perfect, it's this, it's that, it's these, it's those, but most of these people, like, mod the shit out of their games. Like, so what are you, what part of it are you criticizing or praising, I guess? Are you praising it for the mods that actually improve the content, or are you praising the actual game? Because the actual game is what matters. If you have mods that fix bugs and add new storylines and weapons and all that kind of shit, you're not playing Skyrim anymore. You're playing an extremely modified version of Skyrim.
Well, as we even pointed out, if you even use the unofficial Elder Scrolls patch, you're not playing the base game of Skyrim because it literally has to fix critical game-breaking bugs everywhere.
Yeah.
That is no longer the vanilla experience.
Yeah.
Let's see. $5 super chat from Sibla. Sorry if I mispronounced that name. Sibla. Here's some money for the cool work you all do. Also, play Outer Wild.
I've heard a lot of good things about Outer Wilds. I've seen a bit of Vinny Vinesauce's streams, and it's pretty good from what I've seen.
Okay. Indigo Gaming says the original has Sword of Bloom with occasional fog particle sprites. Special edition Looks like it has volumetric fog. This strikes me as special edition footage, personally. Okay.
Well, we already know it's modded from the armor, so...
Yeah, we do know he is using mods already, but we'll
Yeah.
continue on with that. Let's see if he starts going into and look at these weapon and armor designs. So again, if it's all modded, it's like, dude. But
Yeah, if he
we'll
does
see.
that, that's gonna be bad if he does that.
Well, I already know he does something like that, so...
Oh no.
Oh, great. All right, well, here we go.
2011, considered by many to be among the greatest RPGs of all time. And
Skyrim is not an RPG.
Well, also, again, on the flip side, it's considered by many people that it is one of the worst RPGs of all time.
Yeah.
You have to bring up both.
Yeah. I mean, the reason I don't consider it one of the worst RPGs of all time, it's simply because I don't consider it to be an RPG. If we have to say it's an RPG, then yeah, it's one of the worst, absolutely.
Yeah.
I just don't consider it to be one.
and to be the best game created. Say that in 2014, it might have meant something. Say that now, well, being Bethesda's best doesn't seem to carry much weight anymore. First
I'm
kind of a
sorry.
funny statement, but yeah.
I'm sorry. If you think Skyrim is Bethesda's best, I've got some news for you.
Yeah, no, I would definitely say Morrowind.
I know a lot of people.
was Bethesda at its best.
I know a lot of people still think Daggerfall is at their best, and there might be an argument there. Honestly, I'm not. I need to play Daggerfall for myself and experience it fully, but you know, Daggerfall and Morrowind are probably Bethesda at their best. Because one argument you could make for Morrowind not being them at their best is that's when a lot of the issues started to arise where they just did whatever the fuck they want with some of the lore. It wasn't quite as bad during Morrowind, but it absolutely got worse after that. But the cracks were forming.
Kravau, I hope I said your name right. Hypothetical, would it be okay to make a review of a game you have modded if you caveat the fact that you have mods and avoid talking about the parts that you've modded, switch to unmodded for them? I think it's okay if you front load it that, hey, you have mods. There was a recent video I did for the Dark Souls research streams where a guy was talking about the differences between remaster and the base version, but he had to admit his base version was heavily modded with DS Fix, with updated texture packs and frame rate and everything like that. So he then said, so my personal experience comes from the modded one. However, I will be using footage that's unmodded for this review, and I am just telling you right here now, this is the modded version, and everything else you will see after this will have the proper edit credited notation on it from who I got it from, and it was completely unmodded experience.
Yeah, I'd say that's the best way to do it. If you're going to at least, not take your mods off your own game.
Yeah, now if I had to choose a preference, just take your mods off.
Yeah, that would be the best option.
Yeah. Creetosis just says it's not an RPG because he doesn't like it. No, that's not why I say that at all. There's games that I don't like.
So we don't like it because it's not an RPG.
Yeah, there's games I don't like that are RPGs that I still call RPG. Like, I'm not... Okay, I can be a bit of a petty person in certain situations, but I'm not going to be like, I don't like this game, so it's not the genre it says it is. No, that's not it at all. It's,
Yeah.
Skyrim is very much lacking in many ways as far as its RPG mechanics go. Having a perk system and experience doesn't make something an RPG, because Call of Duty is not an RPG, and it has
having RPG elements.
Yeah.
Having RPG elements does not make one an RPG.
Yeah.
I personally think that Skyrim is an RPG by only the strictest definition, but it is an absolute dogshit RPG. It wouldn't even rate my top 100.
Yeah. The RPG genre is very hard to describe in one form or another, especially since most games now seem to have some form of RPG elements diluting the conversation. Yeah, absolutely. Like I was starting to say, Call of Duty having perks experience doesn't make it an RPG, you know? Yeah.
I would say what makes an RPG for me, and I come from old school CRPGs and everything, is that you have a character class that defines your personality, who you are, what you do, what you excel at, what your weaknesses are, everything like that. So if you are a sorcerer, let's say, you don't wear plate armor because it restricts your casting capabilities. So there's a restriction already built into your character. It is now part of your personality that you do not wear plate armor. So you likely are not going to be on the front lines. This is all building into that idea of who or what you are. And it's a hard restriction. It's not something that you could just say, well, today, no, I'm going to just make myself wear plate armor and everything like that and stop casting altogether. Because that's not who you are. That's not who you trained to be. That's not what your background is. You have already been defined, and now you going counter to that, it just muddies the entire experience. You're no longer a character. You're no longer a person. If you can literally do everything, you aren't a role.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with Pano. I do think it barely qualifies, that Skyrim barely qualifies as an RPG. And a lot of the reasons why it barely qualifies is because it has some decisions and talking points, and you can dictate your character. But because there's no classes or skill systems, there's no hard rules, you can literally do whatever the fuck you want, and it just waters down the entire experience.
Well, there is a skill system. It's just very...
yeah, it's
what's the
very
word?
basic and bare bones. It doesn't actually do really anything. Like, how many speech checks are in Skyrim?
Yeah,
I
not...
think like 3.
There's a few, but there's not very many, and they're purely speech, which is fine, but the other aspect to consider is skills themselves don't seem to do a whole lot. Like, they do... The level of your skill does affect your character, but it's very minimal. The real legwork of how effective you are with a skill is which perks you take, which is completely fucked. And we could see why... You could see from that why Bethesda did what they did with Fallout 4's perk system, because it's pretty much the same thing.
Yeah. As a good example, you can be a level 100 blacksmith in Skyrim, but if you don't put any perks in it, you're making really shitty iron daggers.
Yeah.
That's sold for nothing.
Yeah.
Because you didn't put any perks in it. Even though, by the system's own admission, you are a legendary, top-tier, best of the best blacksmith.
Master. Absolute master.
Because
you're as good as you could...
you put perks into it, you're not.
Yeah.
It's a bit fucked.
100 out of... Like, your skill being at 100 is the game saying, you're as good as you could ever possibly be in this skill. And yet, because you didn't take the Daedric perk, you can't craft Daedric. Because you didn't take the Glass of Ebony perks, you can't craft Glass of Ebony armor or weapons. It's insanity. And as Indigo said in chat, skills in Skyrim become gates to new perks. Yeah, that's pretty much what it is.
Yep.
So because Bethesda made skills useless in Skyrim, that's why they removed them entirely in Fallout 4. Oh, well, they had basically no function in the previous game. Let's get rid of them. So, yeah. At least that's what it seems like to me.
I can agree with that.
And this is part of why we call it Babby's first RPG, too, is because it is so limited in its RPG mechanics. It's people who don't typically play games or RPGs could say, oh yeah, I like this RPG, it's very deep, when no, it's not.
Yeah, again, the common notation for Skyrim is as wide as an ocean, as deep as a puddle.
Yeah.
Do you enjoy a cup of bean water in the morning? No, I avoid caffeine as much as possible.
I don't drink coffee.
I used to. My father was an executive. He was in a management position at Pepsi Cola of America, and we would have soda all the time in the house when I was growing up. Did a lot of damage to my teeth, and I was constantly on caffeine all the time. So I broke away from that in 2017. Actually, I broke away from that. So again, it was a long time into my adulthood as well. So it was only when I was 28 that I finally stopped drinking caffeine. I cold quit, and I haven't gone back.
It's a downward spiral for Bethesda games. I agree, I've been saying that for years. They dumb down individual mechanics over time until they become superfluous. I've always had trouble saying that word.
Superfluous.
Superfluous, yes.
Yeah.
Then they remove them because they no longer have purpose. Yeah, and that's exactly what we saw with the skill system, which was a really big part of Elder Scrolls and Fallout prior to Skyrim.
Yep.
And the comment right after that, how do you feel for numeric skill versus unlockable perks? I like a combination of the two, like with what Fallout 1, 2, and New Vegas do. And the reason I exclude Fallout 3 there is because most of the perks in Fallout 3 are just skill boosts themselves.
Yeah.
But I do very much like the combination between them, because it's not just you're raising your skill and getting better at, obviously, the things you choose to raise, or the things that you interact with, the skills you interact with in Elder Scrolls in particular. But then you get a perk on top of it, which is like a bonus ability that isn't strictly always related to a particular skill, but sometimes it's just like, it's just a very nice thing to have on top, you know?
Yeah. Well, okay. I'm gonna say summon Igro, just because I don't want to say what it actually is.
Oh my god.
Says perks should enhance skills, not replace them. Absolutely.
Yes.
I view it as skills should be your general. Hey, you've used pistols a lot. Like, a lot. So now you're really good at aiming with pistols, and you understand how to reload quickly and everything like that. However, you then take a perk that now says you can dual wield pistols or something like that. Something that enhances what you've already done. You're already skilled with pistols. Now you have received additional training, aka your perk, to do something different with it. So now you dual wield pistols or something like that. I enjoy stuff like that more.
Yeah.
I enjoy perks something like that. To put it in a fantasy thing for Skyrim, let's use the blacksmithing example again. You are a level 50 blacksmith. You're really good at it, and you know how to work the metals and everything like that. But now you get training, and you understand a new technique to maybe make Damascus steel instead. So instead of making normal steel, which you can make at a really high quality, you now understand the intricate nature of combinations and chemistry because of your training to now make Damascus steel. And I know people will then be like, but that's what you do in Skyrim. It's like, no, in Skyrim, you literally need the perk in order to do basic shit like steel.
Yeah.
You should know the stuff that's basic and simple should be stuff that you learn naturally over time. I know how to melt iron and make pig iron. Now I've gotten better at it, so I know the better combination of iron and coal, so now I can make steel. Or now I can make normal iron. Let's just start with normal iron. And then I can make cold iron, and now I've made steel. And then you need special training to get stuff that's outside the realms, like maybe acid etching or things like that. Things that are tangentially related to the skill set, but aren't just like a basic function of doing the skill.
Yeah.
Yeah, like the infusement system and stuff like that, where like enchanting weapons and like being able to repair or boost enchanted weapons. I think that's okay as a perk.
Yeah. And one of the things I mentioned in the Skyrim analysis video too is I very much dislike how they took abilities from previous games and locked it behind perks. So it's like Master Enchanting perk. Oh, you could add 2 enchantments to this weapon or armor. It's like you could do that before Morrowind. Like you could add numerous enchantments to an item.
Entire sets of armor and everything on one item, which was fantastic.
And it also didn't arbitrarily limit you on what you could put on what piece. It's like, I could have boots that give me water breathing if I wanted. I don't need that on a helmet because it just comes across as really silly to me. If it was obviously a mechanical upgrade, then yeah, it makes sense that you put it on your helmet. But we're talking about fucking magic. Why can't my boots allow me to breathe underwater? Or my gauntlets?
Yeah. McDingus, Creetosis, how in newer RPGs there are no more downsides to perks. You're just better, but not worse than anything. That's a system that I like that Obsidian carried over.
Yeah,
in the whole phobia system in Outer Worlds. When you get into fights with enemies multiple times, and say that enemy does a lot of damage to you, you can actually gain a phobia from it, which gives you a massive debuff against fighting that enemy, but it gives you the ability to train something else now.
I also want to grab this comment in chat, too.
Well, you do that. I gotta go to the bathroom real quick.
Alright.
Yep.
What do you guys think about Skyrim's system of leveling up skills? The more you use them, the better you are. I do like both systems between Fallout and Elder Scrolls. Using a skill to level them up is obviously more realistic. You do the thing and you get better at it naturally. I'm fine with that, even though it can make leveling up a bit tedious depending on which game you're playing. I also like the way Oblivion and Morrowind did it over Skyrim. And in Morrowind and Oblivion, you raise any number of your class's skills 10 times, and you gain a level up. In Skyrim, it seems a bit different. It seems to require more and more skill level ups the deeper you get into the game. I think it's a fine system. But I do also like Fallout system where you gain experience for different actions you take. So, unlocking something, or passing a speech check, or doing a quest will give you experience. And then you get to choose where you put your skill points more. God, what's the word? Basically, you have more control over where your skills go. Because, let's say I'm playing Morrowind and I'm jumping around. Oh, well, I just accidentally leveled acrobatics, and maybe I didn't want to do that. Whereas in Fallout, it's like, okay, I want to raise my medicine, my science, and my gun skills by however many points this level, and you can do that. Basically, there's upsides and downsides to each system. I love the idea of good/bad traits. Fallout 1 and 2 and Arcanum is great about that. Arguably the best mechanical way to make your character more interesting and role-playable. Yeah, I agree with that. I've never really used the trait system myself in New Vegas, or Fallout 1 and 2, aside from Bloody Mess, of course. Gotta take Bloody Mess. But, it is a system that I do like and I think should exist in more RPGs. Like, imagine a trait system in an Elder Scrolls game. Imagine Morrowind having that. Hell, even imagine Skyrim having that. Like, as much as I dislike Skyrim, I think it could benefit from a trait system. You would just have to have some good traits. Not that we'll ever fucking get them from Bethesda at this point. Let's see here. Just gotta keep going until Such gets back. Something I would do from the Outer Worlds and have skill sets. Skills in the same set level up together until the 50% point, then you have to level them individually. Yeah, something like that could work. Morrowind does have it. It's called Birth Signs. Birth Signs don't really function in the same way as traits do, though, because traits in Fallout is specifically a pro for a con, a positive for a negative. Strong back lets you carry something like 50 points more weight, but if you're not strong back is a perk. I'm thinking of Hoarder. Hoarder lets you carry, I think, 50 more points of weight, but if you're not carrying a certain amount of weight and items, then you suffer a penalty to your... special, I believe it is. So a positive for a negative. The burst signs of Morrowind don't really function that way, because you take the lady, for example. That's just a straight boost of 20 points to, I believe it's endurance and personality. And some of the other burst signs are like that too. The steed is like 20 or 30 points to speed with no downside. You know? Antronox spell absorption for stunt and magicka. Well, yeah, that one does have a positive for a negative, but not all of them function in that way. Is kind of what I'm getting at. Perks equal positive only, traits equal positive and negative. Yeah, and I would like both systems to exist in both Fallout and Elder Scrolls. The racial traits in Morrowind too, though. See, that's a bit different from traits still, though, because that's more tied to... I think it makes sense to have racial traits, even if both... Splitting hairs, I think? No, I don't think it's splitting hairs at all. I think there is a distinction between perks and traits and birth signs and racial, like, bonuses or penalties or whatever. Creetosis, how far are you in Dark Souls? Not very. I haven't played it since the last stream. I've been intending to play it off stream and haven't gotten around to it. I have not given up, everyone. Trust me. I am going to play it more. Traits can only be negative. I disagree. I very much disagree. Something I hate about Skyrim is that skills are absolutely required. Like, you lose out on a lot of things if you don't have a high enough lockpick skill. It can even stop you dead without mods. Yeah, I agree that's an issue too. And this is something that Morrowind at least dealt with in some way. Like, if you, let's say you absolutely don't want to be skilled in lockpicking in Morrowind, you could use magic to unlock things instead, which is a nice alternative. And if you don't want to use magic, then you can use enchanted items or scrolls, you know? So you don't have to be a master mage to unlock that door or chest or whatever else. Maybe there should be another alternate way to open that door or chest or whatever else, but at least you have the option. Skyrim doesn't even have spells to unlock things, which I think is really silly. Traits/perks should have a Masonic balance. Everything should have trade-offs. I still think... I like what Indigo said, that perks are positive, traits are a positive and a negative. I don't think everything absolutely needs a trade-off. But like I said, you can have the perk system and the trait system. I think it works well. Man, Setch has taken a long goddamn time.
Yeah, this is...
Rest in
What the
peace,
hell?
Setch. We hardly knew ye.
Yeah. Where did he say he was going again?
The washroom.
Oh.
Yeah. What about the skill unlockables from Outer Worlds? So things you can unlock when reaching a certain skill level. I haven't played Outer Worlds enough. I know I need to play it more, but... Welcome back!
Yeah,
We were just talking
sorry.
about how you were gone for 37 hours and we didn't know where the fuck you went and you probably died.
Yeah, sorry, chat. IBS is a hell of a condition.
Sorry.
You can go for normal, regular, but then when your stomach growls, if you have IBS, when your stomach growls, you gotta get to a bathroom fast. Oh. $2 super chat for Peace Never Not since such fell in. I fucking wish. That sucked.
Rip. Anyways, are we good to get back to the video?
Yes.
Yeah.
What's IBS? Internet Blood Sports.
Yeah. No. if you want the actual answer, it's irritable bowel syndrome. Yeah, it is something that you can grow out of. For a while there, I thought I was over it for a while, but lately it's been coming back again, which sucks. But again, it's something you grow out of with time. So usually you won't have it once I get into my 40s. It shouldn't happen anymore. So we'll see.
Fallout 4, then, it's becoming more and more popular to hate on Bethesda and their approach to designing games, which, to be sure, is a mess entirely of their own making. But along with
Okay, yeah, so as you fully admitted, like the reason it's becoming more and more popular is because their quality of their games keeps going down and down, and now they're spurning much wider audiences than they were before. Like Oblivion spurned some of the most hardcore dedicated fans that were fans from the Morrowind, Daggerfall, Arena days. Skyrim burned the fans that were from the Oblivion, Morrowind, Skyrim. So you know what I mean? The number of people that they're burning is getting wider and wider and wider as they themselves are casting their net wider and wider and wider. So they're getting this much wider appeal of people, but now they're burning even larger groups of people. So now it's becoming more popular because there's just a lot more people that have been like, yeah, I got burned by fucking Bethesda. Fuck that company.
Well, I also disagree with the phrasing of it's more popular to hate on them rather than it's becoming more common, because
I agree with that. I shouldn't think it'd be more popular because you're not trying to do it to gain popularity. It's just becoming more common because the numbers are getting bigger.
well, it's also the implication that it's more popular to hate on Bethesda, that it's fuck, how do you describe? It's like it's something people are doing because they think it's fun to hate on Bethesda.
They think it's a hate bandwagon.
Yeah, they think it's a hate bandwagon. They think it's fun to hate on Bethesda rather than, well, no, this is a company we used to love, and...
Pagan.
What?
Stop slam fucking your space bar.
Oh. It's a very old keyboard. It makes a lot of noise.
Your space bar didn't deserve it.
Recipe
It's
says...
just a light tap.
Recipe Pagan's spacebar. We hardly fucking knew ye.
It sits like a fucking foot off of the goddamn keyboard. It's insane how high it is. You have to really push on it to get it to go down.
Oh my god. Anyways, as I was saying, yeah, saying that it's popular to hate on Bethesda is making it sound like it's something people are doing for fun, rather than, hey, this is a company we used to love. These are game series we used to really love, and they're going down the shitter, and we don't like that, and we want them to improve. Because
yeah,
that's one of the things that bugs me the most about the, oh, you're just a hater argument. You just hate Bethesda. You just hate Fallout 3 and Fallout 4 and Skyrim because it's Bethesda. It's no. I legitimately want these games to be good. I don't hate Bethesda to hate Bethesda. I hate what they've become, what they're doing. I want Bethesda to be good. If I hated Bethesda for the sake of hating Bethesda, I wouldn't want them to improve.
Yeah, I would want Bethesda to die, not improve. I don't want Bethesda to die. Well, okay, I'm starting to come around to that way of thinking. Like, if they keep going down this route, yeah, maybe they should just die off. But what I want them to do is to recover. Starfield, it could be a genuinely good fucking game because they have literally no lore or attachment. It'll all be brand new, so it could actually be a really good game because they have no strings attached to them.
Yeah.
So we'll see what happens with that.
So yeah, I wanted to get that in about the, oh, it's popular to hate them, because I do feel that's a bit of an unfair way to describe what's actually going on.
Yeah. There's a...
Oh.
I just saw it in chat. There's a thin line between hate and love. I don't think it's that thin.
Well, sometimes, yeah. Not all the time, though. I keep forgetting that Starfield's even a thing. Yeah. I forget about it from time to time, too, because it's just like, here's this mystery sci-fi game that they've been making for, like, 20 years, and,
Yeah.
what the fuck even is it?
I mean, we'll see. Like I said, Starfield has every chance stacked in its favor to be good.
Yeah.
Will it be good? I hope so, but judging by track record, I doubt it.
Yeah. Like,
And I so wish you had the fucking Ricada. I doubt it.
and I can't stress enough too that fucking the fact that this is the first entry in a series and there's no prior lore to contradict is such a bonus for this game, for Starfield. That doesn't mean Starfield won't contradict itself though, and that's what we have to watch out for.
Yeah. Alright.
76, it's becoming more and more popular to hate on Bethesda and their approach to designing games, which, to be sure, is a mess entirely of their own making. But along with those sentiments came the idea that Skyrim was never good. Then why did you love it, I wonder?
Well, we didn't. So again, that you're working with a false premise here of saying that people loved it. It's like, well, I didn't. I hated it from the very beginning.
You also have to consider that some people are taken in by the honeymoon phase, where it's like, oh my god, it's a new release, it's a new Bethesda game, I can't wait to play it, oh my god, it's Skyrim, it's so good!
The honeymoon
And then,
phase is very easy to fall into for everybody. Critics have it all the time. Part of being a critic, if you want to be a really good critic, is to recognize if you are going through a honeymoon phase.
Yeah.
That's when you need to most say, well, do I really enjoy it, or am I just excited because I'm getting that dopamine hit by going through the next door and seeing what's there?
Yeah.
That it's very hard to recognize you're in a honeymoon period and then break out of it.
And someone also mentioned in chat, there are people like me that loved Skyrim when they first played, and only later started hating it. And that's possible too. It's not just the honeymoon period, but there's also that period where you don't know the scope of the content or the quality of the content just because you played a bit of it. Because if you start playing and you're enjoying it well enough, you're not thinking about it too deeply, then yeah, it's understandable how someone could be like, oh yeah, this game's pretty fun. And then you start questioning, well, why did I find it fun? What did I like about it? And you start looking deeper into it and you start seeing the cracks form. And then you start seeing, oh, these aren't cracks, these are chasms. These are huge issues that escaped me before because I wasn't paying that close attention to it.
Yep.
You want to know how often that's happened to me? Fucking so many times.
No. And as for Slash Jackal says, yeah, but what about the people who did? We don't need to talk about that because he has already made the assertion that everybody did. He already said, so why did you love Skyrim? That is already a statement, a blanket statement that everybody loves Skyrim. And as Indigo Gaming put it, his assumption is that everyone loves Skyrim and now everybody hates it. I enjoyed Skyrim for a few weeks until I realized how much of the game was missing and how shallow it was. Yeah. I hated it off the bat. Like, and that's not me being like, oh, I'm so superior because I knew these things. Like, no, I had more experience of doing critical stuff before Skyrim came out. So I was already primed to watch out for the honeymoon period and work against it and think about these things more.
For me, it was a mix of things. It was a mix of the honeymoon period and the thing I just described where you don't notice the issues until you look a bit deeper at it. And there's also maybe a bit of denial too, because it was like, man, Bethesda, you're my favorite game company. You made Morrowind. You're the reason that I want to make video games. You cannot fuck Skyrim up. This game cannot be as bad as I'm starting to think it is. Oh no, it's as bad as I think it is. It was pretty disappointing to realize how shallow and terrible Skyrim was. And in some cases, it felt... Some cases it was noticing seemingly how little they cared. It was only by the time Dragonborn released and I started playing it that I was... that was around the time I quit. I never finished Dragonborn. I'm gonna fucking have to do this analysis series, god damn it. But
Yeah.
I just noticed that it felt like Solstheim was brought back because of nostalgia, rather than them actually having anything interesting to do on the island. And they changed things that make no sense. That, oh hey, here's a massive Dwemer ruin that didn't fucking exist before on this island.
Yeah.
And just other things. It's clear that they're just making up as they went along, kind of, and yeah.
Well, and a lot of people get that experience of you don't want to feel like you personally made a mistake. You spent your money on it, so you want to feel like, yeah, I got, it's good because I spent my money on it. It's that you've tied the worth of it into the worth of yourself because you spent the money, so you don't want to admit if you made a bad call. Like there are some things where people, it's so blatantly in your face that everyone's like, yeah, it was a terrible call.
Yeah.
But if it doesn't hit you hard enough, it becomes hard to separate that. I spent my money on it. In your subconscious, I spent my money on it, and I wouldn't make a mistake. I wouldn't pay for something that's bad.
Yeah, I wouldn't buy Ride the Hell Retribution.
I wouldn't devalue my time, my effort, and my money like that.
And
It's a very common thing for human beings to do.
And it might also be a bit of the sunken cost fallacy too. It's like, oh, I've played 200 hours of this game, and I need to justify that I actually did enjoy that time with it. I absolutely had to have enjoyed that time with it to have played it so much. When, for someone like me, I was fucking looking for something to enjoy part of the time, and just going through the motions. And there's a dog down the road. Go talk to him. Oh, he has a quest for you. Okay. Am I having fun? And I want to point out what Indigo said here, too. Despite what people may think, we actually want to enjoy things. I dug the slick new look of the game, the dual-wield presentation felt good, and dragons were awesome, I guess, at the time or of the time. Yeah. I spent hundreds of hours in this game, better defend it or else I'll look stupid. Yeah, that too.
Would you not consider it a worthwhile avenue of analysis to try and see why general opinion about a game is what it is, instead of more objective analysis of quality? I say a mix of both, personally. Mine is I don't care what other people think. Like for the Dark Souls video, I don't care what other people think of the Dark Souls video, but I will use the other people's videos, their opinions, their thoughts and ideas on it to be like. So for people that watch my research streams, my whole thing with it of there is a thing I want to challenge here is how many people didn't see the door at the Asylum Demon fight. And so I watched, 15 different videos, 15 different reviews, critiques, some of them positive, some of them negative. And not a single one of them mentioned the Asylum Demon door at all, or even noticed the problem, or noted that knowing where to go was a problem or anything in Dark Souls. Every single one of them got through it. So, okay. Then again, I wanted to check that because I have played for well over 2,000 hours. I know the door exists. I physically cannot re-erase the fact the door exists in my mind. But does that mean that everybody has that same experience where everybody saw the door the first time through? Because I know I did, but did everybody?
Well, we actually have proof of that.
Yeah. Well, I also have proof with Mapocalypse. He also saw the door right away too. So.
Well, what I'm getting at is I missed it on my stream. Remember?
Oh, that's right, you did. Yeah, so from that, I can only conclude that the vast majority of people find the door and they go through it. But again, that's as far as I will really take other people's opinions when it comes to an analysis video. I'm looking for different bits of evidence. Like, if there's somebody that claims that this boss is too difficult, well, I don't agree that it's too difficult. This is hypothetical now. I don't agree the boss is too difficult. When I'm going to check all these other videos, does anybody else in the video say that boss is too difficult? Did they mention that boss at all? Just stuff like that. That's the way I would look at it. I wouldn't actually take their thoughts or the general public's thoughts into account.
I also want to point out here, Rayloff's armor on screen, absolutely fucking modded. That is not.
We already see their mods here.
No, I know. I'm just pointing out again that it's not just Ulfric. This is absolutely. There's no denying that this is modded. So.
Yeah, and I know exactly what mod he's using because I use it as well.
Mike, well, okay, your statement doesn't make any sense. First off, I really want to know if y'all think Witcher 3 is good, because if you do, y'all are hypocrites. Witcher 3 is an RPG. We never said that only RPGs are good. I think Witcher 3 is good. But do I think it's an RPG? Well, I don't know. I have to go back through it again and actually dive deep into it.
I've also never. I've only played like an hour and a half to 2 hours of Witcher 3, but also, it seems just a bit uncharitable to jump straight to, oh, you're hypocrites, rather than actually finding out what we think.
Well, no, remember, because you said you're hypocrites because Witcher 3 isn't an RPG. That doesn't even fit. We have never said that only RPGs can be good. That has never been stated before.
Yeah, that's insane.
Slash the Jackal. I don't really think armor mods matter. They do matter if he brings up the looks of armor and characters, stuff like that. They will matter. That's the problem.
Well, it's not just that. It raises the question, how many other mods does he have installed?
Oh, shit, that's me. Sorry.
What?
I accidentally pushed start the video.
Oh, I didn't even see it move.
Yeah, $10 didn't do anything for me.
$10 from McDingus. Thank you. What is your least favorite part of your favorite product? Mine would be... Oh, chat's moving. That's kind of... Mine would be Holden from The Expanse. Easily my least favorite character in a series with usually amazing characters.
Or are you talking about Holden from the book series or from the show? Because from the show, I agree with you. He sucks in the show. But from the book series, he's a lot better. Let's say, least favorite part of your favorite product. Well, I can't really do SS13 because there's so many different varieties that doesn't work, so... Dark Souls. People focusing too much on difficulty when difficulty isn't the point of the Souls series or any of those games. The point of the reason why it's difficult is for you to take it seriously. It's to immerse you. Like, hey, you get cut with a sword. It's not going to be some dinky winky thing. You got cut with a sword.
For me, I guess that would be Morrowind, my favorite product. It wasn't too big on the whole Imperial Legion quest line. It was just, you know.
Yeah, the reason I use Dinky Winky is because a lot of problems with a lot of pen and paper games is you don't often get it, but sometimes you'll get those players that will game the system too much, wherein they will put such mention Space Age 13 to bingo. Well, I mean, this one was appropriate. After all, Space Age 13 is literally like my go-to. If I was only allowed to play one game ever and I had an internet connection, it'd be Space Age 13. But Dinky Winky, because what happens in a lot of pen and paper games, you get some players that do it where they will be a player who is like, well, I'm a level 12 knight. I have this much HP, and I know that dagger only does 1d4 damage, so the assassin holding it to my throat can't do shit to me, boy. It's like, yeah. Yeah, in games terms, yeah. But if I'm your GM or your DM, I'm saying that dagger slits your throat and you're dead, and you're re-rolling a new character.
You state that the main reason Skyrim isn't good is because its lack of RPG elements. Then people like you go and love Witcher 3, and that completely undermines all of your opinions on Skyrim. Fucking no! I don't know where you're getting this from, but you're wrong.
That is an insane...
We have never said that Skyrim is bad because of its lack of RPG mechanics. There's so much more... Okay, Skyrim is bad because many of its mechanics overall are poorly done, are poorly implemented. Dragon fights are fucking terrible. Its story is
awful.
God-awful.
It has no consequences for the player, and anything you do, no matter what you do not have a consequence. oh, some random person might send an assassin after you. But that's not actually a consequence because they'll just send an assassin after you anyways, just because it's a random chance, a random draw of the dice.
Yeah, you could go into a random store in Skyrim and steal and not get detected at all. But a mercenaries or an assassin will still get sent after you, which, by the way,
You don't even need to do that.
how fucking stupid is it that the assassin is carrying a letter? Oh yeah, Joe from Markarth wants you assassinated because he stole his apple.
Yeah. And again, you don't even need to do that. We had live on stream on my legendary playthrough of Skyrim where I had just started the game, I had left Riverwood, and I got attacked by a Dark Brotherhood assassin because it's a random draw of the dice. And they said that this person, I need to die. And then they gave me a name, and it was in somebody in fucking Dawnstar. I hadn't even been to Dawnstar yet. That's how fucked the system is.
Also, how the Thalmor will randomly fucking attack you even if you've done absolutely nothing against them to that point.
Yep, I got that on stream too, where a Thalmor hit squad just showed up out of nowhere, even though I hadn't progressed the storyline or anything yet. They just showed up and tried to kill me. $5 super chat from Stephen Wright. Thank you very much.
Thank
hey
you.
everyone, I really hope y'all play The Witcher 3 someday. I love the game and the books. Nice.
I have been meaning to play Witcher 3. Like I said, I played like an hour and a half of it, and for what I played, I enjoyed.
Yeah, dude, that was the worst part. And Slash Jackal points out is if you level up lockpicking or smithing, enemies hit like a truck, and you take hits like a wet paper bag. Yeah, the worst part about Skyrim is that leveling up your character, and if you don't go into combat skills, you actually cripple yourself for the combat. Like, if you're like, well, I just want to be a trader, so I want to go up speech, or I want to be a blacksmith, so I want to go in blacksmith. Well, all of the enemies level with you. So you're not going into combat disciplines, but all the enemies are, because they're going from bandits to bandit outlaws to bandit marauders to bandit chiefs. Because the system is fucked.
Yeah. It doesn't actually take into account what skills you're leveling. So...
Yeah.
1 hour and we aren't even out of the cart. Yeah, that's how these streams go. Oh, 1 second. Getting
pretty
a call.
common. Pagan took the smash that like button to heart with the spacebar.
Yeah, I keep having to fucking mute myself every time I want to type something.
Yeah.
So annoying. Yeah, I think he was referencing that thing we mentioned earlier where I said, like, we dislike it because of the fact that, like, I think it might have been him, actually, who said, like, oh, so you dislike it because it's an RPG. And we said, no, we dislike it because it's not an RPG, which was just a quick thing of, like, it was advertised as an RPG. We did not get an RPG. It is not the only reason we dislike it. It's just it's one factor of many factors that makes it terrible.
Yeah.
I have returned.
Welcome back. Indigo Gaming says, yeah, that's the problem they created by abandoning classes. You used to have to level up your class's skills to level up. No longer. Yep.
Yeah. And you could even use that strategically in Morrowind and Oblivion if you wanted. Like, let's say I didn't want to level up quite so fast. I could put something like I plan to use a lot, like repair, as not one of my class's skills. So I can repair the fuck out of my armor as much as I want as I'm playing the game without it affecting my level and shooting me up in, like, to a high level really fast. You know?
Yep. Alright, here we go.
Good. Then you love it, I wonder. Why did we all? Why, in 2011, was it considered God's gift? Well,
Hype.
Again,
Hype.
yeah.
Literally hype.
Yeah. You have hype, which is like a very insidious thing. Hype is the antithesis of rational thought. You should try not to get hyped for anything, and it is hard, trust me. I am going through Elden Ring's hype right now. So trust me, it is fucking hard. But you have to understand that Elden Ring, I have to tell myself, Elden Ring could be shit. It could absolutely be shit. Their track record's been really good, and the network test looked really good, but it could be dog shit.
And Witcher 3 isn't. Witcher 3 has no consequences either. The fuck? Witcher 3 combat is awful. Its exploration is horrible. You can't even kill civilians. Witcher 3 is a different game than Skyrim, okay? So, I don't know if it's
Geralt is not a murderer. He's not a mass murderer. And it wouldn't make sense if he could kill civilians. Again, you are playing Geralt of Rivia.
Yes.
Yeah, in that regard, I would say that Witcher 3 probably isn't an RPG because you can't roleplay. So, but I don't think that makes the game bad.
Yeah.
It's a different game. That's just all it is. It's a different game.
$2 super chat from Scepter Caleb. Thank you very much. Where on action RPG scale is Cyberpunk? Cyberpunk 2077? Well, it's not an RPG. It's an action game. Even the developers, and I know, again, I'm very much of the opinion that the developers' word doesn't really matter, but I already said it wasn't an action game. The developers then removed, or I already said it was an RPG. The developers then removed RPG from all the marketing and all of their stuff on Steam and everything because they're like, yeah, it's not an RPG. We lied. We marketed it as one, but it isn't one. It's like, yeah, great. Good job, CD Projekt Red.
I also want to grab a couple comments here. LOL, what is this Witcher 3 whataboutism? I have no fucking idea. We've never said anything particularly strongly about the Witcher 3. At least I haven't.
Yeah, I've never even played it. I've seen some Let's Plays of it, and that's it. And I didn't even get that much into them, so yeah, I don't know hardly anything about it.
I have no fucking idea why someone's trying to hold our asses to the fire about a game we've barely fucking talked about.
No, again, it was crazy person logic, so we just have to continue from there.
Skyrim is an RPG where you play a custom character. Witcher is an RPG where you play a defined character. And yeah, I'd be willing to give that too. There are RPGs that have defined characters. That's what most JRPGs are. That's what something like Legend of Dragoon or Breath of Fire 3 or the entire Final Fantasy series is, you know? Those are still RPGs. They're just very different kinds of RPGs.
Well, no, I've played Witcher 3. I've played Witcher 3 a lot, but I haven't done like an analysis video on it. I need to go back and go through everything. What I played through, I was playing the role of a Witcher, so it fit perfectly for me. But does that mean, can you break out of that? No, I doubt it, because again, you're playing a specific person.
Witcher's 3 main quest consists of a person saying Ciri is over there. You go there and they point you in a new direction of Ciri, and it goes on and on. That's what tracking down a fucking person is.
Yeah, that's not a downside.
That doesn't make it bad. Also, Witcher 3 decisions absolutely do not matter. What the fuck does this have to do with Skyrim? This has nothing to do with what we're talking about. We're just gonna ignore this shit from now on, because...
Yeah, we have to. Mike is fucking crazy. Alright.
It's time to find out. But we might as well start on the game's terms. Yes. Okay, as you crawl out of the spider-infested cave, slap up Winnie the Pooh and watch Elduin tear through the skies above, you're faced with the world that bore the game's title, Skyrim. You're free, and there's no place you'd rather be. Here we see more...
I'd rather be anywhere goddamn else.
Yeah.
I would rather be on a space station that is created by Nanotrazen, mining plasma, and wondering why that guy's looking shady over there in the corner. Why did he just grow an arm blade? Oh, God!
Yeah,
I'd rather be a non-dark elf in Morrowind during the Blight than be here.
We see one of the best tutorials for exploration you'll find in sights at first, bleak for...
Wait.
One of the best tutorials for
One of the best tutorials for exploration you'll ever find in games. What?
He's already mentioning Bleak Falls Barrow because you could see it in the distance. So, is having places you could see in the distance a tutorial for exploration?
Well, I'd say in that case, if we're going by that logic, New Vegas did it way better.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, he hasn't said anything about New Vegas yet, but yeah, this is just... I guess he did make the bold claim that this is the best one.
Oh.
Like,
and yeah,
that's what I'm saying.
That's pretty fucking...
Yeah, for him to say this is the best one when I can immediately think of another game that's tangentially related to Bethesda. Like, there's other games. Hell, even Fallout 3, I would say, does it better in that case, because you could see the Washington Memorial And there's a lot more to explore between the vault and there than there is between where you are here in the barrow.
Yeah. And as Indigo points out, definitely modded and special edition. Look at that color. OG Skyrim is gray as hell. Yeah, these colors, there's way more color in this than vanilla Skyrim.
Yeah.
E&B is a hell of a drug.
And there's no place to be. Here we see more than a vista. We see one of the best tutorials for exploration you'll find in games. Through the sights at first, Bleak Falls Barrow is enticing to the player, which might naturally lead into side quests and Riverwood to forward the main story. And the icons above, which compartmentalize your options. You could go to Riverwood, you could jump straight into dungeon crawling, or...
You mean the exact same system that fucking Fallout 3 and New Vegas had?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And didn't Oblivion have this exact same system too?
Yes. Oblivion had this system as well.
Bruh.
This is what I find funny about some of these videos. It's like Miniature Nerd's Fallout 4 defense video. Oh, you can find materials for crafting and building things. Motherfucker, there's like 3,000 games that did that before fucking Fallout 4. It is not revolutionary at this point.
God, and if there's one thing I definitely hate, I hate that bar at the top. I hate that you are required to use it because the directions are literally like, oh, just go over there.
The directions...
It's like,
it's worse than that. The directions aren't even just go over there. It's follow the arrow. Just follow the fucking arrow.
yeah. Now,
The arrow is your best friend. The arrow is your only friend.
they could play it off sometimes and be like, here, give me your map and I'll check it for you. And it's like, yeah, when that happens, that's fine. I'll mark it on your map. Understandable. But it's literally everything. Oh, we need to find clues to who did the murder. And then an arrow's literally showing you, well, if you go upstairs into the third bedroom on the left and then look in the nightstand.
Yeah. Also like what Indigo said here. Why did we love Skyrim in 2011? Doesn't play Skyrim as it was released in 2011.
Yeah. And I also think there's a better way of doing that other thing too, of like, oh, here it is on your map. Well, then why not make the map actually useful and have, like, when they point it out, have like a red circle show up and you have to actually use the map. Like, you could have an arrow for your character when you look at the map, but don't have this thing on your screen at the top constantly pointing you with an arrow of, oh, this way, it's right here. You should have to keep looking at your map. You should be like, okay, where am I now in, like, position compared to the circle on the map? I would much rather have that than this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
rock thing. The significant power boost from the standing stones is another example of positive reinforcement for exploration.
Oh god, this already feels like
man.
stretching. This already feels like some extreme stretching.
Yeah, that is the powerful boost. Oh yeah, your skills will go 25% faster in warrior or mage or thief. Yeah, it's great. Positive reinforcement for exploring the thing that is directly on the mainline path and that the character literally leading you by the hand will tell you to go to.
Now, I do think the character mentions there are other standing stones in the world, but, like...
They do, but none of them do, like, anything worth a jack shit.
Yeah. Hot take, the clairvoyant spell is a better alternative to the magic marker. Abso-fucking-lutely, yes.
Yes.
I agree.
Yes. I would have much rather have had to rely on that than use the markers, because the markers make that completely useless. Why would you ever need a clairvoyant spell when you just have this thing that points you directly where to go anyway?
That's so fucking funny. It's like Bethesda trims everything they think is useless, and everything that isn't they'll eventually make useless so they can trim it. But then they add the clairvoyant spell into a game that has the magic marker that fucking points you to everything.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Bethesda, what the fuck are you doing? I can only imagine it's for like the fucking 0.01% of players that actually disable the quest marker. It's like, oh, I have no I have no possible way to complete this quest because I have no directions and don't know where anything is. I better use a spell that'll just do the same thing as a quest marker.
Yeah.
Uh.
All right.
That's how the game introduces the first way to play Skyrim, exploration. So let's start with that. Let's have a look around. What's impressive about Skyrim's visuals is that they're garbage, but they're actually great. That doesn't make any sense. What I'm trying to say is, the graphics are atrocious by today's standards. I mean, look at this. My forehead's got a more detailed texture than this road. Fine in 2011, but it aged quickly. PC play.
That's one part I'm actually going to kind of disagree with. I don't think even
I don't
10
think it
years...
was fine in 2011. I do not agree that it was fine in 2011.
I was actually going to go the opposite way. See, for me, graphics are one of the least important things, so I'm more tolerant of not so great graphics. So I'm perfectly fine with Skyrim's default visuals even today. I shouldn't say perfectly fine. They could use some improvements, but you get what I'm trying to get at. I've said before,
Yeah.
I'd be perfectly fine if graphically gaming
It's the art
stagnated
style.
with Half-Life 2, you know?
Yeah, it's the art style. Art style is what matters, not graphics.
Yeah.
But if we're going for the graphics argument, no, the graphics were not fine in Skyrim, and the art style was terrible.
Yeah. I thought it was fine for the most part. I thought it was suitable. I was like, it's good enough. I don't really care as long as the rest is good. The rest was not good.
Yeah, and that's pretty much my take on it, too. If the gameplay was great, if the story was great, I probably wouldn't even think twice about the graphics, if I'm going to be honest. It's not that big of a deal to me.
I'll fully admit that me saying the art style is terrible would be more subjective, but yeah, I do not think Skyrim has a good art style at all. I think it looks shit. It's so generic fantasy, it hurts. And it's so poorly thought out in terms of like everything. Like Whiterun is a great example of just how awful this is. You have a keep here that is so decayed and so decrepit and so run down and just falling to pieces that the fact the fact that characters will actually say we should trust in the strength of our walls as advice to the fucking Jarl, and the Jarl listens to that, is insanity.
Well, just look at this image here. The walls are crumbling, and they have to build towers out of wood on top of the crumbling fucking stone walls. Like, this should be a very poor hold off to the side that doesn't get much trade. It doesn't have access to, like, imported commodities, or, like, there's no rich mines nearby. They can't grow a lot of stuff. This should be a hold out in bumfuck nowhere, not the central fucking city of the entire province.
This should be what Dawnstar looks like,
yes.
Not what the actual economic crossroads of the entire province looks like.
Yeah. Whiterun should be the wealthiest of all the cities due to its location. Solitude and Windhelm too, because they have shipyards, so they could do trade as well. But Whiterun for sure should be.
So Wendigo says walls aren't that useful against something that can freaking fly. That doesn't matter.
Okay, so
Whiterun can't hold defenses against literally anything. Being flying.
Let me explain something quickly too for Synth Wendigo. Dragons came back literally today, as far as Skyrim is concerned. They haven't had to deal with dragons for like thousands of years.
What they do have are bandits literally living 30 feet from this gate. There is a massive bandit encampment.
Well,
there's also a war.
It's pretty big.
And this province is known for having wars. That's like its main thing, is that it's constantly in a state of war. Of course, you should have fucking walls that aren't so easy to siege.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, my god.
The Siege of Whiterun is also embarrassing. That entire mission is an absolute travesty.
Yes, it is.
Whiterun should be a sprawling city with vast farmlands. It should be one of the larger cities. Absolutely.
Yep.
I realize there's certain limitations because they were trying to put this on the fucking Xbox 360 of all things. But there's no reason that Whiterun should be any smaller than Balmora is from Morrowind.
Yeah.
As far as
Yeah.
like the game and world goes, I understand, again, console limitations, but they could also still have divided the city up into segments like they did with the Imperial City if it was that big of an issue.
I feel like they saw, because they wanted to add
Ah.
the Dragon's Reach thing
Yes.
and the companions, and I feel like they wanted to make it so it feels ancient. Like this is supposed to be a very old place. So how should we do that? Oh well, obviously the walls should be crumbling to show it's old. And it's like, no, that is not one of the things that should be crumbling. That should be
Yeah.
one of the few things that is maintained.
Yeah, in fact-
Synth Wendigo went on to clarify. Oh, I get that. I mean more how they assume the walls are totally safe against the return of dragons is all. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's really stupid that they do that.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, that is dumb.
And as you find out, it's the fucking blacksmith. My father is the right hand to the Jarl, but I'm the one that gives all the advice. It's like, so you're the dumbass that said that these walls can totally hold up against a fucking dragon. You are a piece of shit.
And also, there's other ways to show a city is incredibly old. So those walls there that are crumbling, you can design them in such a way that makes it look like they were repaired numerous times over the centuries. Like,
Different colored stoneworks will show that they've been repaired constantly.
Yes.
Having moss and stuff growing up out of the cracks in the wall itself will show that it's been there for fucking yonks.
yeah. Not just that, you could have, like, ancient crypts or statues that they're, like,
Yeah,
worn
imagine,
down by
like-
centuries of
Yes.
rain and snow. Even religious sites where it's like, oh, this chapel was built here 1400 years ago. And similar to with the walls, you could show how parts of it have been repaired or replaced or added on to it that, hey, this add-on is a completely different style of building compared to what was originally here. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah. They also have, animations and stuff built into the game of people doing, like random things and stuff. And I believe one of them is like repairing stuff, like hammering a wall or something. Just
The
literally,
generic hammer the wall animation.
yeah,
It's
literally,
so
just
annoying.
yeah, it is. But if you have to be like, okay, we have to show that this is old, do all that stuff, and then hell, for safe measure, just throw in some fucking workers where literally their only point of existence is to maintain the wall, where they wake up in the morning, go over to the wall, start hammering it, and then they can have a few lines of dialogue talking about how ancient it is and how this wall protects the city, and it's an honor for them to, maintain it the way they do and all this shit. Just you could just throw that in instead of making it look like a piece of shit.
As Brady Wastelander points out in chat, erosion is always a key sign. Yeah, absolutely. Like,
Yes.
just because something is old, too, doesn't necessarily mean it's crumbling. You could just have it be worn down through time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just frustrating. It's just absolutely frustrating. And that repair animation that they do, it's real great when you hear them hammering wood as they're smashing a fucking window with their damn hammer, because the animation says, oh, you need to repair, and their tracking gets off and they stand in front of a window and they're just going to a window. God, Bethesda, all of your stuff is so poorly thought out.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
Did ESO get to the Whiterun part of Skyrim? No, I don't think ESO has gone to southern Skyrim yet. We have northern Skyrim for sure. I know that for sure. How else do you repair windows? Oh yeah, you take a wooden mallet and you smack it.
And yeah, they do absolutely have the generic hammering on a wall animation in Skyrim, because in Vinny Feinstoss's Nintendo Switch playthrough of Skyrim a few years ago, you had Serana, and I told you guys this before, how she kept targeting onto all the generic fucking animations in the world and started doing shit just fucking randomly. And one of the times he was talking to a character, he starts hearing hammering off screen, and he looks to see she's just randomly hammering on this person's house. Serana, you don't live here. Why are you hammering on this person's house? Stop that. That's rude. As much as I hate Skyrim, those streams are fun. Just the game constantly fucking breaking. One of the things that happened to Vinny on stream was a wolf was attacking a deer, so he killed the wolf. He's like, I saved you, and then the deer just fucking disappears. It just blips out of existence.
The best one, though, hands down, was him talking to the little child that just performed the Black Sacrament.
Yes.
And his companion teleports behind the child, and he's like, what are you doing there, Serana? And then she bends over and starts performing the sacrament.
Yeah, that's fucking hilarious. Another time
it's like, well, who the fuck do you want killed, Serana? What the fuck are you doing?
Well, another one of the ones that happened is he was outside of Markarth, and these NPCs were freaking out. There was this dog that just kept going into, like, battle stance to back to normal stance, battle stance back to normal stance. There's the stable owner who's like, help us, as he's walking around doing nothing and screaming other sorts of lines, and he would pull out his pitchfork, they would disappear, he'd pull out his pitchfork and disappear. Vinny had no idea what the fuck they were freaking out about, so he summoned the dragon from Dawnguard, and when he did so, the dragon's tail launched the dog up into the fucking sky.
Wow.
Vinny didn't see this. He was like, where'd the dog go? And someone sent him a clip where he saw it getting launched into the fucking stratosphere.
Oh, God. Skyrim is just a fucking mess. Alright.
Yeah, let's get back to it.
Players could get around that with it even threw console players a bone with Skyrim Special Edition back in 2016. A remaster that looks significantly better than the original, I know, incredible. Dark Souls. But not
Okay. So, again, the remaster of Dark Souls was literally just to fix the fact that the PC version of Dark Souls was really fucking bad, okay? Get off your fucking high horse. I don't know why. Why is it always the idiots that make the same thing? The Dark Souls remastered is bad. It's like, no, it isn't. You can be disappointed they didn't do more. I understand that. But it looks fine. It plays fine. It has the stability we wanted. It also has the changes that they advertised. They didn't like bait and switch this thing. And it was also not by the same fucking company.
Creetosis. Give me 2 good men in a match, and Whiterun will be ash by morning. Teach them to build a city entirely out of wood. Okay, fucking Ramsay Bolton. Jesus.
Yeah.
$5 from Itako the Tricky. Thank you. Hello, Owlman. I've been playing Oblivion since I got it on Winter Sale. Now I can't go back to Skyrim ever again. The changes are just so bad. I will say, as much as I hate Skyrim, there are some good changes. It's just way outweighed by the bad.
Yeah.
Dude, Mike, I know you're an idiot, but come on, man. If you're gonna be an idiot and try to troll, try harder.
Elden Ring will be bad. They're reusing animations. Reusing animations doesn't make something bad.
No, it doesn't at all. It's the same. Again, we already know Mike's a crazy person. So, like, the fact that they're reusing animations, it's so bad. I know it's a meme.
The fucking they're reusing animations. It's bad. That's literally a meme. That has no weight whatsoever. Anyone who says that is they're either memeing, or they legitimately just don't know anything about these games.
Yeah, that's why. Again, like I said, I was telling him to try harder because he's fucking insane.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it shows an actively. Yeah, you're fucking an idiot. All right, well, we can just ignore Mike.
You're actually insane.
About Skyrim's visuals is that they're garbage, but they're actually great. That doesn't make any sense. What I'm trying to say is the graphics are atrocious by today's standards. I know, incredible. Dark Souls. But years later, it happened again. What is Skyrim Special Edition even with mods compared to modern games? Graphically, mediocre. And yet visually, fantastic. When you start to climb the mountains and
I have a hard disagree on that. Visually, fantastic. No, it really is. Again,
I think I
and
think I
you're
just
already
realized...
talking about your modded experience. You've started saying mods. That's not Skyrim. That's mods.
Yeah, that's mods. Also, I think I just realized. I mean, I should have realized this more. Maik
Yeah, I know,
the
Mike the
liar.
liar.
I know.
Yeah, I know.
I think
But-
they're just doing a role play thing. I think they're just doing a bit.
Yeah, so let's just again. The bit isn't very
Yeah.
funny though, so let's just continue.
I know it's not funny, but I'm just saying I think that's what it is. I don't think it's actually some crazy person.
Eh.
Okay.
And the sky turns pink and the trees turn green. You think, what
And the trees glisten green. What?
Glisten green?
Hold up, what the
What?
fuck?
They're
Oh,
trees,
no,
my
it's
guy. They
happening.
don't glisten.
Yeah.
Just as getting into the whole flowery language issue that we have to deal with from time to time. It's you can't just explain things plainly. You have to make everything seem elegant. I fucking hate that word now, elegant. But
Yeah.
you have to use these flowery words and language to try and make something sound so much better than it is.
Yep. Graphically, visually, what the fuck do words mean, you silly scone merchant? Yeah. Alright.
you start to climb the mountains and the sky turns pink and the trees glisten green. You think, what have I been missing out on? And then as the clouds come closer, the snows start to fall. It's a blizzard. Leaves crusted with frost, rocks encased, the path obscured. White rays
Holy shit, dude. The flowery language in this is brutal.
Yeah, this is wow.
How you know you don't actually have something interesting to say? You start doing flowery language like crazy.
Yeah.
Holy crap.
You
Well,
don't.
this, instead of talking about the fact that the weather changes and they have visual indicators of that.
Oh, Goodell voice. The trees are green. This is good because the trees are green.
Because leaves. No, the trees are green. And this is good because trees in the real world have green leaves. And leaves are green because of photosynthesis. Yeah,
The brown of the dirt. The gray of the trees, the gray of the sky, the gray of the rock, the gray of the people, the gray of the snow, the gray of the cities, the gray of the water.
yeah, pretty much.
So
The game is
just-
consistent, as you
just-
can clearly see through the color palette.
as such pointed out, you don't need to do this kind of shit if you have a point to make. This
Yeah,
is
if
what
you
you
have
do.
an actual interesting point to make. You don't do this. This is how you pad out your script.
Yeah, or try to
Yep.
make something sound so much deeper and important and fucking whatever else than it actually is. 2 pounds from Meridia's beacon. Thank you. A new hand touched the beacon.
No.
Oh no, we have another green supremacist.
Oh god. All right.
these
Also,
vast mountains, and you realize Skyrim's 8 years old, but this still immerses me like it came out yesterday. Even Old Rim had these aspects, like Special Edition.
Even Old Rim.
Yeah, that's what people call the old version
Oh,
of it.
it's funny.
Yeah,
I didn't know
I
people.
still use Old Rim. I never bothered with Special Edition. I still have Old Rim.
I gotta agree with Indigo Gaming. It's sourceless, baseless, emotional appeal. It's no substance. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep. Yeah, that's
so
all it is.
one of the things he points out is that the trees are encrusted in snow and ice. We typically call that textures on a model.
Yeah.
It's like saying
Yeah.
this building is very elegantly designed. It has carvings in the wood and shingles on the roof. Yeah. It doesn't make it amazing. It's just like, okay, they made a building. Am I supposed to be like, is my mind supposed to be blown by that?
Well,
Yeah, especially considering the art design really isn't anything to, praise. It's standard. It's suitable at best, and it's like,
I mean, just look at this image here. Look
Okay.
at how fucking blurry these wooden shingles are.
yep.
It does not look that good.
yeah,
look
it's not great.
look at all the seams and just the texture work everywhere.
Yeah,
just
like
doesn't-
look at the wood. You can see where they like spliced it together to make the arch and stuff. Where like the lines make perfect. Yeah, like where they literally just inserted models of wood to make this arch.
Well, it's what it likely is one model of a, I guess, rectangle, and they just added a loop cut, um, loop cut, loop cut, loop cut, and they just shifted them down so it looks like, it's arcing down or it's arching down.
Yep. Yep.
So it's just like, yeah.
Let's see, $2 super chat from Idako the Tricky. Thank you very much. The dirt is so brown, Todd must have a poo fetish. Ugh.
Mm.
Ugh.
Why are you... oh, it's that guy
yeah.
again. I'm just going to ignore that.
Yeah, ignore it. Yeah, this is just weird. It's like, of all the things to defend this game, you're really going to go for the graphics? Like, come on, no one cares. This isn't anything substantive. The graphics don't matter. They could be dog shit. It doesn't matter. All that really matters is the game good? Is the rest of the game good? And the answer is no. Trying to flower up this whole like, oh, but look how it looks. Look at the design. We don't care. We don't care. It doesn't matter.
Indigo Gaming says, you can get into detail and polish if you get specific. For example, the delicious crunchy sound and footprints in the winter levels of Uncharted 2. By the way, for anybody that lives in a place that doesn't get snow, while the cold sucks and snow gets everywhere, I will say one of the most satisfying sounds walking out snow, and that little crunch, crunch, crunch,
Yeah,
crunch.
it's very
crunch.
nice.
I actually kind of hate that sound. It's that sound that gets into your body when it happens. It's like, ugh!
But that's kind of why I like it.
That's why I like it.
Yeah, it
Oh.
like reverberates through my skull when I step in. I'm just like, ooh.
It's the same thing with
that's
cilantro.
nice.
It's the same thing with cilantro. Cilantro tastes like soap, but there are just people like me that think it tastes great. But it tastes like soap. Yeah, but it tastes great.
Soap is good.
Speaking of something tasting like soap, this is completely unrelated to anything. For a long time, I didn't like A&W root beer. But then I started drinking it more, and I started, like, acquiring a taste for it. I was like, yeah, this actually isn't too bad. And then someone randomly told me, oh, that kind of root beer? That tastes like toothpaste. And I couldn't fucking unnotice that after that, and it fucking ruined it for me forever. Sorry, everyone in chat I just ruined it for.
I don't think it depends on a gene if it tastes like soap. I think it just depends on the gene if you actually like that flavor, if it doesn't bother you. I love cilantro, and I think it tastes like soap.
More so with mods. The world has that same quality as Red Dead Redemption 2. Every
No.
frame a painting. Every time you pause the game, that still
What?
wouldn't look
Every frame of painting.
Don't
Oh,
do
boy.
this. Don't.
That's
fucking do
hilarious,
this.
but
Dude,
But-
do
oh.
you want us to actually start doing that every frame? Because oh boy, let me tell you, if we took that last thing, the frame we just paused on, and
Grim
looked
have
at
these
how
aspects,
fucking
like special
ugly
edition.
that was. Yeah, oh, what a painting! Look how awful that is. What a painting!
yeah, why do people keep making this? Acer, you know who did the exact same thing.
Yeah.
What the fuck? Why do people keep making this? Why? Oh yeah, you can pause it anywhere at any time, and it'll look it fit for a painting on your wall.
People
no, it
think-
really won't.
People say that because they think it sounds good.
Yeah, I know
Yeah.
I would never say that about even the most beautiful, gorgeous game. I would never say you could pause it at any time and get it, because that's not fucking true. There will be moments of jank and things that don't work and clipping and stuff like that. You don't ever say that.
What would be hilarious?
It's just something that is designed to set you up for failure.
What would be hilarious if there was like a parody video that said that exact line? You could pause the game at every point, or at any point, and frame it and put it on a wall as if it were a painting. But then the footage that's being shown is like a model bugging out with the neck and arms and legs stretched,
Yeah.
and like
That's what I was thinking. I was thinking of like a corpse on the ground just doing that
Well,
like.
I was gonna go farther than that. There's like a dog there, but it's just like it's in its normal standing pose, but its like tail is on the ground. It's 90 degrees, like, so its face is facing straight up into the sky.
Yeah.
So to answer this more accurately, how the fuck do you like the flavor of soap? I don't like the flavor of soap, but cilantro has a taste that makes you think. It's the same thing with where it tastes the way you think something that would smell. The way, like, soap has that same smell that cilantro tastes like, in essence. I just have the gene that's like, yeah, no, that's a good taste.
I want to read out a couple comments here. Metal Gear Solid 4 looked great, but 90% of the gameplay was Snake's ass, every frame of painting. Also, the Blind Rogue. Root beer is also basically only drank in the United States. Europe isn't a big fan of it, and Asian countries will start throwing up if you give them it. That reminds me of the Deep Space Nine episode where Quark is like, taste this human drink. Oh,
Yeah,
it's so
root
sweet
beer.
and
Yeah.
bubbly. It's disgusting. Yes, the humans call it root beer. It's much like the Federation because it's so disgustingly sweet.
Yeah, no, you got it. You got the gist of it.
Yeah,
But it was
yeah.
Garrick then saying, just like the Federation at the end.
Yes.
It was so fucking good. Because the Ferengi and the Cardassians were putting their faith in the, or at least Garrick was putting his faith in the Federation to win the day.
Yeah. I just really love that moment.
All right, $50 super chat from Chris Ellinger. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
What version of Skyrim is he using? Switch, Xbox 360, PC, Anniversary, 10-year edition, or VR? All have different graphics and sounds. Then what mods is he using? I think he upped the render distance. By the way, Skyrim is the worst game I've ever played. We know he's using Special Edition at least, and he has a bunch of visual mods and stuff on it. So.
This was before Anniversary too. This was out before Anniversary, so
Yes, this was before Anniversary. So we know it's not that. We know we very much looks like Special Edition, and we already know he's using a bunch of mods.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which, that's not a good sign when you have a bunch of mods and then you're going to talk about the visuals. Like, come on, my guy. We already know you're using visual mods.
Well, it's not just that. It seems like he's trying to defend the game with the, oh, well, you can mod it to make it look even better.
So you should show the base
Okay.
version of your game. Your premises was, why did you love Skyrim? And you were talking about the 2011 version. You should be using the 2011 version.
Yeah, because it was why did we like it back then and not now? Which I think the question is also a bit silly because it's not taking so many things into account. $5 from Zikos. Thank you. I wish Skyrim had more summons, like maybe more animal other than wolf or exploding fire wolf. Yeah, Conjuration in Skyrim was pretty garbage. Especially when the game only has like 4 fucking Daedra. Man, that's goddamn pathetic.
So a modded remaster made 8 years after the original game. If you really wanted to get realistic take, you'd use 360 footage. Absolutely.
Yeah. Have you ever played Stellaris? If so, what are your thoughts? No, I've never played it. Sorry.
I have.
Is it good?
You know, make sure.
Huh?
A lot of the names blend in with me. Stellaris was... Yes, this one. Yeah, it's good. It's a good 4X game. I wouldn't say it's the best one I've ever played. I've played a lot of 4X games. I don't know. I like some weird stuff. Like, I think Warhammer Gladius is... Gladius, sorry. Warhammer Gladius is a pretty good 4X game, but my god, is it jank as shit. Alright.
More so with Mark. Overworld has that same quality as Red Dead Redemption 2. Every frame a painting. Every time you pause the game, that still wouldn't look out of place as your desktop wallpaper. Why?
Hold on.
Okay, at least you didn't say something to hang on your wall, but
Rim
still.
had these aspects
It's still the
like
same
Special
thing, hold
Edition,
on.
More
I'm
so
gonna
with
do it
mods.
right when he says it.
Skyrim's Overworld has that same quality as Red Dead Redemption 2. Every frame a painting. Every time you pause the game, that still wouldn't look out of place as your desktop wallpaper.
Oh yeah, what a great desktop wallpaper this would be.
Yeah, I would never fucking use that.
With the really bad texture work on the stuff immediately in front of you, the fact that it de-renders pretty fucking close to you, how the literal the literal colors bleed. Oh,
Some of those mountains in the background look like they're fucking smeared with Vaseline.
yeah.
Like, especially off to the left over here. That does not look too good.
Yeah, as Indigo Gaming puts it, more so with mods. Yeah. Just, ooh. That we're not being petty. He specifically just said you could take every single frame in this and make that a painting. Or in this case, he legitimately said every frame a painting. But now he's also said on your desktop wallpaper. It's like, no.
Yeah.
Dude, again, those are statements that are only designed for failure.
Yeah, it's not a good argument to use. Don't say that. Just don't say that.
Yeah. Again, don't use flowery language. Actually say what you need to say. Make a point. Don't flower up shit and like try to pad out your script. And don't say stuff like this. Stuff that is so blatantly like, okay, well, I'll do the one of the guy T-posing inside of a horse. Yeah, that'll be great.
Hold on. If you give me 1 minute, I will get an amazing fucking screen cap that proves your argument wrong. That every fucking frame ever would be great for a desktop background. Let me find this video quickly. Oh, you're gonna love this. Okay, let's see. Keep chat busy while I do this.
Okay. So, chat, how many of you are using your bingo card? So far, I just have the video essay voice, tangents, and such. No, something obscure but relevant.
What'd you know that was obscure but relevant?
Blacksmithing, when we were talking about how to go up, and then talking about what a perk would be, like knowing Damascus steel, because you would need to know different levels of chemistry for that.
Ah.
Oh, also, I guess I can work off of that tangent. We never lost the recipe for Damascus steel, guys. There was a crazy SciShow video, an absolutely insane SciShow video, where they were talking about how medieval blacksmiths were too stupid to know how to make Damascus steel, and it was only the more advanced and culturally enlightened Middle Eastern and Eastern blacksmiths who could do it. And so, like, because again, SciShow is fucking, yeah, we gotta spin that leftist garbage propaganda. But yeah, we never lost the recipe for Damascus steel. Okay, in fact, they were making better steels they were making forged steel. All right, Damascus steel is very beautiful and pretty, and the stuff the SciShow was showing was not Damascus steel; it was pattern welded steel.
All
So
right.
they couldn't even get that right.
I posted this image in chat, and I'm going to put it on screen in just a second. This is a screenshot from Vinesauce's, one of Vinny Vinesauce's Skyrim streams. I actually took this from the shorter video he uploaded of highlights, but God, that image is fucking massive. Let's reset. There we go.
I saw the image in our group chat. Oh god.
Every image is fucking a painting that you would put as your background. Character fucking clipping into the ground.
Yeah.
And by the way, there are so many others during this entire fucking video. Like, even through all of Vinny's streams, it's like these are. It's dumb to make these kinds of statements that oh, everything is going to always look perfect that you can use as a background. It's just silly. You are setting yourself up for goddamn failure.
Especially Skyrim. When you're saying that Skyrim is that way, it's like, oh boy, dude, no.
Yeah.
No, I'm sorry, no. Alright, we're ready?
Just a second. I want to check a couple things quickly. Someone might have sent their own screen. Okay, this isn't going to count because it's demastered, but I'm going to put this in chat too. Just because you guys might find it fucking amusing. Oh, why did it do that twice? Ah, why is it posting? God damn it!
Yeah, nice.
Okay, so just so chat knows, this obviously doesn't count because it's
Yeah, this is the demastered, so it does not count.
Yeah, but it is funny. All right. Let's see. Where did watch? There it is.
Paper. Why graphics are so mediocre? Because of to summarize, or at least.
But again, you're using mods because color and design were awful in the original release of Skyrim. It was all gray. It looked all washed out. It was incredibly washed out visuals.
Yeah, Skyrim is a very bleak-looking game.
Like again, you keep just tripping into the yes, and the mods make it colorful and stuff. It's like it's mods. Like what the fuck?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Mods just aren't an argument for why a game is good. You shouldn't need third-party material to make a game good. Yeah.
All right, here we go.
Oh, I just want to make one thing clear quickly, because some pedantic asshole will kind of bring it up, but like, compatibility things so you can actually play games that are no longer able to be played on modern systems is different from modding a game. When I say modding a game, I mean changing the content of the base game, not making it just so the game is fucking playable.
Yeah.
Because that comes up every so often when we say the whole mods thing comes up, so yeah.
Yeah, that's fair. Alright. Let me grab this before we start. Kroger says, to be fair though, bleak can have a beauty to it too. Like the landscapes of Iceland, gray rocks and sparse grass, but you still appreciate the majesty of it.
Oh yeah, we're not saying bleak is bad. It's just...
I would say another way to look at it is the game Control. Control has brutalism as its architecture. And Control is the game that made me enjoy the aesthetic appeal of brutalist style. You can absolutely do a bleak look, and Control's thing is very bleak and very much sterile and everything. But it's just the way it's designed is it has a beauty to it because they make things pop, like the plants and stuff like that pop out because it's against the gray backgrounds and everything.
Indigo sent a meme. I'm gonna put up on screen. Why is an image taking so long to load? Okay, there we go. Copy link. Paste in chat. And put on screen. Oh boy, this is massive too. Oh god. I made it bigger. Why'd resetting make it bigger?
Nice.
Every frame of painting that you could use as your desktop background, it wouldn't look out of place ever. Anyways, let's get back to the video.
Yep.
It was until I found an interview with Matt Carafano, Skyrim's art director, He put into words exactly how I felt. The world of Skyrim is what Bethesda's art team understand as epic reality. This
Epic reality?
The fuck is that supposed to mean?
Okay. All right. Well, he's going into that, but I just got to laugh at Skyrim's world design is epic reality. It's like, you mean being incredibly generic and like less majestic than what we would see in real life? What?
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Yeah, I was gonna say, look at them blurry trees. Oh yeah, look at them over there on the left side of the screen. Look at that. Just the smears of trees. Oh, dude. All right.
I felt. The world of Skyrim is what Bethesda's art means that there are dramatic views wherever you go. The goal being to make wherever you go.
Dramatic views wherever you go.
Wherever you go.
That is not fucking true.
That is
Holy
another
shit.
statement that is only designed for failure.
Now he's describing this as what the art director said, so
I know, but that's what I mean. The art director is like, dude, that's entire fluff and not even remotely true.
Creetosis, Gadelb epic reality. I don't make Gadelb. I can't add it to I can't open Notepad and put it on screen and type it down to put it to a parody video. I don't do that. Look, I already do a stream in a very similar format to EFAP. I cannot steal Mahler's fucking parody Guys, watch Gadelb. They're great.
Yeah, Goodell's video. Goodell videos are great.
Indigo quoting that one video, epic celestial.
Yeah.
What fucking video was that where it's like, it's celestially epic, or fucking whatever that stupid shit was?
Mm.
Yes, you can, Cree. No. I might eventually do an April Fool's type thing, but it won't be a Gadelb. Gadelb is Mahler's. I am not treading on that territory.
To show you the power of Skyrim, I sawed this game in half and repaired it with only flex tape. I started the game again, and it looks identical to the game before it was sawed in half. Oh. What? Honestly, your critique on Skyrim is great and all, but the biggest issue in this game is that I can't bang a dragon. Years of D&D have trained me for this, and I can't use my training.
What?
Dude. Yeah, bards. It's always the bard in the party. I roll to seduce the dragon. You what?
What?
Yep.
It's like, it's gonna be a 20. I got a natural 20.
Yep, nat 20, baby.
Why would you want to fuck the dragon?
It's every bard does it. Every fucking
one
bard
of
does
the
it.
best ways to derail a GM, just entirely a GM DM. It is the best way to like totally throw a spanner in the entire fucking campaign.
But
I roll to seduce the dragon. You do what now?
why? I think we should move on from this conversation topic and never speak of it again.
Dude, it is a classic D&D shitpost. And it's always the bard.
I like the Cthulhu shitpost you told me about instead.
The Cthulhu shitpost, Old Man Henderson, is great. Is a legendary shitpost. That is great.
Being amazed at the world you're walking.
I do want to point out, as Abdullah points at Creetosis, your reaction, Cree, that's why. Exactly. Oh, God. McDingus, dragons can polymorph if you're a coward. Oh, God. $2 super chat from Scoopmeister, thank you very much. Probably because Donkey did it. Oh, hello there. Donkey, what are you doing in my swamp?
The world of Skyrim is what Bethesda's art team understand as epic reality. This means that there are dramatic views wherever you go, the goal being to make you feel amazed at the world you're walking through. Well, they did it. Be it the jagged mountains, the thick white mist they're draped in, the endless caverns, crooks and nooks, ravines, sheer cliffs painted with greens, blues and whites as a cold flow of water slips off the edge.
Oh my God, stop the fluff!
Fucking kill me, god damn.
Jeez. Oh God. Stop the fluffery, please.
Yeah, that's painful.
God. Alright. Let's get
Colours they paint: pink, yellow, white, blue, and the way the sun pierces the treetops. The monolithic Nordic barrows standing within and without the mountains, cutting the mists. It's very smart.
Ah! Dude. Guys, don't do this. Don't do this level of floweriness, okay, guys? Don't get this flowery. Like, holy shit.
Waterfalls exist. Epic 11 out of 10. The Last of Us of Citizen Kane.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The barrows that stand within and without the mountain, cutting through the mist. It's like, oh, dude, no, don't. Yeah, that is some fucking... I saw it for a second there, Caleb Dawkins. That is definitely some fanfiction writing. I agree.
Yeah, this is...
Holy crap. This is stuff you do in writing to set a mood, a tone, in writing. Don't do this in your, like,
video
critique,
essay.
analysis, essay video. That's really fucking bad.
I come back and the first thing I hear is "kill me." Sounds like the coverage is going well. Yes.
Yeah.
But yeah, like Setch was saying, this is the kind of thing you do for setting a mood. It's like, it's a dark and gloomy night in this noir setting where mobsters are fucking doing whatever, and
the smoke of a yet another emptied gun fills the air.
Yeah.
As the city rots with the stench and decay of its corruption. That's how you set the mood.
Yeah, that's not how you describe things in your fucking video essay, because it makes you sound like a pretentious twat.
Yes. Yes, he is just appealing to emotions, for sure.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you can get that. I guess you can cross that off.
At $2 from Echo Wilder. Thank you. Best way to wake up is to an episode of Stag. Oh, well, thank you.
Oh, nice. I'm glad we could accommodate.
Yeah. We're only 4.5 minutes in, basically.
Boy. If my video was poised to appeal to people with complaints about the Elder Scrolls, this seems to be the opposite, pandering to Elder Scrolls 5's fans, Skyrim Bukkake. Yeah, basically.
Yeah.
Hey, Such, the best part is when the dragon comes back to the Bard for child support, and in court the Bard wins the custody.
What?
I still love if a DM is like, you succeed, and they go, but they're also a dominant, so roll for bludgeoning. It's like, oh shit. How do you kill off a shitposting bard? You continue the shitpost and return it on.
Very smart. So many dungeons in Skyrim will take you to the summits of such heights, giving a view that serves as a reward by itself. And it's not just the
my god!
Even looking at the...
Stop! Serving as a reward itself. Oh,
Did you see how shitty that little town looked down there? Let's go back.
Yes!
It's very smart then that so many dungeons in Skyrim will take you to the summits of such heights, giving a view that serves as a reward by itself. And
a view that serves as a reward by itself. Look how blurry those textures look in the distance.
Look at that smeared ground texture.
Look how shitty the fucking gate looks over here. It's brown, 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 then just a line in white, 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 white.
Yep. Oh, dude.
It almost looks like it's absorbing the fucking textures underneath it.
Yeah. That's fucking incredible. Again, don't make statements like this, especially when people can pause your footage. Just wow. It serves as a reward all on its own.
Yeah, that's...
Please, jump off that cliff and end this video.
Don't blame the textures for being blurry. The Dragonborn is just slightly nearsighted, obviously.
Dude, now those are kind of perks that are fascinating. Like, hey, you gain an extra level and let's say, like, you just get an extra level because you need to go through further training because you're nearsighted. Imagine that being an actual, like, negative trait you had.
Yeah.
Oh,
There's so much haze as to obscure the low detail models and far away low res textures. Yeah, I was just looking
Yep.
at this fucking
which
I
is
think-
why you don't get rid of the fog, by the way. Don't do mods that get rid of fog in Skyrim. Don't do it.
I also want to point out this little lumber mill down here. This in particular doesn't look too good. Because you can see, like, the stairs are just a flat ramp, and there's just, like...
Okay,
repeating...
I'm gonna co-opt you. It's worse than that. Can you see why it's worse than that?
I see a repeating texture. Very obviously
No.
repeating texture.
No. Look at the water wheel.
It's not even in the water.
Where the hell is the water coming from to get to the water wheel?
Yeah, so we see the water off to just the right of the middle. And then I think we see a little bit here on some rocks in between the trees right in the middle of the screen at the bottom.
Yep.
And then we go over here and we see water to the right of the water wheel. It's like maybe a little bit of the water is touching the wheel, but where the largest segment of the wheel is going to be in the water, it is not touching.
Yep.
Oh my god, I didn't even need to get the fucking Vinesauce screen cap of the woman clipping into the goddamn ground. Holy shit.
Oh god.
Yeah, this is why you don't make these kind of statements.
Yes.
And if you do, don't use this footage on top of it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Holy fuck.
Alright, here we go.
And
Oh, actually, sorry. Tangent time. Sumo definitely reminded me, nearsightedness, increased perception in close range, loss of accuracy at distance. In Space Station 13, you can actually take a perk to be entirely blind. And you might be saying, well, why would you do that? Because what blind does is it washes out all the color. You're literally in grayscale. And you can only see barely about a tenth of another tile around your character. That's it. Because it's mimicking the fact that your character can reach out and touch stuff. So why would you ever take that perk? Why would you ever take blindness? Because it's such a debuff. Well, because things that need to flash your eyes to convert you to their side, to corrupt you into the cult or anything like that, can't be used on you. You can't be stunned by bright lights or flashbangs. Which has led to quite a lot of shenanigans because the blind lizard botanist can't be stopped. Oh my god, wait, does the blind lizard botanist have chemicals? Oh god! It's the blind lizard botanist with chemicals, everybody run!
$7 from LT, thank you. The Dragonborn is nearsighted and the Lone Wanderer can't shoot properly. Hashtag headcanon, not headcanon, just normal canon. Hashtag canon. Nearsightedness doesn't explain the water vanishing, though.
Yeah. It's just funny. Basically a bird box proof character, yeah. There are videos, Indigo, I would love for you to join us sometime to watch some of the videos of, like, the blind... My favorite video on Space Station 13 was definitely the April Fool's episode for Melbert, where normally on Space Station 13, non-humans are not supposed to be in command roles, and it was April Fool's, so they got rid of that thing. So when Melbert decided to join, he was playing his blind lizard botanist. Well, his blind lizard botanist became the blind lizard captain. During a revolution round, so there are traitors on the station converting people to murder all the heads, all of the command staff. And it was great. It was fucking great. Oh, and brain damage in Space Station 13 is also funny. It makes the funniest sound. On Goon Station, if you get immense brain damage, your character will sometimes forget to open doors. And so you just hear this tink sound as your character literally smacks his forehead into the door. You just hear tink. And it never fails to crack me up.
guys. Even armor. I can't think of any game aside from Dark Souls that brought anything as good as this to the table.
You're looking at modded armor. Are you serious?
Is this modded armor? I know he showed one in the clip before, but is this still modded gameplay or not?
All right, well, let's make absolutely sure. I got to see what he goes through. The first one looked normal.
Yeah.
So we're going to go back.
I'm not sure what set this is, though.
That looks like the Orcish set on your screen.
Okay. I've never really used that. I've never really seen much of it, so... Yeah.
So here we go.
Landscapes.
Yeah.
Even looking at the armor.
So that all looks normal. That all looks like normal, unmodded.
Yeah.
Normal iron armor.
I can't think of any game aside from Dark Souls.
Normal elven armor looks like.
Steel.
No, steel.
Oh, that's
steel
steel.
plate. Yeah, steel
Oh,
plate.
I forgot. Yeah, then they added Nordic steel later.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
That brought anything as good as this to the table. Every single set somehow looks amazing.
Orc.
Mm.
That's the Orish armor.
Every single set somehow looks amazing.
That
I
shield
don't know
looks
about
pretty
that.
fucking garbage to me.
Yeah, I'm sorry. No. Just no. And you guys are going to see it. I will hit forward and you'll see a set that I think looks shit. Here we go. Did you see? Oh shit, it didn't move for you guys.
The Daedric are among the most badass
Oh.
The Daedric armor. I hate it because these pauldrons are shit. Your arms have literal like spines off of it. So, this is like damn near non-functional armor.
Yeah, you realize how much shit that would get caught on and not in a good way? That would fuck you up in a fight.
Oh, dude, and the amount of different leverage points that somebody could grab and wrench you down with. That's the same reason why I backtracked to the iron armor. That's why this is so bad. This is why Vikings never put horns on their fucking helmets. Because it's a leverage point. You can grab that, and now you can leverage the person and yank their head. That is not good.
Yeah, you really don't want horns on your armor, and there's a reason why Vikings didn't do it. I don't know where that came from. I know
It was the Victorian era. It was the Victorian era that put it in.
But such a pagan, the spiky bits look cool.
Actually, it's a good thing you mentioned that. Rule of cool. Bam.
I will admit, I do think the Daedric armor in this game looks pretty fucking cool. I like the way it looks. I know it's completely unusable, but I do like the way it looks. I will say that.
I just realized he credited who he's taking it from, Fudge Muppet. Up in the top corner.
Oh, yep.
Why couldn't he just get his own footage of a character in Daedric armor? He already did it for the fucking Iron, Steel, and Orcish.
Yeah.
I don't
Dude,
know.
and we want to talk about the stuff that looks awful. Dragon armor. Dragon armor in this game looks terrible.
Okay, yeah, dragon armor does look like shit.
I have no
especially
idea
the light
why.
armor.
Yeah. It's like, guys, imagine if you had done like a dragon mouth as your helmet. That would look fucking badass. No, can't do that. I actually hope he shows dragon armor so that if people haven't played Skyrim in a while and they don't realize how awful the fucking dragon armor looks, it is fucking terrible.
Oh man, I just remembered. Have you guys seen the what is it called? The Scribble series of this, like Senile Scribbles Skyrim thing. It's like an animation thing. So there's, god damn it. Okay, hold on. I gotta close this tab. It's playing sounds. Okay. So in it, there's I don't remember how many episodes there are, but there's a few episodes of it. It's basically a parody of Skyrim. It's pretty good, actually. And one of the things is like he's constantly going through the armor sets as he levels up, and eventually he gets like the dragon armor, which is that, the bone version, which admittedly does look a lot better than the light version, but it's still not great. But he then goes to,
in case he doesn't show the armor, I've linked it. Those are all the versions of the dragon armor.
Yeah.
Let me grab that quickly.
When he goes to,
oh my god.
What is it called? The DLC with the island. What's that place called again?
Solstheim.
Yeah, Solstheim. Yeah. Solstheim. Yeah, he goes to Solstheim, and he meets like the Dragonborn meets some guy wearing the new like stall rim set, which is the ice looking one or whatever.
Yeah.
And the guy's like, "Oh yeah, don't you want to look like me? Don't you want to look like a badass?" And the guy and the main character's like, "No, I don't want to look like a gay fairy ice skater. Okay, like I'm good. I'll stick with what I have."
Yeah, this looks fucking garbage.
The dragon armors are so terrible. It's so fucking terrible.
And you know what? This is actually setting my OCD off a bit because the third image, there's that there's the spikes on the one shoulder and the other doesn't have it.
See, I am fine with that to an extent. I will explain why. Not in this particular case. It should actually be the other way around. But the reason why is because your arm, your left hand, will be your less used hand. It's usually your offhand, your non-dominant hand. In this case, it'll be your shield arm. So your arm is already protected. Your arm, your shoulder, everything like that is protected behind the shield. You have a shield to deflect and protect. Those spikes should be on the right pauldron. And you should have more armor on your right arm because that's the arm that's going to be leaning out and going past your shield. The thing that's going to be out on its own. That's what you need to protect. It's why... let me get...
People are saying in chat that the third one that I was referencing is either modded or Creation Club.
Yeah, that's not vanilla. The one on the right side is the very first one. The one with the one that you're complaining about. Yeah, that's not vanilla.
Yeah. But the other two are.
Yeah, the other two are.
This.
Remember how there was no...
No, not really.
Remember how there was no Dragonbone weapons in the base game either, and that had to be added in fucking Dawnguard after a mod added them in?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And added better versions of them too in the mod.
So this picture, they I don't know why they swapped hands, but here you go. So witch hunters in Warhammer Fantasy, they will armor up their dominant arm because that's the one that's going to be their sword hand. That's the one that's going to be out and in front of them more. It's going to be stabbing, thrusting, slashing. And their non-dominant hand will use a pistol. So this one is actually reversed. I don't know why whoever made the concept art decided to reverse it. I mean, it does look pretty cool with the pistol forward instead of back, but still. But yeah, that's the same basic concept there. That's why his dominant arm has the shoulder pauldron, while the non-dominant arm doesn't. It's a style for sword fighting. When you're going to lean your left arm, you're going to lean the entire left side of your body back away from the target, and then keep your right side forward. So you have your right side heavily armored in comparison.
You know what I could absolutely never fucking stand?
What's that?
In World of Warcraft, I know you don't like World of Warcraft, there's one particular shoulder piece item that just drives me fucking insane looking at it. It is... Okay, let me get the image in here. And let me copy the link and get this on screen. One pauldron! One! I hate it. I hate it so much.
Oh, yeah.
It annoys the fuck out of me to no end. I despise this fucking item. I hate it.
What the fuck?
I can't tell you how much I fucking hate that item. From the first time I saw it,
It's such armor is just cool looking fabric. Hollywood said so. The way they treat armor in a lot of like fantasy titles where they literally can cut through it like butter is ridiculous.
Yeah.
How does he get that on there? Glue? The game doesn't account for you not wearing a chest piece. I don't know why that character didn't have a chest piece on. It was probably a transmog set someone made, but normally there's a chest piece there, so you could assume it's attached to something. My problem is there's one pauldron! One! Why? I hate it.
Yeah.
I can't tell you how much I despise that fucking item.
I'd rather just have just completely bare top than have that one fucking thing sitting on my arm. That would be
Yeah.
so annoying.
I got that item as an upgrade once. I fucking threw it away because I couldn't stand fucking looking at it.
Yeah. I
There
would
you
get
go,
rid of
Cree.
it.
Let's see.
That's another one of the same thing of just showing. So
Yeah.
see, his non-dominant hand has the pistol because you just need to aim and shoot. Your hand that needs to be more dexterous and nimble will have his sword. So that one is also armored with a thicker gauntlet. You can see he's got a bracer on the back of his wrist and everything. He's got the two knives, the two daggers that are also acting as additional protection on his forearm on his right hand. And he has the right pauldron.
See, this I don't even have a problem with because both shoulders are still armored. There's one is just metal, the other looks leather or something. But the point is, there's still something there. It isn't just a void of armor for no goddamn reason.
What's funny is this is actually, looking at it now, this is actually the suit of armor that my character is based off of. Holy shit.
Oh.
That's fucking weird. Hold on, let me get that. Hang on, since we're already on tangent mode. Let's go tangent for slightly longer. And I'm going to grab that real quick and show.
Well, considering we're not even 5 minutes into this video, 2 hours and 20 minutes in, I think it's safe to say we could cut the plus more maybe off the fucking title.
Probably. Yeah, that kind of looks like a bit of a gambeson on the arm.
And they wear a steel breastplate underneath the armor too. So.
Yeah. Yeah. God, now that you bring it up, the whole like cutting through armor like butter thing, that's one of the things I liked about Berserk was that they showed that that's not a normal thing. And the fact that Guts was able to cut that like onion dude in half, well, not in half, but he like managed to get through part of the armor and then hit him in the head and get through the helmet and kill him. And that was like, you know, like it basically stopped the entire fight because it was so like insane that he was able to do that. And obviously because he had a gigantic fucking sword that he shouldn't have been able to hold, but it's like, but it treats that as like, yeah, that's not normal. You usually can never do that. Only certain people can, like him, who are basically special. We'll just go with that. They're special.
Yeah, there you go. See? Same armor.
Copy link.
I just simplified it.
Let's put that up, and then let's put that up.
And I like that. By the way,
it.
I like the reddish brown. That's what I use for mine.
Yeah, pretty good.
Yeah, because I think it makes the filigree along the brim of the capitaine stand out more. Which I mean, look at that! Look at that hat. The filigree just pops.
Oh, that one's a lot bigger.
Yeah. Well, one of them is used for. One of them, the final one, it should be, is that one's used for the start screen on my stream.
Ah.
And the one in the middle is one of the icons. This is what I was talking about. I was saying like the emotes. That's why I didn't like the emotes we got from the one guy for me. It's like you can get a lot more detail out of emotes and be fine. This is literally a Twitch emote.
Yeah, I didn't really care for one of mine. The one with the gun. I don't know why he made it the way he did.
Yeah.
Well, we could still find someone who can make emotes.
I've got someone working on mine. I'll have to see. It's not a priority for him though, but I've got someone working on mine.
Didn't Bethesda want to make a Game of Thrones game? Jesus fucking Christ, I hope not.
Really, really hope.
Game of Thrones doesn't need any more damage after season fucking 8. Or season fucking 5.
Yeah, there you go, guys. Yep, sorry for that tangent, but again, we're called Some Tangents Are Guaranteed for a reason.
Yeah.
Alright, now back to it. Let's see what he brings up here.
Apparently the stream is buffering a bit. YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. As such, viewers will experience buffering. Hopefully, that sorts itself out.
Yeah. Alright, here we go.
Yeah.
the most badass things I've ever laid eyes on. In fact, I remember spending hours of my time watching Skyrim armor compilations on YouTube because I was so enchanted with it. How the art team managed to do this when most RPGs are competing for who.
We've got something to talk about with this set. You know what happens when you're wearing the Nightingale set and you happen to be a creature that doesn't have a normal, mostly flat face?
Oh, this always annoyed me. This is why my Khajiit character could never wear this set of armor. Because one, the fucking capes make your tail disappear, and two, the fucking hood crushes your face into a human shape. And I was like, what the fuck is happening to my character? So I was like, no, I cannot wear this. Get this shit off my screen.
Let me see if I can find the image.
I want to find that comic. I want to find that comic. Here's the comic. Oh, this isn't that armor, but it's the same basic principle.
Alright, let's see here. Because I remember there being...
Oh, I hate that. I hate how big that fucking thing was. Why is the link that big? But there you go.
Yes, you've had me show this on stream before.
Yeah.
And yeah. It's still showing the old chat. We'll have to switch over to the new fucking... God damn it, that's annoying. Holy Christ.
Yeah, I've never known OBS to just go down like that over something like that. That's weird.
Yeah, I've never seen that before. Okay, I'm gonna disable stream chat quickly while I switch over to the new stream. Fucking goddamn it.
Blame Canada.
Hey, fuck you.
Yeah, well, there we go. At least we're getting everybody moved.
Blame Canada. Canada had nothing to do with it, goddammit. Alright, let's, live... Uh-oh. How do I get to the... I think I go here. God, it's another fucking stream I have to stitch back to fucking together in, Vegas after the fact. God damn it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking of when it
That's the
went down.
most frustrating thing when anything happens is, oh, now I have to take the stream down and combine them back together.
Yep.
Jeez.
Let's see here. Okay, that should just work. There we are. Alright. So I'm gonna try putting in that image again. Let's hope this doesn't fuck up.
No, do the second one. Do the second one.
Oh. I didn't realize he posted another copy.
Yeah, that one I directly put into Discord, so it should be
link.
much smaller. Yeah, that's a much more manageable link.
Yeah. Alright. So, this is what the stream died for last time. Oh god, that's giant. Ty, what happened to your what happened to your Argonian nose? Got lost in oblivion, I suppose. Since when do you care about my nose? That was the less horrible thing of your human-looking anatomy.
Meanwhile, in oblivion.
Yeah, that was a more comic version of the issue, but you see what we're getting at here. This is the exact problem with the Nightingale armor and other headpieces in fucking Skyrim. It doesn't account for Argonians or Khajiits having muzzles that just fucking vanish when you put them on. Oh, cool, Indigo. That'll help out a lot. Thank you. Who does this comic?
Definitely show us that, Indigo, because it sucks when that happens.
Just crediting the person who made this comic. This was 2014 by Doku-sama on DeviantArt, I guess.
Yep.
So yeah. Anyways, let's get fucking Watch Together back up, and yeah, there used to be an image I had that similar to that one image about Fallout 3 and its issues. There was an image I had that showed a bunch of issues with Skyrim. I don't know where that is anymore. $2 from Peace Was Never an Option. Thank you. Todd Howard didn't like the Skyrim slander. Oh god. Anyways, we good to continue?
Yep.
Yeah.
Who can be the most unique, but they deserve every ounce of recognition for it. In this way, Skyrim is much like Darksiders 2. Despite the low-rung graphical quality, these games will still look good even when the industry has made photorealism standard. On the
Okay, things can look good without being photorealistic, but Skyrim is not.
Skyrim is not one of them. Darksiders 2, I will agree, because Darksiders 2 is pure art style. They didn't go for graphical realism and stuff like that. Like, holy shit, my dude. Skyrim will still look great, but no, because its art style and aesthetic are terrible. Oh.
And also, we're 5 minutes into this 36-minute video, and why did we love Skyrim? And all he's talking about so far is graphics and mods.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's all he's brought up so far.
Photorealism is overrated. Big agree.
I agree
Very,
with that,
very
too.
big agree.
Dude, the only reason I like photorealism in Minecraft is because it is fascinating to see the voxel nature of Minecraft in photorealism. So it's like, whoa.
Yeah, it's very surreal.
They contradict each other, which is what makes it so fascinating.
He's praising base Skyrim graphics while showing modded textures. Are the textures on screen modded?
Yes.
Yep. They're
Yeah,
higher
no.
resolution.
Yeah, they definitely do not look like that. You couldn't see the
Yeah.
like individual cracks and stuff like that in the original game.
Yeah, that's very not good for your video. I mean, if you
Yeah.
manage to trick people, I guess you've managed to trick people, but for anyone who knows what's really going on, then yeah, that's not a good
Skids,
look.
his OBS crashed, so that's why there's two. Indigo's going to show us a thing that allows the stream not to end when stuff crashes like that, so we can literally just go back into the other stream just
Yeah.
instantly.
Yeah.
All right.
The other end of the spectrum's music. There's a reason it fits so well. Before the
Music, oh my god. Tell us why the game is good! Fucking
Yeah.
hell.
What is all this superficial shit? Like this should all be bonus stuff.
Yeah, this
Oh my
is
This should
God.
not be like substantial reasons for why the game is good.
this should
Yeah,
be the
the-
stuff you put at the end.
This is the icing on top of the cake, okay? All right. Come on. If I get double standards in here somewhere, I've got a bingo.
sound director was even in Howard was on it with Jeremy, discussing the main theme, which would be used as a flavor piece for the rest of the entire game, and since it was so fantastic, the rest of the score. You can hear those drums in many of the sound effects too. Jeremy would compose individual pieces for many of the locations like caves and ruins, and he'd split those pieces into woodwinds, drums, etc., send them over to the sound team, who would then very easily edit them into background music. Some of the calmest, most atmospheric music in games as a whole is heard in this.
Some of the most calming and atmospheric music in games as a whole, in the entire gaming genre, is in this game.
Bullshit. I
Also-
don't think it's bad, but I don't think it's better than a lot of other stuff.
Also, keep in mind that this game straight up has several tracks from Morrowind in it, so...
Yes.
Yeah.
Soul does earn his labeling as the John Williams of video game music. Much like the music and the sound, almost
Okay.
everything that you see appears to share a palette. White, black, grey, brown, with faint greens, blues and oranges. You'll
Oh my god, stop listing fucking colors! Jesus Christ!
Yeah. Again, you're supposed to talk about why did we love Skyrim, and you're just constantly fixated on the color palettes and everything like that. Yeah, but look at the texture work. Look at this rock, literally closest to the screen. look how fucking awful that rock looks. Okay? Dude, they should have gone for a more of an art style. They should have gone for aesthetics over their graphics.
Color, epic, celestial, bone-chilling. Yeah. So saying they used a good color palette doesn't convince me this is a good game. It just tells me that they didn't use an ugly combination of like bright neon and other fucking colors. Like, I can just see that by looking at the game that they didn't use bright neon.
Yeah. So
add flowery color language to bingo card. Just flowery language would be good.
I think we have flowery language. I'm pretty positive I have flowery language.
If not, you could check the setup you've got to see if it's in there later.
You'll see that in the UI, the buildings, the animals, even the faces themselves. The feeling of Skyrim, then, is conveyed almost constantly. It's a thick, immersive atmosphere that plants you within the world, thereby amplifying the sense of exploration and the narrative elements. A quality Skyrim shares with the more recent Bethesda games is its jank. When it's game-breaking, there's nothing more frustrating. But with patches, they're unlikely. It's much more probable.
You shouldn't need patches to fix such things.
Also, that is not true, because it's only unofficial stuff, mods, that make it unlikely. No, it is incredibly fucking common.
Yeah.
Even on the latest patch of Skyrim, it is incredibly fucking common.
Yeah, let me correct what I said there. Patches should be made to fix the game because those are official. What you shouldn't need are fan-made patches or mods to fix everything. And the fact that these issues can still exist, the fact that you are able to fucking get these, the footage of this shit still fucking happening shows that it's a problem.
Yeah. I swear the game gets buggier with each patch. Yeah, that can happen a lot too. Because here's another aspect of game design. When you patch something, it's a crapshoot. There are different terms for it, but the term that I was taught back in the day was Hydra. It's the Hydra effect. You cut off one head, you fix this one bug, but what you didn't realize was that these 3 other systems decided to tie into this particular code strain as being consistent to make consistency for rest of code strains that bloom off of it. So you fixing this one code, this one line of code, you didn't realize that all these other lines of code called back to that one line of code now that you've broken so many other things. It's the Hydra effect. It's easy to get a fucking spaghetti factory when it comes to coding.
It's like that one joke you occasionally see. 99 bugs on the wall. Take one down, patch it down. 128 bugs on the wall.
Yeah.
Yeah, Fallout 76 had this issue for a while. It might still have it too as well. I don't know about now, but for a while, it would be like every time a patch would come out to fix something, it would cause like 4 or 5 new issues.
Yep. Oh boy, here we go.
Yeah.
Into examples of the Todd Howard charm. I mean, honestly, this stuff never ends, but it's a part of the game. Should it be buggy? No. Do Skyrim fans very much enjoy the bugs though?
Shit. Okay, Skyrim fan. I'm gonna ask for you people legitimately that are Skyrim fans, okay? Do you enjoy these bugs? Do you unironically enjoy all these bugs?
I should also say, too, that even if Skyrim was an amazing game, these bugs would be an issue because it makes it harder to take the game seriously.
Yeah, these things destroy immersion.
Yeah.
And keep in mind, this is in his main list of things that people like. So far he's mentioned the way it looks, the way it sounds, and bugs as positives.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, these are the reasons people like it.
And
if a reason people like your game, and one of the main reasons is because it's a buggy mess and that makes it kind of funny, your game is shit.
Yeah, I want to go back to Vinny Vinesaucer's stream again too, where he played through Skyrim. we were referring to how Serana would randomly interact with objects and would make Vinny lose his shit. That's not the kind of thing you want to happen in a game you're supposed to take seriously. Like, the reason he broke out laughing so many times, especially during the Black Sacrament one, because holy shit, that was funny, is because of how fucking insanely ridiculous it is. You have this ancient vampire that's randomly hammering on people's houses because the game detected that there is an animation point there. Or that she does the Black Sacrament because that's where the animation point is. That is not good for your game.
Hobocop. That's like AVGN complimenting Big Rigs.
Big Rigs is an amazing... all Big Rigs fans love that you can reverse infinitely and accelerate infinitely in reverse.
Yeah, you go into hyperspace by
what?
driving in reverse. Yeah, they love it that you could drive right through fucking houses and like street poles and fucking mountains and shit.
Nothing has any fucking collision physics. Yeah, not good. Very, very not good.
Yeah,
Fix
even
your
the
shit.
bridges. You can't even drive over the bridges. You just clip through it down into the canyon and then
Yep.
down and through that, and then up again.
Vertically up the hill.
Yeah. The bridges are just there for show.
But yeah, all Skyrim fans love the bugs. This is another thing. Don't say everyone does a thing unless it's something that literally everyone does, like breathe.
Everyone breathes oxygen. Well, yes.
Oh.
'cause-
That reminds me, because we made the same response to Sorcerer Dave's second video. Remember how in that stream, he made the argument in his video that, if you want to appeal to, or Bethesda was appealing to hardcore fans, they made Dragonborn, which takes place on Solstheim, which was in an expansion of Morrowind, as if that was a fucking argument. Someone
Yeah, that was
commented...
crazy.
Someone commented that, no, Dragonborn was clearly nostalgia pandering. New Vegas was appealing to hardcore fans of the previous games. But,
Yep.
in addition to that, during that stream I had mentioned another video I had seen talking about Morrowind and Morrowind, or whatever the Morrowind...
Skyrim, I think. Or sorry, no.
I think it
Skywind.
was Skywind.
Yeah.
I had mentioned a video that someone had made that I had seen years ago where they had said something to the effect of, I respect the people who are making the Skywind mod that, it's cool that they're doing that, but I can't help but feel they're missing the point because there's so much gone from Skyrim that made Morrowind so good that Morrowind being remade at the Skyrim engine isn't going to play the same, essentially. You remember how I said that?
Yeah.
They did say...
You want to hear the twist?
Go ahead.
That was Sorcerer fucking Dave.
Yeah.
After he did this
Wow.
these two massive videos to try to explain why it wasn't dumbing down and all that shit, where, it's totally fine. Why would you want all this stuff from Morrowind?
What's worse, the Skywind team said they're dumbing down their thing.
They
to
did?
play with the Skyrim system. Yeah, they're doing the perk system. I was like, don't. Why? Yeah, so I have no faith in Skywind right now.
Yeah, me neither.
Yeah,
Fight out
big
Super
agree.
Chat for Peace was never an option. Thank you very much. I don't know what the complaint about big rigs is. As a truck driver, I can confirm that is how semi trucks work IRL.
Well, I don't doubt that semi-trucks could go through a lot of buildings without too much trouble to a point. There's still gonna be collision physics as you plow down the wall and destroy fucking everything in your path. Skywind, no, Wonder Woman. That Kal-El no line is fucking great.
Yeah.
Kal-El, no.
All right, we ready?
Yeah, we're ready.
Are a lucky bunch. I have seen some incredible bugs in my time, but they certainly don't compare to the things I've heard of. Did you know that the mannequins in Skyrim are alive? They're Nords, retextured and imprisoned in wooden skin, coded to be still forever. But
Yes,
sometimes
I'm aware.
the code breaks. If I were them, I'd want revenge. A quality Skyrim.
Okay.
Oh,
What
God.
the fuck?
That was fucking stupid.
Yeah,
that was stupid.
That was lame as fuck.
God, again, guys,
Why-
bugs are not a good thing. All right.
Why is this a reason that everyone loves Skyrim? Can you explain that to me, Whitelight?
Yeah.
Why is this a reason that everyone loved Skyrim? Because, man, no. I never liked that.
Yeah.
I understand why it broke. Obviously not the details behind why exactly it broke, just that there's something fucked up in the code which made it break sometimes, and mannequins would either be walking around or you'd see them in different positions or moving around. Like,
Yep.
okay.
Every time I would reload my game or like start it up again when I was in a room with a mannequin, when like as the game was booting up, you could see it like moving and then it would lock back into place. And I'm just like, what the fuck? Like,
Yeah,
why
and
are
that-
you moving?
And that shit is annoying. That is incredibly annoying.
All right. $5 super chat from Kitten Pyro Now. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
It's been so long, like 3 months since I watched the stream. Was the fake cat because that account had a free month of YouTube Premium? What'd I miss?
3 months. How long? What was 3 months ago? That was October. Well, you missed quite a bit.
Pain, suffering. Pain
Pain. Dune was good. Bebop Flix was bad, and there is an entire industry of terrible fucking Elder Scrolls and Fallout videos.
Yeah.
We also covered Movie
Also-
Bob's Last Jedi video and his Dune video. And the second I said Movie Bob, I got a little bit of a headache, so I should probably stop doing that.
Also, I just noticed something. This wreck makes no sense right here on screen. The top deck is completely like cleanly sheared, but then the sides are all busted. But then you have two masts that would both interfere with each other.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
This ship doesn't make any sense whatsoever. What the fuck?
Let me find an image of an undamaged ship, because this is the thing. They'll use alternate versions of the same ship model. So, like, all the shipwrecks in Morrowind are the same design as the actual ships you see in use in Morrowind. So, I'm going to guess it's the same thing here, and we'll see what a normal ship looks like. Just give me a second to go find that image.
There needs to be a middle part, but it doesn't make sense. Look how close these two pieces are together. It doesn't make sense to be a middle part.
Yeah, they'd be like right up against each other.
Like, now if this front half of the ship was like
Oh my
maybe on a
God.
different iceberg, sure. Oh no.
It's so much worse, Setch. It is so much
Oh
worse.
no.
The
All right.
actual ships in Skyrim do have those two masts right next to each other.
No. Give me a pic.
I am posting it in chat right now.
Oh my god. Okay.
Oh my god.
All right, I'm going to get this up on screen because
So they thought they realized what the problem was with doing this double mast thing. Oh, but the wind from the back one will stop the wind going into the front one. What they didn't then also realize was you cannot tack into the wind. You cannot go into the wind with this ship design whatsoever. Because your fucking masts can't turn.
also look how fucked this dock is. The dock goes behind the ship where it should be able to sail straight out into the bay.
Yeah, because look, if it goes
'Cause-
forward, it's going to hit the rocks in front of it.
Well, no, I'm sure there's a space there where it could get around, but it has to do
No,
with
no, no,
fucking U-turn to get out of there.
The rocks, because remember, unless it drops off like a sheer fucking cliff,
Right.
there is no
rock
there's
just under the water.
Yeah,
Oh
we
my
know that's not a sheer fucking cliff because you have to jump in the water to do the mission for the Thieves Guild. There's a chest with Belmora Blue in it. You have to jump off and go down there to look at that. And I've seen that bit down there so many times. Yeah, no, those rocks go like a pretty decent amount out underneath the water.
It's kind of like how in Oblivion there's ships in the bay that's supposed to go to the sea, but if you actually follow the river down past Breville and Bruma, there's points in that section where it's like there's only a couple inches of water there. There's no way a ship can get out to sea from the Imperial City docks. Especially considering there's wooden bridges across this water too. They're like low down to the water.
The worst part with this is they can't physically do that because of the way the ship masts are designed. They can't back the ship into this port.
Deus Vult pointed something else out. Look at the ramp.
Yeah, it's permanent. It's permanent.
Yeah, it's not a gangplank that you lay down between the dock and the ship. That is built in.
That is so stupid.
This image is so fucking cursed.
Now, okay, let us play the super to be fair devil's advocate thing. Is this now somebody's house and not an actual ship anymore?
No, it's a ship. It's literally like a merc ship. They literally talk about going off to sail soon when you go to talk to them. When you when you tell the woman like, hey, where's the Belmora Blue that you promised my client so that we can, frame the guy on the ship like a little bit down the ways from here, she will literally mention like, oh yeah, we're going to be setting sail soon, so whatever. They do mention setting sail at some point in the future, so no, this is not meant to be a static home.
Oh god. All right, yeah. Fucking amazing.
God. And then you mentioned that thing about like the river can't take you out to the sea and stuff.
Well, that's in Oblivion.
Yeah, but fucking Riften. Have you followed the fucking Riften river? There's no way you could get a ship in there, yet there's like 2 or 3 ships in the dock. Where the fuck are they going?
Doesn't it just lead out into a lake?
Pretty much. Yeah, it does, because then there's a waterfall. Yeah, you're right. It does. So it's literally, it's a fucking stream that is cut off by different, like, there's literally a bit where, like, a castle, like, collapsed or whatever and has filled it up. So there's no way for the boats to get through there. But even if they did, it would just open up into a fucking lake. And the only way to get out of that lake with a boat like that would be to go over the fucking waterfall, which is it's literally the biggest waterfall in the game.
Are you telling me you're not going to fucking Dukes of Hazzard jump off the waterfall with your fucking ship?
No, this is not Sinbad, okay? We can't fly these fuckers out to sea.
No, I want to mention something. Ken Pyro now said, would it be forgiven if it was stated in game that it was someone's home? Yes, because you could say that this was a ship that ran aground, and then they decided, well, we can't salvage the ship, we can't get it off the rocks or anything like that, so they just left it there, and then they slowly built a dock up around it, and then now this is somebody's home. That could absolutely work. But the fact that it's supposed to be, that's why I said I'm playing devil's advocate. If they stated that this was somebody's home, I could see the logical series of events to make this happen, to build a dock literally to a point where this ship can't get out. But no, this is actually a boat that is supposed to operate as a boat still.
Yeah.
That does not work.
I don't know if there's actually 3 in Riften, 3 ships. I just know that there is a ship. There might be more. I know there's at least 1, but either way, where the fuck is that? I mean, it can't be for the honey place or whatever, because that's literally right down the road. It would probably be quicker to actually just transport things down that little path to that place than it would be to take it all by boat from the dock to there. So that's useless. You're not going to use it for that. You can't leave that area because as soon as you leave, it's fucking blocked off with rocks and shit. So you literally can't go anywhere. So how the fuck are they there?
Oh man, the more we learn, the more awful it is.
I'm just
No,
trying to see
levitation's illegal. No self-respecting man in Skyrim would use levitation, okay? No. We don't use that forbidden shit here.
I was just trying to find
God,
another
I hate that
angle.
they did that.
I was just trying to find another angle in that screenshot. I can't. It's either mods showing like different ships, or it's just like other bad angles on that same ship.
Yeah, and I can't even look at the Riften docks without constantly getting the Riften dock overhaul mod and everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, enhanced docks for Solitude. Ah! Alright, let's... Oh no! Frontier mod for Skyrim! No more Frontier! It's probably a different one, but still. I mean, it absolutely is a different one.
$5 super chat from Hazmat Sad Boy. Thank you very much. Jesus, man, I always thought it was supposed to be a home. No, apparently it is a working ship. In some fantasy world, because that would never work.
In fact, let me look that up just to make 100% sure. I very firmly remember her saying something about setting sail, but let me make 100% sure, just so we could say that we're 100% correct on this.
Alright.
I'm out of the loop. Why is levitation bad? Reasons. They made it illegal for reasons.
Yeah, they just decided to make it illegal.
It's illegal. Not that it doesn't exist anymore. Bethesda literally stated it's illegal. So all those criminals and everything are just going to obey the law of no levitation. Because reasons.
Oh god. Yeah, the sails are definitely, I just went to it's called the Red Wave. And yeah, it's got those two god awful sails right next to each other. Ugh.
Yep.
Okay, let me go through here and make sure.
Find out the super chat from Terra24. Thank you very much. And before levitation is deleted to make creating dungeons easier, therefore more boring. Well, I mean, that's exactly what they did. They got rid of levitation so you wouldn't be able to levitate over the walls of the Imperial City.
Or so you couldn't cheese the mazes they put in the game, like that one in Morrowind where you could just levitate through to the end.
It's just a crazy world with orcs and zombies. They don't need to make sense. Oh, dude, man. It's fucking great. I love the fact that I saw when I was looking at that ship, I'm like, this ship just makes no fucking sense.
Yeah, I'm not seeing anything on the wiki page saying that it's permanently docked or anything. So, yeah.
Yep. Alright. Are we ready to continue Whitelight's video?
Oh, yep, here we go. She even says, if you ask her, is there any other way to earn the Belmora Blue? She will say, I'm afraid not. How else can a poor, overworked sailor like myself expect to earn a living? So, yeah, she literally straight up admits that she's a sailor and this is her... Well, we already know it's her ship. But, yeah, that's literally her job. So, that would require this ship to work.
Yeah. All right. Well.
So, yeah.
Oh, Indigo actually did send another image, and he pointed out part of the dock is underwater. Oh, God. Okay, I'm going to share this on screen quickly. Let's see here. Copy link, and...
Yeah, no, the ship design itself is awful. The ship design makes no logical sense whatsoever.
Yeah, part of the dock is just straight up fucking underwater.
Yeah, that bit at the end. What the fuck? Why?
Ladies and gentlemen, Skyrim.
Yeah.
It breaks at every fucking turn.
I love how every time he brings up something, we pause it and we're just like, oh my god, what the fuck? It's like, how does he not see this shit?
But he's talking about the visuals and everything. It's like, yeah, these nonsensical ship designs and everything like that are just like, ooh. Literally, the front mast interferes with the main mast. It's... Oh, God. Yeah, navigating with that ship would be awful.
I like
Absolutely awful.
Indigo's recent comment. Bugged boat mechanics.
Yeah.
Oh god, DSP is a fucking sailor captain in goddamn Elder Scrolls.
All right, here we go.
Yeah, let's continue.
Shared by the more recent Bethesda games is the sheer amount of care and creativity that went into populating the world. It's
Care and creativity after we just had that massive discussion about how fucked that dock is and how fucked the ships are.
And how fucked Riften is, just in general. Like, dude, there is not a lot of care and creativity. Or need we bring up Solitude, the fact that it could not stand on that rock?
Oh,
That would not work.
I'll give them creativity. It takes a creative mind to put one mast right in front of the other. Care,
Yeah.
no.
Yeah, absolutely not care.
Let's have the dock loop around the ship in a way that makes no goddamn sense. You know what? That's a creative solution to a problem. It's not the right solution.
Sheer care and creativity. Incidentally, coughed on some coffee. I think it means. I think Indigo is like taking a sip and like, what did he say?
Accidentally coughed on that.
Yeah.
See,
Coughed out coffee.
that's one of the things I always kind of find funny is when people are like, the amount of care that went into making this game. But then you have someone like me, just some fucking asshole who's pointing out, hey, look how stupid this is and that is, and oh, look at all these problems in the main story. There is definitely no fucking care there.
Yeah.
Like, it's just hilarious when people say there's care put into a game when there very clearly fucking isn't.
20 Danish crowns from Gangwin47. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
As a sailor IRL, that ship is a curse to me. Yeah.
More curse than the fucking Black Pearl.
$5 from Terror24. Hell, that rock couldn't stand on that rock. Yeah.
hard to find something innocuous. There's always a
Okay, the
Okay,
video
I'm-
skipped for me there.
Innocuous and innocent, and then watch the guard, the lookout.
Oh my god, Indigo, that is fucking brutal. Did the captain of the Costa Concordia design that boat dock? You know what? Maybe.
Oh, dude, that's savage.
Fucking brutal. Jesus Christ.
And then it turns out that she was sleeping with the captain. Oh, what a scandal! And then they had a reporter who was also sleeping with the captain. What is it with this man? Is he like the Italian Fabio? I love.
See, I had seen some of Indigo's videos a couple years ago, and obviously we've had him on stream so many times. I didn't think he was so fucking savage and ruthless. I never would have guessed something like that coming from him.
All right.
the more recent games is
Now
the sheer
watch
amount
this.
of care and creativity that went into populating the world. It's hard to find something completely innocent
What you looking at there, buddy? What you looking at?
This is a mighty interesting wooden support beam.
I gotta be the lookout for this place. Hold on. Ah, yes. Termite damage.
Yes, wood.
Okay, go.
and innocuous. There's always a secret. There's always something interesting to uncover. I entered a crack
Literally no. Okay, so
No,
There-
I fully disagree.
there is a house in the fields around Whiterun. If you enter it, you'll get attacked by a necromancer. And if you kill him, all you've got is a fairly generic, boring house with some alchemy ingredients. I think an enchanting table, an alchemy table. And that's about it. And despite this character being permanently hostile, taking anything still counts as stealing, so have fun with that. You can't use the bed because it's owned by him. What
Yeah. it's so
secret
stupid.
is in there? There's a random hostile NPC who's a necromancer, I guess? Is that a secret? Because I found out as soon as I entered this random house.
Yeah, it's not really like you're not really. God, when fucking ESO does it so much better, when you actually have to go like treasure map exploring and stuff like that to dig up buried treasure and shit.
Bright Sun Films also did a good video about Concordia. That they did. I think Internet Historian did as well, didn't he?
Internet Historian, yep, he called it the cost of Concordia,
Yeah.
and it is fucking hilarious. He was the one that was pointing out and she was sleeping with the captain. Oh dear, something like that. And then it goes to later on, the magazine, lady who was interviewing for the magazine, and then he's like, and she was sleeping with the captain too. What is this guy? The fucking Italian Fabio? What the hell? You so precious when you smile, and they were doing the captain. It's like, oh dude, oh man.
Back then once, only for a vampiric drug operation. What about Ysolda, who's secretly been running a meth business the whole time? Or Rorikstead, who are theorized to be entirely populated by Daedra worshippers? A lot to take in, huh? But they have fertile lands.
Okay, so you add things to the game where secretly something is happening in a few random places. Does that make the game good? I don't know. Morrowind had stuff like this. Oblivion had stuff like this. You could go into
New Vegas has stuff like that.
Yeah. Where you could just go to a place and find, I don't know, stuff happening that isn't quite normal. Is this supposed to prove why we all liked Skyrim? I really don't get these arguments.
Despite the tundra, they're in town despite 2 recent newborns, which means they both died in childbirth. Yet there's a healer in town. So how's that possible?
Well, maybe
Wait.
oh my god. Just because there's a healer in town doesn't mean he's going to save every single fucking person who has a medical incident.
Yeah, and especially childbirth is a very traumatic experience. There's a reason that a lot of women died in childbirth. It's not like an easy peasy thing.
Oh my god. I got my head blown off by a fucking cannonball. Someone better put a fucking band-aid on it to fucking save me. Oh, we had a medic on site. He put some gauze on the fucking decapitated head. We somehow lost him. I don't understand it.
Oh,
Yeah.
It gets worse. This gets so much worse. This isn't even a confirmed thing. This guy, I know what he's going to try and do. He's going to try and say Rorikstead is run by Daedra worshippers, and that's why it's able to grow all of its food. They're sacrificing the women to Daedra to keep their farms going well, which is never confirmed. It is a theory, and that's it. That's all it is. But he's going to sit here and say, oh, it's some deep, mysterious thing. It's literally a theory. Nobody even knows if it's true.
Dude. Not only that, but he's like, they obviously died in childbirth. It's like, obviously died in childbirth. Do you got a source on that one?
Yeah.
Citation needed?
Yeah. That's definitely a citation fucking needed.
I'm just stuck at the part with, oh, people died despite there being a healer. You know, having a healer or a medic or a doctor doesn't guarantee that someone's going to live?
Yep.
Yeah.
Like, holy fucking shit.
Wait, you're telling me that when people go to the hospital, they can die? What? But there's doctors there.
Yeah. Oh, God.
It's just a really kind of pathetic point to make. It's... I just find that kind of thing really frustrating. It's like, surely you've got to realize how insanely stupid the thing you just said was. Just how absurd it is. People died even though they had a doctor. So if someone gets like stabbed 247 times, but they're not dead yet, and you rush them to a hospital, do you think they're just guaranteed to live? Like, is that the way you perceive reality? Because, man, you might need some meds if that's the case.
Yep.
I
gotta agree with Skids. Joseph Anderson isn't even good. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's like the pinnacle of the essayist that doesn't actually look into what they're saying, which is so fucking funny.
Now, I will say his Fallout 4 videos are pretty decent, but that's pretty much all I've watched of him. I did see his Mario Odyssey video, and I don't know, it just seemed kind of petty to me. He was like, "Oh, you can earn
Yeah, the Mario
moons
Odyssey one.
by doing some of the same thing over and over again." It's like,
Yeah,
okay, but there's still different kinds of challenges. Like,
yeah.
it's like going to Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild and saying, "Well, some of the Korok puzzles are used over and over again." Like, motherfucker, there's 900 of them in the game. I think they get a little bit of a pass on some of them being reused.
Yeah, and honestly, to be fucking the one that most people know about is the Soma review. Soma is not a horror game. It didn't scare me, therefore it's not a horror game. It's like
Oh
that's
my
fucking
God.
insane person logic.
Yeah,
that's
that is
crazy.
fucked. I genuinely despise stuff like that. It didn't scare me, so it's not a horror game.
Oh, that's so fucking dumb.
And then he
Oh my
goes on
God,
to
Senator
say
Abby.
he goes on to say in another video that no game scares him. So by that logic, then no game is a horror game.
Yep.
And somehow he finds movies more scary because you don't know what's going to happen, or something to that effect. But it's like you can watch horror movies more than once. You know that, right?
Yeah.
It's getting a game over screen in a horror game makes horror games less scary because now you know it's coming because you just died to it. It's like, okay, maybe for you that isn't, but some people are more scared by that. Like, oh my God, how the fuck do I get past the thing that's gonna kill me?
Yeah. Plus, it doesn't necessarily mean that's going to be the only thing that scares you. You died to one thing. Who's to say that there won't be something else later on?
It's also not accounting for psychological horror and stuff like that.
Yes.
Horror isn't blah spooky monster. Horror is so much more than that, or can be.
That was
I
actually
should say.
something. That was actually something I was going to bring up earlier. This guy keeps bringing up color palette and stuff like, "Oh, look at the pretty colors and stuff." It's like, bruh, I would rather have something that looks like Darkwood than look like this. Which that game is almost
Dude.
nothing but one color palette.
Yeah, Darkwood is fucking amazing, by the way. If you
Yes,
want an
it
actual
is.
like spooky game, okay, I shouldn't say actual spooky game. If you want a game that's more about the psychological horror and you scaring yourself by implication, oh, Darkwood is fantastic.
Yes, that game is terrifying.
Dude,
I love this comment.
That I remember, I think it's like the first night they make sure that whatever it is out there starts scratching at the walls next to you and opening doors
Yeah.
in your house. It's like, oh, dude, that alone, and the number of people I see that about pee themselves just from like hearing that scratching on the walls next to them, and they're like, and they hold the axe ready, and then they see the door open in one of the other rooms, and then maybe the door opens to their room, but nothing comes in. It's just like, dude, the number of people I see freak the fuck out when that happens, and nope is great.
Yeah, it's so good. I love watching Let's Plays of that game because seeing everybody's like reaction to everything happening is so good. There's a really funny clip I need to show you actually after the stream of
I can see that.
an
I
instance.
say, Senator Abby Strong says, Darkwood is not horror. I would say it's more of a terror. I would say it's psychological horror and not the jump scare horror. It's more of the thing that keeps with you long after.
Yeah, it's the kind of horror game I like. Those are the ones I really like. Is less jump scares, more existential dread.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Also, I like her other fucking thing. 28 stab wounds.
Yeah.
Well,
Kitten Pyro Meow said $2 super chat says 28 stab wounds by the healer.
I was going to read a couple comments here too on the topic of horror. To be fair, these days horror is just boo, spooky monster, or ew, blood. And another person, spooky game, Five Nights at Freddy's. Yeah, see, that's the problem I have with a lot of modern horror is, especially with Five Nights at Freddy's, that's one of the things that bugs me about that series is they set up a really, really good fucking atmosphere, even for a game that you're only in one room for, and they fucking ruin it by being a cheap jump scare game where it's just fucking something jumps at your face at high-pitched scream.
Yep.
Ah, yes.
Even
fear
their new game
flashes.
is just that.
Yeah.
It's so annoying. Even their newest game, which is a free roam game, is still literally just, oh, you got grabbed and got screamed at, and now you got to redo that part. And it's like, fucking, you could have done so much shit with this, and you just did the exact same thing over again, except now you can walk around.
20 Norwegian crowns from Yar18. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Here, have some delicious kroner.
Yeah.
I know that his I know that Joseph Anders' Dark Souls videos are also pretty fucking bad. I should have watched them for the research stream. I'll probably watch the Dark Souls 2 one when we get to that. I'm up to page 20 on the script for Dark Souls, so
Oh boy.
it's gonna be a long time. I'm at page 20, and I haven't even started the talking about the Undead Asylum. Like, holy shit, dude, this is gonna be a long fucking.
Recent newborns, which means they both died in childbirth. Yet there's a healer in town. So how's that possible? All the residents have an unusual amount of soul gems, you can find books on the Daedra, and you can ask them about some kind of secret to their harvest which they promptly deny. Bet you're never gonna look at them the same way. When you have such...
Okay, so again, you're theorizing based on...
circumstantial evidence at best.
At best. And also, you already mentioned it, but 2 newborns died, so obviously it was childbirth. Not necessarily. Like, you realize a newborn could die, like, weeks after the fact, or months after the fact.
Or children. It says there's 2 newborns, but then there are no women. And it's like, that doesn't mean that the women died giving birth. That doesn't mean they died in childbirth. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
They could have given birth and then walked outside and gotten mauled by a bear. That's not dying in childbirth.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a popular theory, but it's completely unproven. It's nothing but that, a theory.
Yeah.
Such a wealth of interests, and you combine that with epic reality, what results is a high density of engaging places to explore and understand.
So there's lots of places that have things. That's your argument. There are places with things.
How interesting is Winterhold to explore? Not the college, Winterhold. It's pretty fucking dead? Yeah.
I mean...
Yeah, there's nothing there.
Morrowind has places with things in it. Oblivion has places with things in it. Fallout New Vegas has places with things in it.
Yeah.
Skyrim isn't special for having places with things in it. I don't know why people make this fucking argument, but it's dumb.
Yeah. $5 super chat from Terra24. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I'm going to assume you meant forbid. God forbid a stranger is told every single thing about a random village. Yeah.
Yeah.
I hate that trope in games where, well, you're some random stranger, so I'm going to tell you my entire life story, my secret, my neighbor's secret, what the password is to my house. It's like, no, stop.
Also, I can completely understand the dude being like obviously, yeah, you come into town and you see how nice everything is. Like, you see the crops are growing nicely and stuff, and you're just like, oh, what's your secret? Clearly, you have to be doing something to do this. Like, it's like, no, we just work hard. Like,
yeah.
That's offensive. Like, I'm offended by you saying that. What the fuck? Get away from me.
Also, I want to grab a couple comments in chat. You see that mountain? Fuck you. And Goodell voice, there are places with things in them. This is good. I like this.
Oh, I just met you? You should be the leader of our faction.
Oh man, you fucking cracked the code on Bethesda's design documents. Oh, sorry, they don't have design documents.
Yeah, because that takes too much effort.
You cracked the code on their design, though.
200 endings. Oh, dude, yeah. Let's get all the memes. All right.
Through that, Ellie sees a dull moment. It's permanently engaging.
No,
it is not permanently engaging.
Never
Rarely
see a dull
moment.
What? Most of my experience with Skyrim is dull moments. Oh, yeah. Okay. Again, I'll go back to the house near Whiterun, or in the fields around Whiterun. Walk into a house. There's a necromancer there. He attacks me immediately. I kill him. Okay. I wasn't excited by this. I wasn't... At most, I got a little curious, like, okay, what's going on here? Why did he attack me? So I look it up on the wiki, because there's no information in his house. Oh, it's just a guy who's permanently hostile. Oh. Well, that's actually pretty boring.
Yeah.
Imagine if they
Skyrim
did something
is literally
interesting.
Nothing... Yeah, it's literally nothing but long swaths of nothingness with the occasional thing to break it up every once in a while. And that's it. That's literally what the game is.
Wait. Oh no, we have to talk about that after stream. I'm gonna point it in here, but do not say anything.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah. Do not say anything, but yeah, there you go.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. All right. Anyways, back to the video.
That's a problem. Way I see it, there are two ways of playing Skyrim, questing and exploring. And I think one of the biggest problems with Skyrim is that the game puts you under the impression that questing is the right way to play, an attitude made concrete by Skyrim's affection for fast travel.
What?
No, not so much as affection for fast travel, but for the affection of cluttering your damn screen with all these markers everywhere. Oh, go here, do this. Oh, go here, do that. Oh, follow the arrow. Don't think, just follow the arrow.
What does he mean, though, that Skyrim makes it seem like questing is the right way to play?
Oh man, I don't know why he thinks that's the right way to play, but I'd say the reason so many people just go from quest to quest to quest is because of the fucking markers constantly being like, follow the arrow, don't deviate, follow the arrow.
Yeah.
Well, also, you don't want to play the main quest because it's fucking terrible. So you'd be better off just going off and doing side quests.
Also, I want to point out, too, that maybe some people find it fun to just go into random dungeon after random dungeon after random dungeon. But most people, I think, don't find that quite so interesting. Because there's not usually a lot to find in any of these dungeons that's overly interesting, I guess.
Yeah, I usually when I play, I just outright ignore them. I'm like, I'm not gonna go in there. I'm probably gonna get turned into a vampire or something. Why the fuck would I go in there? I have to have like a good reason to put myself through that shit. Like, come on, I'm not just gonna go into a random cave where I've seen like fucking heads stuck on spikes outside of it. Like, I'm not going in there. Like, you better give me a good fucking reason to go in there.
Well, further research for the Skyrim video, I did have to go in random dungeons a few times. It was like, man, I could not be more fucking bored by this game. There's nothing that is holding my attention. I'm just doing this because I have to. Because, like, you go into a dungeon, there's, like, bandits in there, and sometimes they'll try to do a story like, oh, these bandits wanted to transmute iron into gold because gold is valuable. It's like, okay. Is there anything else? No? Oh, okay. There's that There's that one dungeon you go into and you step on a metal floor and it collapses under you and you're dropped into a cage and there's like a necromancer in there. He's like, haha, I have you trapped. But then you shoot an arrow at him or use magic to kill him and then you get out and that's it. There's nothing like, oh hey, I fell into a trap then killed the guy who trapped me. Then I left. Alright. Is that supposed to be super engaging?
God. Also, that fucking thing ruins the game so much. That whole transmute iron into gold thing, that would destroy the economy of that world if that was a actual spell.
Oh, yeah. Everyone would fucking do that if they could.
Yep.
Oh, dude. Yeah. Alright.
For most of my first I did. I fast traveled to get around. I never once decided to walk to my destinations and investigate what I came across on the way. Oh,
Well,
You have
had
to walk to places to find them initially.
Yeah, like what are you talking about? That is just a lie. You have to walk there. Like, you can take the carriage to the main holds, sure, but you have to walk to these other destinations. You can't just fast travel to them instantly.
Unless he used the cheat to get all the map markers.
Which he probably
did he use
was.
Well, he has a lot of fucking map markers unlocked here. Is that all the ones in that area?
Hold on, let's go back a bit so I can see the whole map.
there are two ways of playing Skyrim, questing and exploring. And I think one of the biggest problems with Skyrim is that the game puts you under the impression that questing is the right way to play, an attitude made concrete by Skyrim's affection for fast travel. For most
No, because look, he has stuff that's unmarked, so no, he didn't just unlock all the markers.
Yeah.
So you can see how Markarth is not colored incorrectly. You can see how that Imperial camp to the north, or sorry, not Imperial camp, but that camp to the north of him is not marked in correctly.
Yeah, that little flag.
Yes, but he's saying this is something he used to do, not that he does now. This is saying something he regrets. He's saying that you're meant to walk from place to place because he missed so much. He regrets playing that way.
But that doesn't change the fact that he still had to
That
walk.
he would have had to. He would have had
Yeah,
to
I know.
walk there.
Well, in that case, he probably did unlock all the things and just fast travel around with
Oh,
a mod
boy.
or something, or a fucking console command.
Yeah, the console command is more the most likely. $5 super chat from Kitten Pyro Meow. Thank you very much. Studying accounting in college. Transmute hurts me every time I see it. Yeah. There's a reason transmutation destroys things. You should not allow people to make things like gold or anything in your setting because it will literally destroy the economy. Unless you allow that somebody discovered this and then like you're in a post-apocalypse where the economy literally collapsed. Like that could be interesting. Like the net result, somebody did figure out transmutation worked and they transmuted gold and now the economy is gone and all of society fell. That could be interesting.
Most of my first I fast traveled to get around. I never once decided to walk to my destinations and investigate what I came across on the way. Oh, the things I was missing out on. A dwarven ruin that requires traversal via spinning cogs. Ragnvald, a labyrinthian, not that one, type Nordic ruin that requires you to find 2 skull keys to unlock the boss. Arkwind Point with its simply jaw-dropping size.
Oh, dude. You are so superficial. Holy shit.
You are
Yeah.
so fucking easily pleased. Oh, there's spinning cogs that you have to traverse from. Oh, okay.
Oh, God.
Does that make it good? There's a dungeon where you need the 2 skull keys to unlock the boss. Okay, so you have to get a couple items to get a thing. Am I supposed to be
Which is
impressed
not
by
the only
this?
time that that's done, because there's another one where you get the ceremonial sword and the ceremonial axe, and then unlocks the door. Oh. Yeah, dude, man, and you've already straight up lied. You actually have to walk to get to these areas first, unless again you cheated. Unless you're gonna tell us you actually used console commands and cheated your first time through. Because then it'd be like, wow, that does explain so much.
But still, when I hear stuff like this, it just makes me feel like this guy is really easily pleased. Like,
Yeah.
From both a gameplay and presentational aspect, you miss out on a stupid amount of content if you stick to the quests. So then, what causes this problem? Well, apart from fast travel, I believe it's multifaceted. On the one hand, players typically want to feel secure that what they're doing isn't a waste of their time, and so of course they'd want to follow the scripted narrative instead of the inconsistency of their own adventure. And on the other hand, quests in Skyrim are essentially just a series of locations, so why explore
just a series of locations.
What the fuck? Okay. But also,
If anything, that sounds like a condemnation from him of the game. I'm not saying he's necessarily wrong, because a lot of Skyrim's quests are go to dungeon, collect thing, come back.
yeah.
But
here, the other thing is this whole like, that's human nature in general. You don't feel like your time's being wasted, and the fact that Skyrim has such lacking content and so little depth is why people feel like their time is wasted. It's why people get drawn to, I just want to get the main story done and over with, because they're literally everything else is nothing burgers everywhere. The meaningless distractions that aren't interesting, don't progress anything, don't give me anything. They're literally there, and it's like, oh, that was kind of lame. Okay.
yeah.
Oh, you taking off, Rappar? Well, have fun, Rappar.
Yeah, have a good one, man.
Oh, hang on a second. Daniel also said, gotta go to bed. Good luck with the stream. Hope you don't forget to check out Why I Don't Love Fallout New Vegas or Obsidian video by Rainbow Hawk 1993.
All right.
I'm sure you figured out something.
Oh, God.
Have a good one, Daniel.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
15 random dungeons when you could explore 15 related quests to get narrative experiences and multiple powerful quest.
Oh, dude, this is definitely the most painful one. The Thieves Guild. Oh, Jesus Christ.
I
So
fucking hate the Thieves Guild so much.
this is just so stupid. Like, I am gonna talk to you within stabbing range of you and something like that. And, like, you could have cast a spell or done anything like that because you're Trixie Trickster. But no, she's like, no, I saved you by hitting you with that dart. Instead of both of us taking him on right fucking now
Yeah.
and preventing, like, all the other suffering later on, no. We just did this now. Oh, dude. I had to stick you with a paralytic and let him stab you in the fucking chest.
Yeah, it's sure a good thing he decided to poke you one time and not chop off your fucking head.
Or just slit your throat.
My plan was that I was gonna have him stunned. You're gonna be stunned with the muscle thing. I didn't know he was gonna be smart and cut your jugular. Oh no. Or take that arrow literally out and then shove it into your heart. Dude, this is fucking... Again, so much stuff in Skyrim. It's just such a lack of care or thought. It hurts.
But no, that can't be true. Fucking Whitelight and so many other people, so there's so much care put into this game. Are you saying they're wrong?
Yes. Alright, anyways. Wait. Quick unrelated question. Is there any funny perks in New Vegas for throwing weapons, spears, nades, etc.? Yeah, there's the starting one that lets you, like, throw a ton more like crazy or something like that. I can't remember what it is, but it's one of the starting perks.
Yeah,
you mean
there's the
traits?
one-
Yes, trait. There you go.
Traits. Yeah, there's one where it's like, I think you throw them faster.
Yeah. And it's him literally, like, as if his arm is moving like a machine gun and he's throwing, like, grenades. He just looks so happy.
Rewards alongside it. Actually a more effective route to gain power. Not really, but you'll assume it is, partially because you'll assume exploration is inconsistent. It's on Bethesda for not convincing you otherwise.
Because it isn't consistent at all. I'm sorry, Whitelight, but no, the exploration in Skyrim is actually really, really fucking bad. They front-load it into very specific areas, and then it's just a sea of nothingness everywhere else that they barely pay any attention to.
Yeah. Again, I've gone into a bunch of dungeons in this game that were just fucking nothing. That they were a little more than, oh, hey, here's a little bit of loot. Here's a random enchanted item. Here's a bunch of gems and coins.
Oh, this Terror24 with the $5 super chat. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I was under the impression that you weren't part of the plan. She didn't know you'd be there. She's been stalking the guild the entire time, and she tells you that if she hadn't done that to you, if she hadn't paralyzed you, you would have died. She actually says this to you. If she hadn't done that, Mercer would have killed you. It's like, you doing that probably would have killed... I am the fucking Dragonborn, okay? It also really depends on when you do the Thieves Guild, but if you were like a well-established guy in like full dragon armor and everything like that, and you're like, motherfucker, I can take him. I don't care what he's gonna do. I can fucking take his ass.
Yeah, that's so stupid too. Yeah, you would have bled out if I hadn't shot you with that paralytic. Oh, well, it's such a good thing that he decided to poke me one time rather than, I don't know, decapitating me, cutting my jugular, chopping my arms or legs off. Literally anything. Impaling my heart.
Stabbing you numerous times for fun.
Yeah. Oh, dude, it's just...
In fact, let's wind that back just a second.
Just a series of locations. So why explore 15 random dungeons when you could explore 15 related quests to get now?
Isn't there... I can't tell what's going on in this room. Is there water in this room or no?
No.
No, you are thinking of one later where you almost drown.
Yeah. Okay.
Which, it's funny, it's like, man, it's so... The water's coming up, and I'm like, I don't remember where I'm going, and I'm just sitting there like, oh yeah, doggy paddle.
Yeah, or you God forbid you have a water breathing thing, and they're just like, we're gonna drown. You're just there like, yeah,
Yeah,
sucks for you
sucks
guys.
to be you.
Yep, sucks to be you. I'll just wait for it to fill up and leave.
Yeah, and as gets pointed out, also, never mind the fact you might be an Argonian with 100% poison resist. Yeah, don't think about that.
Yeah, that's fucking stupid. Also, or if you're a werewolf, same thing. You get the same fucking perk. So if you'd visited the companions before this, oh boy, that makes no fucking sense.
Well, that also raises another question. Let's say you have joined the companions, you are still a werewolf. Why can't you just go into fucking werewolf mode while you're tied up? Does the poison stop that?
Apparently.
Or the paralytic?
Apparently.
Yeah.
I guess you just become a frozen dog on the ground.
Imagine...
Mercer suddenly turns around. He's like, now to deal with you. Holy fucking shit, you were a werewolf?
It's just a werewolf in like the fucking just like a hunched up position on the ground, just like completely stuck.
Yeah.
Narrative experiences and quest rewards alongside it. Is questing actually a more effective route to gain power? Not really, but you'll assume it is, partially because you'll assume exploration is inconsistent. It's on Bethesda for not convincing you otherwise, so you're missing out on a lot if you choose to only quest and rarely explore. But either way, you can become addicted to Skyrim's core gameplay loop, with only slow narrative moments or repetition presenting any risk of boring you. Skyrim's gameplay
The entire game bored me.
Yeah, the entire game is a repetitive, really awful gameplay loop. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, it's literally the same thing over and over again.
Let me 1 second before you do.
Alright. Anyways, yeah, I just found most of the game boring, so it just seems weird to me that for someone like this to say, hey, you can do all this stuff and never get bored. Well,
yeah.
I mean, we're proof against that.
So 15 Malaysian ringgit from Striker4570. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hey guys, love your stream. Sorry if this is off topic, but what were your thoughts on the 2017 Valerian and the City of a Thousand Planets movie? I never watched it.
I've never even heard of it.
Yeah, I've never even heard of it.
I know the basic concept of like it was a giant world engine machine or something, and there were like doorways to multiple worlds, and they're all connected to this machine or something. And vague memories of it, but I never watched it.
Addicted is right. People who still play Skyrim often are addicts. Is having an addictive gameplay loop really that good? Yeah, and that's the big thing here, I'd say, is an addictive gameplay loop, huh? So you mean it's dopamine hit, dopamine hit, dopamine hit. Do the thing, get a dopamine hit.
Yeah.
It's
Skinner box techniques, and that's not a good thing. That's a very unhealthy thing.
Yeah.
However, I don't think Skyrim has that dopamine hit, dopamine hit, dopamine hit. Or if it does, it's very mild. Because it very quickly wears off because it doesn't have any new tricks. It doesn't have any new like pizzazz or anything.
Any substance.
Yeah. 3 Australian kangaroos from Get Out of Here, yo. Agree that any cool exploration is all early on. Yeah. You can tell they blew their load early, and then they just kind of fizzled out from there.
Yeah.
To be fair, almost no marketing in the movie was not memorable. I'm fair.
loop. You go to a location, you fight and loot, both of which progress in scale, and by the end you're done. To me, the only comparable feeling is found in games built around addiction like Destiny. Why is that? I believe the answer lies within rewards. Skyrim does rewards right, from level ups to quest.
You realize most people who make this argument are making it against the game. This is why it's bad. There's no substance here. It's just doing the thing to get more thing.
Yeah. So this is going to be fascinating how it does it right doing this where everything is meaningless and you just do the thing to get a thing. Like, okay, I will be curious on this argument.
Lies within rewards. Skyrim does rewards right. From level ups to quest rewards, the one thing you'll find common among all rewards is significance. If you've ever played the Deus Ex games, you'll know
the one thing you'll find common amongst all rewards in Skyrim is significance. Yes.
My ass.
Yeah. Oh wow, I can half all of my magic can cast with half cost. Whoa, so significant. Oh, dude, that is fucking amazing. That is an amazing disconnect.
Yeah.
Rewards. The one thing you'll find common among all rewards is significance. If you've ever played the Deus Ex games, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. Damn near every single skill point you spend in Human Revolution will create a large noticeable change in the way you play.
Okay, which again was the entire point behind Human Revolution. Wow, I had a fucking stroke when I said human. Wow. Is the entire point behind that game. Like that was the entire point and purpose. Like the angel system, I think it's called Aegis or whatever, that lets you parachute down giant like tubes and pillars and stuff like that. It opens up entire new ways to go through everything. Your stealth version, your ability to talk with people and manipulate them. Like that's all. That was the entire point behind the game. Skyrim does not do that. If you are a magic build, if you are a melee build, if you are a stealth build, you still have to do the fucking forts. You still have to do the Siege of Whiterun. There is no gameplay change to that. There is no way to get around that. If you're a stealth character, you don't sneak into the Stormcloak's camp and sabotage it, so they have to call off the siege or something, which would have been an interesting change. If you're a mage character, you don't work with a spell with the College of Winterhold or whatever, or the mage within the city to erect like a barrier to stop the push. Like there's literally nothing changes in Skyrim depending on how you build.
You okay, Pagan?
Yeah,
Pagan, your hot mic is
Sorry.
real.
I know. It's...
Anyways, yeah, and he's trying to. This feels like such a false equivalence because, from what you're describing of this Deus Ex game, the perks actually do change how you play the game.
Yes, there is actually a legendary. I don't. Do you care if I chat?
Not at all.
I'm going to ask you as well. Do you care if I spoil something about Deus Ex, Human Revolution in particular?
While we wait for the response, I will say, none of the perks in Skyrim change the way you play the game in any significant way. They don't add any options for dealing with situations, really. Oh, you could shield bash an enemy to make them disarmed, I guess. Doesn't make that significant of a difference, though.
Ah, damn it, M9. Damn it, you had to be the one that's like, yes, you care. Damn it. Alright. So M9, because everyone else is saying go crazy. Please, I don't want to say please mute or anything like that. Plug your ears or something. Can you put something up on screen that says there will be spoilers? I'll have Cree put something on screen.
I can't. I would have to go make an image and then fucking upload it to chat and.
No. There's an easy way to do that.
When I put the video back up on screen, we're done with spoilers.
Okay, yeah, that'll work.
Sorry about that. My uncle was talking to me.
That's
So
fine.
again, while the video is off the screen, I'm going to talk about spoilers real quick. When it comes back on screen, the spoilers will be done.
Yep.
So, in Deus Ex Human Revolution, you are constantly given bits and a piece of information that this global conspiracy is going to fuck with the implants somehow. That they are going to cause an incident that will force people to upgrade and get the new implant that they have direct control, like kill switches and everything in. Now, way later in the game, and again, these are all subtle hints and subtle clues and some dialogue exchange back and forth between people. It is never brought up in any other conversations that you are directly involved in. It is never put in your like journal logs, nothing like that. And then suddenly your system starts malfunctioning. You get pain and stuff like that. It starts removing some of your health. Your eyes aren't working properly, and Jensen's like, God, it hurts. Now, you are then given the objective to go and get new augments, to get the augments replaced, to get the update. If you don't do it, the pain and everything goes away. If you do it, later in a boss fight, boss says, "Oh, and did you get that new upgrade?" And they flip the kill switch, and it shuts off all of your perks. And you have to fight them incredibly weak. But if you don't do it, Adam Jensen laughs at them. And it's like, yeah, I already knew about the conspiracy. I ain't so stupid as to fall for that.
Oh.
It's a brilliant, brilliant moment in that game. Just absolutely brilliant. And a lot of people fall for it because you kind of forget. Again, these are little subtle hints too. They don't say like, oh yes, and then once their eyes go bad and the pain kicks in, then they go to the new limb factory and then we'll put in the new software. There's none of that. You just get little information like new software developed with kill switch. We're gonna do some kind of event or incident that might bring people to it. And they don't mention the fact that they're going to cause a software error. And that it can only last for a certain amount of time because they don't have enough power to continue this error going to force people into it. They're just going to see if people do it naturally. Because, hey, my eyes can't focus and I'm getting a lot of pain because of my implants. I'm going to go get it fixed the limb, doctor. And yeah, if you don't do it, if you do it, that boss fight is very, very tough. If you don't do it, the boss fight's still tough, but you have all your gimmicks and tricks. But yeah, if you fell for it, you are in a world of hurt.
Yeah.
That boss fight is not easy.
So I can put the video back up?
Yes. You may put the video up. Yeah.
Alright, it's up. $10 from Feed and Speeds. Thank you. Excellent job, guys. I've got a stack of stags to go through. Back to the grind. Catch you all later. Oh, well, thank you.
Well, thank you for the $10.
And $5 from Zikos. Thank you. Have you seen any of King K videos? No, yes, I have not.
I did for the Dark Souls research stream, and it was terrible.
Ooh.
Yeah, it was absolutely awful.
Alright, well, we good to get back to this?
Well, again, the King K Dark Souls retrospective video was incredibly dog shit. He starts off the video of Dark Souls is a ripoff of Demon Souls, and it does not get better from there. It is actually crazy person logic all through.
Dark Souls is a ripoff of Demon Souls. Wasn't Demon Souls also made by FromSoft?
Yep, made by the same company. Made by this damn near the same team.
So how could you rip off your own game?
Exactly. I won't even call Back for Blood a ripoff. And I know that only a small portion of Turtle Rock worked on Back for Blood, but it was still their IP. It was still their intellectual property. That style of game design. Yeah, that doesn't mean Back for Blood's good at all. It is a terrible game.
It's just,
that's the logic that King K starts with, and it just goes worse from there.
To me, it's just kind of like saying Half-Life 2 ripped off Half-Life 1. Or Oblivion ripped off Morrowind, you know?
Yeah.
Also, I've never really liked the rip-off arguments in general, because only one person can ever make this kind of game. So, the first...
Well, no, they're genuine rip-offs.
No, I am saying I'm not saying that something can't be ripped off, but okay, Terraria is a 2D game about mining for shit and fighting bosses. So if I make a 2D game about mining shit and fighting bosses, is that and building, of course, in both, does that mean it's a rip-off of Terraria, or am I just doing the same style of game?
Yeah, is it in the same genre or not? That's what my argument for Back for Blood is, in the same genre. It's not a rip-off. In fact, they should have, if they had actually ripped off Left 4 Dead, it probably would have been a good game instead of the dog shit turd it is.
Not 10, pretty much 95%. Be it invisibility, hacking levels, X-ray vision, it doesn't matter. With every praxis point you assign, your options throughout the entire game have expanded dramatically. It is not one of, it is the single best way of creating meaningful skill trees and replayability in these narrative-driven games. And Skyrim attempts something similar.
Not at all. No. Not at all.
Well, I'll give credit. There are perk trees. That's it. It doesn't have the significant impact, and the perk trees are basically just like hey, I'm gonna sell back to you what skills you used to do. You've got 100 in your sword skill. Well, it doesn't mean much without your damage bonus perks.
Yeah.
God damn.
Oh, dude, that is fucking insanity.
Oh, sorry, my bad. Not your sword skill, your one-handed and two-handed skills. Fucking dumb bullshit.
Ah, yes. The perks are super meaningful. Would you like that 5% chance to bleed enemies with an axe? Well, how about 10% now? Oh! Oh, dude. That is fucking crazy. All right. Somebody said looks at the name of the character and laughs that off. Oh, I didn't notice the name of the character. Well, we'll see when we get back there.
Playability in these narrative-driven games, and Skyrim
Godnook Breaker of Worlds. Oh, boy.
Alright.
attempts something similar. There are some, maybe not useless, but boring perks, sure, but they are almost all meaningful.
They're almost all meaningful.
Most of the perks are fucking boring. Damage bonus.
Yes, and useless. You have an entire tree speech that is useless.
I wouldn't say the entire tree is useless. The only useful perks in the entire tree are the last two. Being able to invest 500 gold in a shop and increasing all merchants' gold pools by 1,000.
Yeah. Which is not that great.
Yeah, it should be more than that, if we're gonna be honest.
It should have been, like, if you invested in these businesses, maybe you should have gotten, like, hey, you invested this money, now you get 10 septims a day, or something like that, because they now consider you a partner, so they give you a small cut of their sales. Again, that is more meaningful than, oh, they have 500 more gold now. It's like, that is so fucking lame.
Yeah.
%, extra damage weapon, perks that increase synergy, the ability to smith more, apply double enchantments, various status.
Dude, the double enchantment perk is the one that should piss you off the most, because it instantaneously obsoletes every single piece of gear you have.
Yeah, anything you've enchanted up to this point is fucking worthless now. And now you have to go out and either find or craft a new fucking Daedric helmet and shield and chest armor and fucking whatever else to re-enchant them with 2 enchantments because you arbitrarily got a thing that says you could do it now. And you notice, he's saying these are significant important perks. He's like, you could craft more in blacksmithing. It's like, motherfucker, that's the problem.
Yeah. Dude, this is fucking crazy.
This perk gives you 5% additional bonus damage when you strike with your sword. Isn't that what leveling up the skill should have done on its fucking own?
Yes, you should have gotten critical hit chance by leveling the skills on their own. That just would have made way more sense. 3 Australian koalas from Get Out of Here, yo.
Thank you.
Skyrim perks equal beta for the boring Fallout 4 perks. Sad.
Yep.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, that's pretty much what it is. I didn't realize that before, but that is what it is.
Standard Abbey Strong restoration loop in the first hour and be God. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, that's my point. Caldine says, why you can't just add a new enchantment to your 1 enchantment items? I don't know why they didn't just let you, hey, you can do 2 perks. Okay, cool. So I'm going to take off my enchanted item and put it back on the table. Wait, I can only destroy it? Why can't I just put on another one? Like, why can't I just do that right now? No, you need to make an entirely new item and then do both of them. What? Oh. Well.
Yeah, I'll read it out.
Sure.
$5 from Dylan G. Are you going to do a stream on the Ace of Thorns spurging? I just found out about it, and it's shocking, honestly. At this time, no.
No.
Ace of Thorn
there are things in motion, but that's all we will see.
Ace of Thorn can wallow in his fucking irrelevancy.
Alright.
$5 from Zekos. Thank you. I don't remember King K calling Dark Souls a Demon Souls ripoff. I do remember him calling it a spiritual successor.
He does it early in the video. Actually, I can get you a timestamp. Because I have all that recorded down. Yay, research document.
Oh my god. Do you know that leveling up crits for bows is useless? It doesn't do crit damage based on damage, but by weapon base damage without level or upgrades. What?
Holy shit. Seriously? What the fuck?
Yeah, that... The more we learn about this fucking game, man.
Yeah, and I thought the Argonian shield thing was fucking dumb. Holy crap.
Yeah, for everyone who doesn't know, because we have talked about this before, the shield bashing perk to disarm enemies doesn't work for Argonians because reasons. You need a fan-made patch to fix it. More of that Skyrim fucking quality at work.
Where is it? Am I crazy? Did I get one of the other videos mixed up with it? Because I know I have timestamps for everything. Hang on, let me see. Let me put in rip off, or maybe ripped off. See if I can jump to it.
Alright.
How do I word search in Word? I copy that. How do I word search in WordPad?
There should be, like, in one of the things, at the top.
That's so nice.
$5 from Hazmat Sad Boy. Thank you. I just had myself some Mr. Beast burger, and it was good, but not great. Mr. Beast does burgers now? I'm only, like, vaguely aware of this guy. Like, I know he's some huge popular YouTuber, but I don't know anything else about him besides that. Control F.
No, Control F doesn't work in WordPad for some reason. I tried.
Oh.
Hey, now it works? What the fuck? I just did it again. This is the 7th time I did. I was like, why does it work? Was it because I was clicked in the document itself? Fucking, alright, what? Yeah, here it is. Alright, FromSoft kind of ripped their own game off, able to still use the Souls moniker while skillfully dodging around the trademark copyright battlefield. At 1 minute, 8 seconds in, that's the King K video.
I don't see how you could rip yourself off.
Yeah, there you go. So, yeah, it's the King K video. I have it marked at 1 minute, 8 seconds in. So, likely go a little bit before that.
I mean, still, though, how can you rip yourself off? That's just such a silly thing to say. Excuse me. Anyways, let's get this show on the road, because we're 3.5 hours into streaming, and we're 10.5 minutes into this video. I want to get it over with at this point. This is pain.
Yep.
Effects. It's even the least interesting perks you pick are going to end up being noticeable, and that's what matters.
No!
How?
Noticeable?
Please.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah.
I've taken perks to improve different skills like alchemy or enchanting or fucking weapon damage or whatever else. Those perks are barely fucking noticeable. Are you kidding me?
Academically, you can plagiarize yourself. It's dumb. Oh, dude. I would love for someone to argue that you're plagiarizing yourself. It's like, and not get laughed out of the room.
Yeah, that's insanity.
Alright.
There's no 1 to 50,000 certain conditions like in MMOs. This makes it...
It is like MMOs. You get 5% more chance to critically hit with swords. 10% more chance to critically hit with swords. Yay! That is literally MMO shittery right there. Except in MMOs, they don't require you to spend an entire fucking level to get it.
Yeah.
Wow, that is crazy. Tyler McDonald, I'm
Understand
gonna sue
and
myself
excite-
for plagiarism.
Exciting to level up, which is sad like
Back
in
in
MMOs. This makes it simple to understand and exciting to level up, which is sadly
Oh
a
my
rare sight
God.
in games of skill tree.
It's
I've-
never exciting. It is not exciting to level up in Skyrim. In fact, it is painful to level up in Skyrim because it makes the world that much tougher. You are forced to go certain routes, which is so annoying. If you want to be just a trader or something like that, you're not allowed to do it. If you want to be like, well, I buy low here and I sell high here because they need a demand or something like that, not allowed. Just physically not allowed to do it.
Yeah. Also, I've literally never been excited to level up for Skyrim because it's like, holy fuck, now I have to pick a perk, and none of these perks
God.
interest me, and I'm only taking them out of necessity rather than actually being interested in them at all. So...
You can search if you don't cite prior work of yours. It is self-plagiarism if you copy it in a more recent work. You just need to cite it. That is incredibly stupid. Okay.
That is beyond
Alright.
stupid. Whoever came up with self-plagiarization, because someone had to come up with it somewhere, that person
Yeah.
is the biggest fucking idiot in the world, and...
Dude, I'm sorry. Like, if a scientific or medical journal sees you wrote the article, your name is on it and everything like that, and they realize you used the same like terms, like hey, he's using this data sheet that he did in his other one, but you didn't cite the fact that you
Hey.
took it from your other data sheet, that shouldn't fucking matter because they're both written by the same person. If you get a journal that actually rejects it based off of that, I would be like, you aren't worth writing for.
So Demoman Chaos in chat just pointed something out. Satch, look at the perks on screen, the perk trees. Does anything look off to you?
Wait, why are the constellations not lined up or anything? Like, at all?
Yeah, so he went from the normal perk thing, which I'm assuming was someone else's footage, to his, which I'm pretty sure he's using Andromeda,
Well,
which is a
not-
massive perk overhaul.
not just the fact that they're not lined up with their constellations, but look at the actual, like, perks in the background
Yeah.
themselves. The entire
look how many-
trees are
many
changed
dots there are.
entirely.
Yeah.
Yep. Huge, massive perk overhaul that completely changes all of the perks and adds a bunch of new ones.
So this is
Oh.
why we say you shouldn't use mods in your fucking video essays, because this raises the obvious question. Oh, even the smallest of perks are make noticeable change in your game. Are you talking about the base game or your modded game?
Because the base game, they absolutely do not.
Yeah.
Oh, dude. Holy shit.
And it makes it
This
even
is
worse
fucked.
if you consider he is talking about the vanilla game and then he chooses to do this. But I thought the original ones were perfect. I thought they were all important and different and special and amazing.
And you
So why
just
do you need all
said-
this?
Yeah, you just said that every single one of them is felt and impactful and everything. Oh my god, dude.
Oh yeah,
God,
Andromeda,
this is fucking
Andromeda is the
pathetic.
Standing Stone ones. This is fuck, what was it?
Ordinator?
Ordinator. Yeah, Ordinator. That's it. Ordinator.
Find
It-
out super. Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, it just feels a bit dirty that the Ordinator... Like, I don't know if Ordinator has any other meaning, but they are the guards in Morrowind. And then that word is being associated with Skyrim. That feels a bit dirty to me.
Yeah.
It's like having them say Nerevarine in Skyrim.
Ugh.
Yeah.
Find out the super chat from Zykos. Super chat.
Thank
I think
you.
he was talking more on the fact Sony basically owns Demon Souls copyright, and the ripping off was more in name instead of gameplay. I mean, yeah, Sony owns Demon Souls, but you cannot copyright or anything like that. Mechanics, gameplay systems, all of that is not allowed to be copyrighted or trademarked. Because you would get ludicrous things like, you wrote it with a pen, that's copyright. That would happen, and that is... No, that shit is not allowed to happen. Yeah, super chat.
Yeah, this game has shooting, and our game also has shooting. They clearly stole our intellectual property.
Yeah.
They
So that's
stole
why
our
stuff like that's
idea
not
of
allowed.
shooting things with a gun.
But no, the Kincaid video gets way worse from that. Way worse further down the line. Like his was definitely the video. I was like, this is fucking dreadful. And then the Actman video started off good and then went to shit later. Like, oh my god. After the 35-minute mark, Actman like phoned it in and then went super flowery, pretentious, and nonsense and made up a bunch of bullshit. And it was like, oh, dude. Oh. It sucked too because it was so good up to the 35-minute mark, and then it just went downhill. It's like, what the hell?
That's sad to hear because I don't know. He usually does pretty good stuff. I like it. I like Ackman. He usually does really good videos. Damn.
Yeah.
That sucks.
So let's see where we go with this perk stuff, because if he starts showing off these modded perks, then this is going to get a whole lot worse.
This is going to get so fucked so fast, yeah. There we go.
These days. Any form of play. Now let's link it back to the game.
Whoa!
Yeah, I'm wanting that back so I can hear that again.
Did you just notice that the perk trees, the moment you finish, they switch back to normal?
Kinda. Let's do that again.
This makes it simple to understand and exciting to level up, which is sadly a rare sight.
Or is it just because of the overlay? Might have seen it. Alright, sorry about that.
You shouldn't pause at the same point, because I might miss it again, because, yeah.
Well, it's not the same point, it's slightly back further.
Oh, okay, yeah, still.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Let's fingers crossed on that whole...
Games with skill tree ups come from any form of play. Now let's look at
the overlay.
Okay, yeah. $5 from Scootmeister. Thank you. Speaking of Actman and copyright, we are concerned that Fortnite is attempting to recreate the experience that PUBG is known for. Oh my god.
Dude, when they copyrighted the frying pan. Oh, dude. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that was so stupid. Oh man, they became a huge laughingstock for that too. Thank God.
Nintendo actually got away with a trademark on video game Psychosis. And it was the idea of the insanity meter in Eternal Darkness.
Oh.
Which is why we don't see it anymore, which is a big shame. But people should fight that.
Yeah.
Because then Eternal Darkness's sanity thing was great.
back to the here are compounded over the course of the entire dungeon. In your conventional dungeon, you'll accumulate gold, potions, scrolls, soul gems, ingredients, jewels, arrows, likely a skill book or a word of power, and maybe even a weapon or an armor upgrade. Every single one of those has its uses. They're small rewards compounded into a significant gain by the time you finish.
Stuff has value, and collecting stuff of value makes you more value. Okay.
Yeah, that's pretty...
This applies to, again, any other game that does this sort of thing. This applies to Morrowind. This applies to Oblivion. This applies to Fallout 3 and New Vegas and 4 and 76. This isn't anything fucking special. God, this is... I know I already brought it up. This is as bad as Miniatuner defending the junk collecting in fucking Fallout 4. You can collect stuff. They'll always bring you closer towards your goals. These items that all have value can all be used for something. It's like, you know what fucking mining stone is in Minecraft? You know what mining anything is in fucking 7 Days to Die, Terraria? Like, you could say the same shit. All these items that you're collecting can bring you closer to your goals. Even though that gets fucking ridiculous. So it's like, man, you have some of the best gear in the game and you're going into a dungeon collecting 8 gold pieces, and you're collecting, like, low-level potion or an iron warhammer. This applies to all the other games, too. You could find... Terraria has all those little underground houses that has loot in them. That loot becomes useless pretty fucking quickly once you get, like, even past a wall of flesh.
Yeah.
Same thing applies here. It's like, oh, not everything you pull out of a dungeon is going to be useful for you. You're just saying because you could collect stuff, you could get better. Well,
yeah. I forgot. Yeah, get out here, yo. Nemesis system in Shadow of War is patented, which doesn't make any fucking sense because again, Dwarf Fortress did it years before, so they never should have gotten a patent on that.
yeah.
I'm sure you've heard about Games Workshop trying to copyright Warhammer, Halberd, and Peldrin. Yeah, which I'm pretty sure they failed embarrassingly in that attempt. I hope so. That speaking of Games Workshop, they have also failed. Warhammer Plus is a huge disaster. It has not been worth it. It has been a absolute train wreck and destroyed their entire reputation for zero gain. Yeah, it's great. Like, I love the fact that Games Workshop is squirming now because they realize they lost so much when they fucked over their fans and their core audience.
It creates a very looking at every shelf and searching every body for valuables, a continuous, addicting game that satisfies the hoarder within you.
Oh my god, this is not
No.
a good thing!
Yeah, no. And trust me, for people like me, I will ignore pretty much everything because I'm like, well, there's nothing I can get because everything is level scaled, so I'm not gonna loot anything until I hit different milestones.
Well,
Or I'll just make it myself.
Not just that, I don't loot everything either because I know what's going to be in most containers. Oh, there's a sack over there? Okay, let's go be carrots or apples or whatever. I don't use the cooking system in Skyrim, so all that shit's worthless to me. Looting random... Huh?
So much for not being able to copyright mechanics. You're not supposed to. The way they get around it is through legal mumbo jumbo. A patent is technically not a copyright. That's the fucking... That gets under patent law instead of copyright law. It's a different thing. It's just so stupid. But again, there's a reason that other companies... Because what happens is, when one company tries to patent something, all the other companies who are the same size as them, or who are big companies too, will immediately jump in and go, no, that's not allowed. It serves you not to allow a different company to patent something, because you might want to use that later.
Anyways, I'm not going to loot every Draugr corpse I see. I'm not going to loot most Draugr corpses because...
They have useless shit on.
Yeah, the... Draugr bows, arrows, and swords are some of the most worthless in the game that do the lowest damage, and at most they'll have like 8 septums on them or something. A lot of the urns and pots and different things are very similar. You'll find bone meal or fucking apples in there in this ancient Nordic tomb that's been sealed for thousands of years, or a couple golden septums.
Yeah.
It's very much not worth it. Like, you can make the argument that, well, every penny counts, but I mean, man, you need to collect a lot of fucking pennies in this game to get anything.
Not even that, but you don't even need to worry about that. If you even remotely sell, like, the loot you get in treasure chests and shit like that, you will be swimming in septums. You will be richer than the fucking Emperor. It is insanity.
Yeah, by the mid to late game, you are finding so many jewels and stuff in chests and those like little lock boxes and stuff.
Yeah.
You will have so much money.
Basically, chests are the only thing worth looting.
Yep.
So, yeah.
Yeah, I'm just annoyed that they got the Nemesis system patent, because stuff like Dwarf Fortress did it way before them. Unfortunately, patents don't care who came up with it first. They only care who patented it first, which is so fucking annoying.
Yeah, that's dumb.
That's why, if you make something and you want to get it patented, you need to be very careful. You do not accidentally slip it out, because somebody else will rush to get it patented before you.
Of course, there's also about having a reward curve to match your physical progression through the dungeon. Small things like gold and arrows at the start, loot gets better as you go deeper, until the boss with his 100 gold in...
Oh, sorry, hold on a second. That's not true. Did they change that? Because that's what happened a lot of times, was people would go to patent lawyers and the lawyers themselves would patent it. If you could show it's in the prior art, you can contest a patent. Ooh. That would be fucking great. Dude, if the creators of Dwarf Fortress show that they had the Nemesis system long before Shadow of War, and it would nullify that patent, oh, that'd be great.
Yeah, let's hope that happens at some point.
I do hope that happens now. Alright. Back up.
Yeah, because you stopped right in the middle of an argument there.
Yep.
the dungeon. Small things like gold and arrows at the start, loot gets better as you go deeper, until the boss with his 100 gold, enchanted weapons, word wall, and chest. On the other side of the coin we have quest rewards, the Ogma Infinium at the end of Discerning the Transmundane, the Black Book rewards in Apocrypha, all the Daedric artifacts like the Razor of Mehrunes Dagon, the Mace of Molag Bal and Dawnbreaker, maybe even a position of power, or a considerable chunk of coin. If we see the boss in the chest as the reward for completing
Hold on. Did he just say something about like a position of power?
And he
Yeah, and
showed
he showed
fucking
Nocturnal,
Nocturnal for the
which
Thieves
is
Guild.
not a position of power at all.
Yeah, that is not a position of power whatsoever. In fact,
Well-
it's basically slavery.
Well, you do become the leader of the Thieves Guild, but that's also like,
But that doesn't have anything to do with her. Also, that's pretty. You don't really get much from that. You get a new set of armor that isn't very good.
yeah.
Eh.
And it's also the whole Daedric Lord issue where you sign your soul off to like 27 different Daedric Lords and gods and everything else. It's
Yeah, and it's like, and how's that going to work when they finally come to collect the soul? And it's like, ah, he's mine. No, he's mine. And you're just
Dude,
going to
there's
sit
that-
back while they fight.
Yeah, there's that joke. There's so many joke images of that, of like the Dragonborn standing at the end of a long table and every single Daedra fighting over them to be like, they were promised to me. No, they were promised to me. This doesn't make any. Again, there's no consequences in Skyrim.
Then similarly, we can see these games as a reward for completing a series of dungeons, which is essentially what most quests are. And in the same way, quests
So generic loot is a great reward for doing random dungeons for no reason.
Yeah, no, that's
What a-
absolutely disagree on that one.
What a terrible fucking argument. Like, I suppose there's a bit of incentive there, but it's absolutely not gonna get you the best gear.
Yeah, he's using upscale textures on a lot of these, which is why a lot of the textures aren't aligning properly. Because, you know, surprise, surprise, guys, but a lot of times they'll make the textures to fit the specific thing, and when you just upscale it willy-nilly, you can cause a lot of problems. You need to be careful. It's why Resident Evil 4 is my go-to example. They upscaled all the textures without understanding why the textures were the current resolution they were, and that's why the standard definition version of Resident Evil 4 looks way better than the high definition version.
Yeah, just to give people an example, since I know most people probably don't know how the texture wrapping and all that works. If you have paint.net, you've ever tried to paste an image into a canvas on paint.net, and it says, oh, the canvas isn't big enough for this image, do you want to expand it? And you click no. So the canvas is the same, but the image you have is going outside of the canvas boundaries, and you can move it around, and you can see like what part of the image is within the boundaries as you're moving it around. That's basically what happens with 3D models with textures if you don't have them set to the proper scale.
quest
I want
rewards
to get
being
some.
What?
Yeah, sorry. I was gonna get the.
Super chat. $2 from Kitten Pyro Now. Thank you. Like Mr. Krabs having an IOU for many ghosts. Yeah. We good to go?
No. Here.
No? What?
There. That's my go-to of like why you don't just upscale just to upscale. You see what they did was they completely redid the textures and they upscaled a lot of them, and notice how the boards of wood like don't line up properly anymore and everything, and it's just fucking ugly. The HD textures look.
Yeah.
Yeah, these are why you got to be very careful with that kind of stuff. And like I said, Resident Evil 4 is my go-to example because Resident Evil 4 is the standard definition of that game looks way better than the high definition version of that game. Like, look at the boards above the door. Those are the ones that show it the most.
Yeah. Anyways,
especially powerful at the end of a quest, and so uphold a dungeon. Through doing practically anything, you're making progress somehow. That's special, and another
Literally the same argument many a true nerd made for fucking collecting junk. By collecting any piece of junk, you're progressing yourself towards your goals. That is not how this works. This is just... Oh, God, I hate this argument. It's like... It's just a really pathetic argument that anything you collect is just good for you. Okay. But it's not necessarily going to be worth it for me to go into a random dungeon to collect 8 gold coins when I could get thousands in a far more efficient way.
Yep.
another major reason for him. Thinking about it, rewards...
Again, you're already assuming the fact that the person you're talking to loves Skyrim, so you've already lost everybody that hates Skyrim. And hated Skyrim at the time. Again, it's just a bad argumentation. It'd be like, why Skyrim was so beloved would have been a better choice of words there, a better usage of words. So you should really fucking script your videos.
Well, that's...
And if you do script it, you should check over what you've written.
Well, that's just going from the title, too, because he still hasn't explained why everyone loves Skyrim. Oh, graphics. Oh, mods. Oh, bugs. Oh, collecting garbage from dungeons.
Yeah.
Many a true nerd's argument being echoed on the bingo card. See, that's the thing, though. We don't know if he's... It's unlikely that this guy is stealing Many a True Nerd's argument, like Red Raptor Wrights did. Very clearly did, by the way.
Yeah.
It's just this guy's making the same type of argument that he could have come up with independently.
Yeah.
Because this is what people do when they're desperate to defend fucking garbage.
I'm backtracking this a bit. Alright.
Yeah, especially since it was skipping for me.
Another major reason why you loved Skyrim. Thinking about it, rewards aren't the only interesting quality Skyrim shares with intentionally addictive games, because both Skyrim and many in the mobile genre are astoundingly accessible, even to people who don't play games that much. My lovely girlfriend has
over 9,000
hours in Skyrim. 9,000! And what's interesting about that is that this was basically her...
Dude, if your girlfriend's been playing 9,000 hours in Skyrim, I would be very fucking worried. 9,000 hours is a lot of commitment, dude. I have 4,000 hours in Warhammer Online.
Let me break
an
out...
MMO.
Let me break out the old calculator. 9001 divided by 24. That is 375 fucking days. That is over a year of your life in Skyrim. Skyrim.
Yeah. He used the meme over 9,000. He used that meme, but then he emphasized it again. 9,000 hours. And it's like, dude, no. Like, at least to be more realistic. If you said she has over 1,000 hours in Skyrim, it's like, I can believe somebody would be that addicted to get 1,000.
Get out here, Yo says in chat, you can master a skill. Yeah, it's estimated that about 10,000 hours of time you put into a skill, you can master it. So, like, drawing, learning guitar, maybe 3D modeling, stuff like that. Like, holy shit.
8 Australian Outbacks from Get Out Here, Yo.
Thank you.
Thoughts on mods using deepfake AI to create voice dialogue for mods? It's been used in some Witcher and Skyrim mods already. A lot of potential. I am terrified of it. Not because of the mods and everything like that. I see those as positive things. I am terrified of deepfake AI being used for more nefarious means.
Yeah, same.
Because
when you can no longer trust video footage, which already... You need to be very terrified if somebody says they're going to use video evidence and it's some blurry bullshit in court, okay?
Yeah.
You need to be terrified because already they're going to do that. If we start getting into deep fakes for both voice and visuals, oof.
Yeah, because you know how easy it would be if this stuff gets believable, where it's like, oh, hey, this political rival we don't like, let's just deepfake him saying, oh yeah, I love to slam a sledgehammer into the heads of babies. Or,
yeah.
you know, remember that time I raped that girl? You know?
Yeah,
shit like that.
Or
Because you could
even
destroy people's
people
lives
like,
with shit like that.
or people are like, well, we literally arrest you in the middle of the crowd. Well, it could have been me. I was over at the mall at that time, and then they literally have their defense attorney or something deep fake the fact that they're at a mall or something at that time. That's the shit. I'm just like, I don't like where that's going at all. When we can no longer trust. You could barely trust video evidence as is these days.
Yeah.
But when we get to that point where deepfakes fully become a thing, oh yeah, I am very much not a fan of that.
Well, Kree, you just said that now. Time to get arrested. Oh no.
Yep.
The thing is, I can say that and never get arrested because I haven't actually done anything like that, so I'm safe.
But for mods or indie games, such like I said, for mods and indie games, it's a great potential. I'm just terrified of the wider ramifications of it.
Yeah.
Like you could see beautiful things in a lot of things, and then you just think about but then somebody abuses it, and it's like yeah,
because just imagine someone could rewrite the entire stories for Fallout 3 and 4 and actually make them not garbage, and use the deepfake AI to replace all the voices and to do the lines they need to fix the game. Something like that would be fucking cool. But as exactly as such says, that the real life ramifications from such a thing are fucking terrifying. Because you can accuse anyone of anything at that point.
Oh yeah. Like we already look at like shit where like people were in voice calls with each other and then they expose that of like, oh here, look what they said during this voice call. Like, isn't that fucked up? Like we should cancel them and shit. Like, and now imagine that where it's literally just them talking normally, just like by themselves in a call, and then they edit it so it looks like there's somebody else there, and then they use that fucking deep fake shit for like the audio to have them say some shit and just make it like the worst thing ever. And then like, but I have evidence. I have the the evidence right here. And they make a YouTube video about it or something, and then everyone goes and attacks that guy.
Yeah.
So yeah, big issues there if we ever get to that point.
Yep. $2 super chat from Scoopmeister. Thank you very much. How disappointing you didn't use Vegeta. Yeah.
Yeah, that would have been what you should have done rather than using Todd.
Well, Todd at least fits within it's a Bethesda thing, so you can see where it came from.
Yeah, I know. It just doesn't work as well as the actual, what? It's over 9,000?!
Yeah. Well, no, that's why you don't ever trust. I don't ever trust a lot of when people copy paste text. I don't trust that shit either. There's a lot of stuff you got to be super skeptical about these days, which really sucks. All right. Anyways, back to the video.
Yes.
Certainly her first RPG. So how did Skyrim, what would have been considered accurate or not, a serious RPG back in 2011, enchant her, someone unfamiliar with most of Skyrim's mechanics? You can attribute a lot of it to the game's visuals. Anyone would be starstruck by sights like these.
No, I wasn't. You said anyone. Again, you have now made a bold claim, a very blanket statement that anyone and everyone would be starstruck by these. No, I thought it was lame as shit.
At Creetosis, don't you get annoyed when people over-exaggerate things that could very easily go down a bad path or go the wrong way? Yes.
Yep.
Why would visuals alone get someone interested in RPG mechanics that they're not familiar with? Well, maybe it's possible. Anyone? No.
Yeah.
Maybe that's why his girlfriend got into it. Maybe not.
Again, if you had just said she got into it, if you literally had just said, these are the reasons why she got into it, well, I can't say that I didn't get into that for that reason, so I can't destroy your argumentation immediately. God damn it, Peg. Wow.
I'll put this up on screen. Chat deserves to see this.
Yeah, chat deserves it.
I would like that weapon in Doom. I like how it's just a picture of Dadman smiling like a fucking jackass, too.
Yep.
As if that's the expression on his face as he's doing this.
Oh, God.
The root of it is Skyrim's simplicity. There's not a single complex attribute to
Oh, Skyrim simplicity. Yeah, that's a big fucking problem.
There's not a single complex attribute. Hold on. I just heard that next part. Alright. There we go.
of it is Skyrim's simplicity. There's not a single complex attribute to the entire game, and yet it still manages.
Everyone loved it because it had no depth. Woo!
Wow. Can we mark... I
Uh,
don't have a bingo card up, but can we mark that down as it was supposed to be bad?
yes, absolutely. It was supposed to be bad. You can absolutely mark that as it's supposed to be bad. Holy
What a
crap,
fucking
man.
condemnation of the game. You're trying to defend it? Oh, the game is so simplistic. There's not a single complex aspect to it. Oh, thank you for making our argument for us.
Yeah. We agree with you fully. There isn't a single complex aspect of it. It is literally shallow. Lacking depth.
This is a bit of a new one for me. Like, we've seen that's supposed to be bad argument before, but I've never seen someone defend something by, oh yeah, it's way too simplistic. It doesn't have any complexity to it at all. Like, not just it has no complexity at all.
Yeah.
Like, that is amazing.
Not a single aspect of the game, as you said, has any complexity.
See, that's the thing. I'm not even sure I would say that as a criticism of the game, because I'm sure if you look hard enough, you're going to find something that's a little complex in there somewhere.
Yeah.
But just for someone to say that as a defense, what are you doing, man?
As a reason why people loved Skyrim. Like, dude, that's one of my biggest reasons why I hated Skyrim. Like, holy shit.
I'm pretty sure there's people who love the fuck out of this game who would contest that argument that, wait, you're saying Skyrim is good because it's not complex at all? Fuck you, it's absolutely complex.
Yeah. I would love to see these guys. We both agree Skyrim is the bestest. Yeah, it's great because it's so deep and complex. And the other guy's like, no, it has no complexity whatsoever, so everybody could get into it. It's as shallow as a mobile game. What? I just love to see those two go at it.
That would be amazing.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Oh,
God,
dude,
what the fuck
okay.
is this video?
Yeah, this video is woo. This video went super special.
I did preview different parts of this video. I did see some of the arguments about the reds, the greens, the blues, the blah 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 blah, the palette. It's so visually stunning, and the oh well, we're Bethesda fans. We all like the bugs, but I didn't know it got this bad. Holy shit!
Yeah, we could never just get a fucking run-of-the-mill standard bad video. It always has to go into some weird, like, absolute nosedive territory for some reason.
Let's go into weird, insane logic area. Like, you just got a crazy person playing it at some point. He's trying to defend Skyrim like it's a kiddie pool, except Skyrim is meant to be rated M. Yeah.
Yeah. Because going off the kiddie pool example there, it's like you were sold an Olympic-sized swimming pool, but what you actually got was a kiddie pool. And then his argument is, well, more people can enjoy the kiddie pool because there's no risk of children drowning in it. You know?
Yeah. So everybody can enjoy the kiddie pool, all the adults as well.
Oh my god.
You know?
$2 from the Dwarfcast Noah, thank you. I'm pretty sure he lacks the same complexity.
Yeah.
Fucking savage. Holy shit.
Dude, this is fucking crazy. Alright.
Yeah.
Game's visuals, anyone would be starstruck by sights like these. But I think the root of it is Skyrim's simplicity. There's not a single complex attribute to the entire game, and yet it still manages to hold a remarkable amount of depth. Through this nuanced yet streamlined approach,
Through
What
this
depth?
nuanced yet streamlined approach.
You're going...
What
I'm-
the fuck?
I'm gonna go ahead and slap a big old fucking citation needed on the depth. Because the only depth to Skyrim is how fucking awful it is.
Yeah.
Holy
It's
shit.
crazy. The more you look into it, the more you realize it's fucked.
The M-rated kiddie pool. Yeah, that's Skyrim.
Oh, dude.
Skyrim can hold the attention which I would say is the most successful
Oh
into
my
wider
god, did he do it again? It skipped for me. Did he say Skyrim could hold the attention of anyone?
Yeah, he
Yes.
said. Oh, only this time he said almost anyone.
Oh, he did say almost. Okay.
Yeah. So he damn near made the same awful argument again, but just barely dodged that bullet.
I'm pretty close to giving Chad a pass for taking off psychic damage for stupidity, too.
I already ticked it off.
Oh.
Sorry. Yeah.
Well, go ahead, chat. Psychic damage for stupidity.
nuanced yet streamlined approach, Skyrim can hold the attention of almost anyone, which I would say is the most successful example of a series progressively appealing to wider audiences I've ever seen in games.
That's not inherently a good thing either, though.
Yeah, because well, guess what that one was?
Because my
That was
argument for that is, I'm not going to say success is necessarily bad, or that being obscure or niche is necessarily good. It's more the fact that what was sacrificed to gain the success, because what we're dealing with is a constant cycle of dumbing down the games with each release. This is something we've talked about a bunch. This was mentioned earlier in stream. Indigo Gaming referenced it, where systems and mechanics are simplified and simplified and simplified to the point of them being useless and removed. We could see this between even Oblivion, Skyrim, and Fallout 4, where Oblivion had skills and they were necessary to character progression. And then Skyrim had skills, but they were useless and little more than gates for perks. And then we get to Fallout 4, where skills were just gone because they didn't do anything now. And now perks were just level locked. So obvious dumbing down. And I don't think these changes need to be made. I still think you could have made these games as RPGs and still appeal to a wide audience. I just hate the argument that, oh, the series is successful and that's good. It doesn't matter if it's successful if it's fucking garbage.
Yeah. I really do hate it because, again, as it becomes more dumbed down and more dumbed down and more diluted, we've lost everything that made it unique and interesting. And
in fact, I'm going to quote Neil Young. It's better to burn out than to fade away. And what we're seeing with Skyrim and Fallout... What we're dealing with Elder Scrolls and Fallout is them fading away. They're losing everything that made them interesting and unique and beloved in the first place.
Yep.
That is the problem.
Well, I'm glad that the new Star Wars also are no longer successful. But yeah, the new Star Wars was successful, and it's bad. Yep.
Yeah.
Alright, let's go.
Look, UI separates categories. Look how distinct those categories are. You don't need to ask what destruction
You're now praising the UI, which is commonly cited as one of the worst features in all of Skyrim. So much so that people one of the most common downloads is Sky UI.
One of the earliest mods out was to overhaul the fucking UI. Because
Yeah,
look how much...
it's so bad.
Look at the screen right now. Look how much goddamn space is wasted. And that menu, by the way, is a fucking bitch to get through. There's times where you click on something and it'll jump somewhere else because the detection is such fucking garbage.
Oh, so as people are pointing out, modded spells and everything, so you got Crackle in there.
Yeah,
And Rift Bolt, I see.
Yeah, I just noticed Rift Bolt. Yeah, I've never heard of Crackle or Rift Bolt before. Rift Bolt.
Wow, fan-fucking-tastic, dude. You bring up that it has no depth, and then you talk about the worst feature of it, which is its UI.
which I would say is the most successful example of a series progressively appealing to wider audiences I've ever seen in games. Look at how cleanly the UI separates categories. Look how distinct those categories are.
And I want to say this.
Oh my god.
10 damage to health and magicka. A static cloud follows the target, dealing up to 50 damage. Yeah, so yay, modded spells and everything. And look how cleanly. It's like, yeah, look how much of a waste of space all this UI is. There are so many other games that do things way better.
You know what game had pretty decent UI for the PC, where
What's that?
everything was categorized nicely and you could find anything you wanted fairly easily?
What's that, Creetosis?
Morrowind!
Oh shit.
You had your map window, you had your spell window with all your little spells and enchanted items in it. You had your inventory window, which showed an image of your character and what they were wearing, and you had the item category, so weapons, apparel, magic, and misc. You had your stats page that organized them. These are your major skills. These are your minor skills. These are all the miscellaneous skills that aren't part of your class. Here's your bounty and fame, your attributes, your current level progression, and all that. And you could pin any of those windows to remain on screen outside the window, outside the menu. Or alternatively, you could have hidden things on part of your normal UI if you don't need them. So let's say you never use magic, you could get rid of the fucking currently equipped spell magic window from your normal play UI. It was a great fucking UI for what it was. Holy shit.
Yeah.
You could resize the windows, you could put them on top of each other, you can move them around the screen like a fucking window on a desktop. It was great. This is a fucking waste of space and barely works. Considering every other fucking mod he's using, I'm surprised he's not using the goddamn UI mod.
Yeah.
You don't need to ask restoration does, no matter how experienced with games you are. The clue's in the name. Look at how simple the map is.
Wait. What if you have to? What if somebody does have to ask? What if somebody's like, what does illusion do? Like, what does alteration do? If illusion
Okay.
doesn't like create illusions, wouldn't that be an alteration thing? Again, unfortunately, dude,
Okay.
you have to ask.
You're sitting down to play Skyrim for the first time ever. You're not into fantasy stuff typically, and your friend is like, you know what, this Skyrim game, it's fucking amazing. 10 out of 10 badass seal of approval. You open the menu, you see a word, conjuration? The fuck does that mean? Yeah.
Yeah. It's just again, this is fucking insanity, dude. You're talking about you don't need to know what destruction and restoration are. What if you do? What if you don't realize that destruction is a type of magic? What if you think that it means something like, "Oh, can you build in this? Can I break things down?"
Ah, that's a good point. I didn't even consider that. Yeah.
Again, like, man, this is what the problem when you do these like large leaps of things, when you start doing assumptions this hard.
Can equip weapons with the two S, or the navigation, or the interactions.
It jumped on me again. That's getting pretty fucking annoying.
Well, and he also is rapid firing shit too, so get ready.
Yeah.
Restoration does, no matter how experienced with games you are. The clue's in the name. Look at how simple the map is, or how you can equip weapons with the two hands, or the quests, or the navigation, or the interactions with NPCs. One of them.
The
Dude,
navigation.
the interactions with. Go ahead.
We were both going on to different points there. The navigation, You mean following a fucking magic arrow? Great!
Yeah, or fast traveling.
And yeah, interaction with NPCs is fairly limited. Like,
Well, not even that, but the interactions are always fucking garbage. They don't feel like real people. Their conversations don't feel like real conversations between two people. They feel like the awkward, stilted dialogue that they are, written in a vacuum and acted in a vacuum.
Oblivion's shitty AI-generated conversations between NPCs might actually be better than Skyrim's conversations.
I genuinely think it is. All right.
The most interesting ways can be found in the skill progression. In Skyrim, the more you do a thing, the more powerful you become at doing that thing. Just like.
Wow. Okay, good job explaining how you level up. Why is this?
Yeah.
Why does this make the game good? See, this is funny because we actually talked about this earlier. When you went to the washroom, Setch, the question I read off of chat was, what do you think of Skyrim's leveling system, where you level up skills, or you use skills to get better at them? And I talked for a while about how, you know, I like that system, I like Fallout system. Both have pros and cons, you know? It can be a bit tedious doing the Elder Scrolls way of doing it, where you have to use the skills to level up. It may lead you into unintentionally leveling up skills that you don't want to. Whereas Fallout, you can put in more precisely what you want your character... Excuse me. What you want your character's skills to be.
Yeah.
I said in that conversation, I'm pretty sure, that, you know, both systems are decent or good. It's just, I don't think one particularly makes a game better than the other. And here he is.
Verve says, okay, no, Oblivion NPCs are the worst I've seen in a game, bar none. I disagree. And as Tyler McDonald puts right underneath you, I hear they're reforming the Dawn Guard. I hear they're reforming the Dawn Guard. I hear they're reforming the Dawn Guard.
You know what's wrong with Skyrim these days?
No,
everyone is obsessed with death.
Have you made it to the Cloud District? What am I saying? Of course you haven't.
I used to be an adventurer like you. I'm not ever gonna finish that fucking
did somebody
meme.
steal your sweet roll? Like, dude,
you fancy yourself a healer, huh?
Oh, you got a bit of fur coming out of your ear there.
Psst. Hail Sithis.
Yeah, dude.
I know who you are. Hail Sithis.
Yeah.
A random town guard says to you as you walk by.
You know what would be interesting? If an actual named random fucking NPC did something like that, it could lead into something.
Yeah, that would
exactly.
be interesting. The games we didn't get. You heard about the High Elves? Oblivion NPC is funny. Yeah, I think the Oblivion... What makes the Oblivion NPC work for me is that it's funny.
I like some of the parody videos about that, too. Have you heard of the High Elves?
And then he takes a bite of an orange that's poison.
Then he just... the way he fucking ragdolls in real life to do the death thing is fucking perfect. I don't know how that guy did it.
You
but
picked the
holy
wrong
shit.
game. You could make that point with any game with looping dialogue. I wish I could be so grossly incandescent. He doesn't say that unless you constantly talk to him. He will only say it once. If you then activate the conversation again, he'll say it one more time. And then you know, hey, he's going to loop, and then you leave. He doesn't walk by you and keep saying it. He doesn't say it constantly while he's fighting beside you.
Yeah, it's literally just meant to be like, hey, you've exhausted all of the dialogue. Yeah, you've exhausted the dialogue, you can now move on.
Yeah, because what we were referring to are characters that you pass by fairly often, especially in Whiterun, which is like the central location most people hang out in. The guy outside Belethor's store who says Skyrim is obsessed with death, you hear that most times.
Every fucking time you walk past.
Pretty much every time. Same with Nazim saying about the Cloud District. When the first goddamn thing you typically do going in the Whiterun is going to talk to the Jarl and hit Dragon's Reach is the Cloud District. I don't know how one building is a district, but it fucking is apparently. And despite the fact that you're the legendary Dragonborn, you're the Thane of Whiterun, you own a house in town, you go to the Jarl you've captured a dragon in the Jarl's palace and you flew on the back of a dragon out of the Jarl's palace after capturing him. Have you gone to the Cloud District? What am I talking about? Of course you haven't.
It's an NPC bark you're complaining about a standard feature in games? Of fucking course we are, because they're annoying as shit.
Also,
they aren't good. An NPC bark is, hello, traveler.
You can also give NPCs more than one single bark, and shockingly, you can even update NPCs to change their barks as things in the game progress.
But that requires effort, and they didn't want to do effort. As we found out with the Mill's speech, effort is a bad word at Bethesda.
Yeah, a lot of the barks don't even make sense, like we already mentioned with Nazim. Like, none of that shit makes any fucking sense.
Patrolling the Mojave almost makes you wish for a nuclear winter. The thing is, those NPCs have several barks, and you don't pass them nearly as often as the dude outside Bellathor's or the Skyrim guards.
Yeah.
They actually say a lot of different things besides that. That is one, and it does get a bit annoying, but there are a lot of different options that they go through. It's nowhere near just that one.
Yep. Yeah, that's just fucking insanity. That again, that's you guys. You do not want to die on this hill because holy shit. And yeah, ESO does the NPC barks way better, which is again, it's fucking insanity. ESO, the one that the Elder Scrolls fans say they hate so much, is the one that does everything just better.
Fucking rip.
Well, everyone saw the launch and then just dropped it after that and didn't bother to update their view on it in any way. Like, oh, has it changed at all since then? Don't care. Launch was bad. That's all that matters.
Which the launch was really fucking bad.
Yeah, the launch was really bad.
Yeah, oh boy. Alright, here we go.
This can be found in the skill progression. In Skyrim, the more you do a thing, the more powerful you become at doing that thing. Just like in real life. You don't need outside knowledge to pick that up.
Which, okay, not always true. If you're doing something in the incorrect way, you don't magically learn the correct way by continuing to do it the incorrect way.
Yeah.
You harden your muscle memory into the incorrect way. It's why people try to teach you shooting stances and specific styles of shooting. It's because they want to break you of any bad habits you might do with firearms.
Well, this also applies to artists. I don't really look at art and stuff online, but like, I'm sure you could find people out there who have been doing this for 10 years or more who have barely improved at all since when they started. That's just the way it is with some people.
Verve, we are not being unfair to Skyrim. No. There is a reason that my most hated line is I heard they're reforming the Dawn Guard. And I had it on stream where literally 17 different guards I passed all said the same line.
Yeah, because the Dawn Guard one in particular overrides most of the others.
Yes.
Yep.
Because if you don't do the Dawn Guard stuff, if you refuse to do the Dawn Guard stuff, they constantly bring it up. So, hey, maybe you just didn't notice. I heard they're reforming the Dawn Guard. 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 That shit annoys me.
And they also added an NPC too, and this really fucking annoys me, that will stalk you from town to town and will try to interact with you. It like fucking constantly. It is so annoying.
Yeah, which makes it even weirder that they would need everyone to fucking say that when you've already got somebody who's literally designed to track you down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look at Chris Chan and his art. Yeah, he's been around for years, and obviously he's like a super autistic fucking crazy retard, but he still hasn't improved after, how long has he been doing art? Like 15 years or more?
Yeah. So, again, this concept of you just get better at it if you keep doing it doesn't actually count.
If I jerk off for long enough, I become the master of sex.
Yeah.
But Skyrim actually has a really bad habit of that, too, because as another thing that happened on one of Setch's streams was the fucking, the Meridia's beacon just constantly spawned in because he wouldn't pick it up.
Yeah, that shit was so fucking annoying. So I refused to pick up the beacon the first time I saw it. And I remember I actually got fucking Daniel K did fan art of this. I went to another dungeon, saw the beacon again, I didn't do it. Then I went to a dungeon which is I think there was a necromancer dungeon. Inside of an urn, the beacon was there. I said no. I walk into the next room, the beacon is literally sitting on the table. I'm like, no. And then I open the chest, the reward chest, and the beacon is in the chest. There are 3 beacons I could see within eyesight of each other. It's like, no! Stop it!
Yeah, that's insane. What the fuck?
Yeah, and so Daniel K actually did a fan art of it, of me going to get coffee in the morning, even though I don't drink coffee, but he went to go get coffee in the morning, and I open up the drawer, and Meridian's beacon falls out and knocks me on the head.
That was a good piece of fan art.
Yeah, it was.
Alright, let's get back to this shit. I still want to get this video fucking done.
Top.
What?
I found something. Someone posted something that Setch might really like
Uh-oh.
for the audio.
Oh no.
The fuck? Okay, we probably can't. I don't know what this is. I'm not gonna play it because stream.
Yeah, you don't need to play it. I just wanted Setch to see it.
All right, are we good to go?
Oh my god.
Is it in the server, Pagan?
No.
No. Is it something that can be posted in the server?
Yes, I will
Yes.
post it in the server.
Post it in the meme channel in the server because I don't want to interrupt the stream with this.
Okay.
Yeah,
Because I know people are going to be asking.
Yeah, it's in the meme channel. It's in ship posting.
Babe, it's 4 p.m. Time for your boring fetch quest. Yes, honey.
Yeah,
All right.
opens the cereal box, all the flakes are Meridia's beacon, yeah.
Oh my god.
Alright, here we go.
The parallels to our own are right there. And again,
No.
through that, anyone, no matter how experienced, can easily choose a playstyle in these very distinct, simple categories. And
In these very distinct, simple categories, again, where you're showing modded categories everywhere.
He's also saying it's anyone could choose a playstyle. Alright, I want to be a pure mage. What now, motherfucker?
Let me tell you, that is horrible. It's a horrible experience to be a pure mage.
Yeah.
Also, hey, I want to be a trader. Well, no, you can't do that. But you said I could pick a playstyle. I want to be a robber baron. That's what I want to be. I want to be the literal wealthiest person in all of Skyrim and have a trade monopoly. Well, no, you can't do that.
Now, granted, you can't really do that in Morrowind or Oblivion either, but I would argue that you should be able to do it in all three games.
Yes.
In fact, that's something I do think would make Morrowind better too. Obviously Skyrim and Oblivion as well, but just different prices on items in different regions showing like their access to materials. So like which town is, I think it's Dawnstar that has the two mines. So obviously in Dawnstar there should be a bigger supply of like ore and ingots and stuff like that, but they also, you won't sell them for as much in Dawnstar because, well, this town has mines. Why would they need to buy your ore and ingots? But a place that doesn't have access to them normally, let's say Riverwood, would probably get better prices for them selling them there.
Yeah, a proper economy would be nice. The thing that Pete Hines said existed in the game, but absolutely doesn't.
Yeah, and you
remember, if you burn down the mill in Riverwood, it'll increase the prices on all furniture in all the rest of Skyrim.
Yeah, and like you should be able to hire pack animals and caravans and wagons and guards to protect them and all that kind of shit.
Oh God.
Because stuff like that would be useful to players who aren't playing merchants too. That's the other thing you have to consider. It's like, oh hey, I have a pack animal that will follow me places. Okay, I'm gonna tie you up outside of this fucking cave that I'm gonna loot. I'm gonna load all the shit I loot onto this and dump it off at the next town I stop at. What? No, I'm not a merchant. I'm just a person raiding random dungeons.
Yeah. Oh God.
have a satisfactory bit. Couldn't be simpler, but it could be better. There are disadvantages too. As you play, the walls keeping you locked into the playstyle you picked grow slow from archery to two-handed 100 hours in. You'd be completely cream-crackered, and so you have to keep using bows if you want to continue playing well. Swapping would take hours upon hours of farming experience with the new weapon type, on top of blowing your entire bank on skill vendors, who give you levels for gold. You could just smith and enchant something absolutely insane, negating the need for experience, but you're still making a sacrifice, and you'd need to have farmed your ass off for smithing and enchanting to be good enough. If you feel the need to farm...
Yeah, smithing and enchanting at the lowest levels are basically useless.
Did you notice he did the thing, though?
What?
He did the most inefficient form of
the Iron
smithing.
Dagger?
Iron Dagger, Iron Dagger, Iron Dagger, Iron Dagger. Oof, my dude. Oof, oof, oof.
and enchant something absolutely insane, negating the need for experience, but you're still making a sacrifice, and you'd need to have farmed your ass off for smithing and enchanting to be good enough.
Look at all
If you
them
feel
iron
the need to
daggers.
farm just to use a different weapon after 100 hours of gameplay, especially given the quality of Skyrim's combat,
Also,
Especially given the quality of Skyrim's combat, which is dog shit. I agree. Why would you want to change?
I'm pretty
you
sure
just
he-
want to finish it.
I'm pretty sure he does say the combat is bad in this video. I don't remember for sure, but I think he does. But the
Okay.
reason I paused was, remember what we were talking about bugs earlier ruining the experience?
Yep.
I know a lot of people think, haha, funny, you get launched into fucking orbit. This is incredibly silly, though. And if this
Yeah.
was a game I actually cared about and liked, I would find this even more annoying. Because it's like, this breaks immersion. This makes me take it less seriously. This is not good.
Yeah. So hey, if he does say that the combat is bad, that'll be fucking interesting.
Yeah, pretty sure
Yeah.
it will.
The iron dagger thing, you don't want to do iron daggers, you want to do gold rings. That's just better in every way. Alright.
just to use a different weapon after 100 hours of gameplay, especially given the quality of Skyrim's combat, there's something wrong. Sure, a mage shouldn't be able to use a sword competently, but a two-hander not being able to switch to a sword 100 hours in? Come on. Skyrim is not an MMORPG, but this does encourage multiple playthroughs at least, just not for the best of reasons. Because of craving variation in combat, not because you're so unbelievably excited to see how combat plays with a different kind of weapon. The truth is, Skyrim's combat is pathetic. To illustrate
Absolutely. I agree. Yeah, Skyrim's combat is pathetic.
Yep.
Like, to an absurd degree.
Well, definitely points for Whitelight there for getting that right. Holy shit.
Well, again, while we agree with him, we need to see if he backs up the claim. Again, he's made the claim. We need to make sure he actually backs up the claim.
Yeah, that's the other...
We agree with it, and we can back up the claim, but we also have, an unlimited amount of time to do so. He has, God, 20 minutes of this video left still. Fucking hell. Okay.
Oh,
Yeah, we're not even halfway through yet.
God, I just want this shit to end.
Back to it. Please back up the claim, please, for God's sake.
every reason why it was so adored, I've got to talk about a weakness. Combat fits the bill perfectly, and it's probably what frustrates me the most. The state of it isn't really a surprise.
Hold on, I just have to pause it because something he said there. I have to talk about a negative, and combat fits the bill perfectly. So, first of all, if you're talking about games, you don't... Well, any type of media, you don't have to talk about the negatives if you don't want to. It feels like he's using bad combat to check a box that, yeah, this is a good game for this reason, that reason, these reasons, but there is a negative, so it's not all praise. You know? It feels weird to me.
Yeah. Alright, backing up a bit.
Yeah.
What frustrates me the most. The state of it isn't really a surprise. I mean, hell, the only game I've ever played with good first-person magic/sword fighting was Dishonored, and that game was literally scared of its own brilliant combat system. So Skyrim's not got...
It's because the combat system wasn't that brilliant, man. It's... Oh, boy.
So I've never...
Yeah, Dishonored has a lot of issues, and the biggest problem is because of its magic and combat system. You're supposed to be a sneaky, stealthy assassin guy, but you are like the harbinger of death in Dishonored. It doesn't fit the theme and tone that the game is trying to go for.
Ah.
You can literally empty out entire levels because of the combat. Again, the combat's good, but it just doesn't work in that world, in that setting. It literally breaks the game over, it bends the game over and then snaps its spine. Oh, dude. No, I don't want to do high chaos. I want to do low chaos, which is kind of what the game is trying to get you to go towards.
By the way, I got a lot of Vinny stream clips recommended by being here. How the fuck is that even possible? We only mention... Is YouTube recommending Vinesauce's clips because I said it on stream?
Yeah, well, it does that.
That is fucking creepy.
Yeah. Remember, EFAP was talking about how they'll just talk about something and then suddenly he'll get a bunch of ads for that.
See, I have ad block on pretty much everything, so I barely ever see ads.
Yeah, I wanted to play a really good stealth game as well, and God, you have to try hard. If you make sure you don't use any spells whatsoever, you can try to turn Dishonored into a good stealth game, but it's not great. It'd be like a 6 out of 10 stealth game. Again, if you don't use any of the spells. If you use any of the spells, it's literally a cakewalk. Which kind of deflates the whole, like, you're being stealthy, sneaky.
Anyways, yeah, I don't know much about Dishonored since I've never played it.
Yeah. Again, it's not bad. It has an interesting setting and everything like that. It's just the combat and everything works directly against the identity of it being a stealth game.
Ah.
Got much to go on. I think there's a reason why so many people I know gravitate towards stealth archer. Skyrim's detection mechanics, while maybe nonsensical at higher levels, are somewhat deep. There's speed.
They are somewhat deep. I thought you said there was literally no complexity in any aspect of this game before.
You wanna know why people gravitate towards stealth archery? Because that fucking damage bonus for sneak attacking. And it is so over-fucking powered. Holy shit.
It is incredibly overpowered. And especially if you do this, bound bow.
Yeah.
Can't wait for the Robot v Lizard War. Yeah, well, it won't be much of a war.
Lighting line levels are somewhat deep. There's speed, armor weight, lighting, line of sight, whether or not your weapon's drawn, and enchantments. Most dungeons...
Did you just really say a line of sight as a part of depth for archery?
No, for stealth.
For stealth. Okay.
Which, yeah, as has been proven, no, that is not true at all. You can literally be standing in front of the person and murder the person next to them. They'll run right up to you and still not see you because the stealth system is so fucked.
Yeah.
It is so broken.
Not to mention, this is part of why it's so broken, is you could do that, what Seth just said, but you could also be hiding perfectly in the darkness and they'll just suddenly detect you because reasons.
Yeah, you can literally fire a bow shot from like a mile away and nail somebody and kill them in one hit, and then every single guard inside that place will run straight out to where you are.
They'll beeline to you.
While you're not detected, by the way.
Yeah, it's like they've got a fucking psychic lock on your location.
are designed well enough for everything apart from maybe the boss. Add a dagger into the equation and you've got a fairly satisfying game of cutthroat assassinations. Add a bow? Well, now you're up to something a lot more interesting. Archery in Skyrim is probably my favourite archery system in games. Not that there's much competition. The bows are badass, the kill cams are endlessly satisfying.
Endlessly satisfying? Man, you are very easily pleased. The kill cams get so fucking annoying because, especially on higher difficulties, how often the kill cam literally is preventing you from killing the enemy because they'll stand up and immediately heal themselves while the flight of the arrow is going on the kill cam.
Yeah, they'll get their second win.
Oh, it fucking annoys the shit out of me.
Arrow jutting out my fucking eyeball. Guess it was just my imagination.
Yeah, you
Guess
really,
it was just
really
the
want
wind.
kill cams off. You really want all the kill cams gone. The kill cams for archery and Skyrim prevent the capstone perk from working. Well, that's fucking great.
What's the capstone perk?
I don't know. Because I lose my focus when it comes to the archery tree. I just get the damage stuff on the bows. The paralysis activates as the arrow is fired. Oh, it's fucking hilarious.
I died one time because of a kill cam. Fucking rip.
Yeah, I've had that happen multiple times. Because when you're in a kill cam, your character sits there just perfectly still. And on legendary difficulty, that's a single arrow shot will kill you. So.
Yeah.
Paralyzed target on hit is the archery capstone.
Ah.
Alright.
Actually burrows deep within their targets, which looks amazing. And the rag...
Which burrows deep within their targets and looks amazing. Dude, that's such basic bitch shit. Holy god.
Yeah, Oblivion had arrows sticking out of targets. I also want to point out...
Not that there's
Hold on.
much competition. The bows are badass, the kill cams are endlessly satisfying, the arrow actually
Okay, this Draugr is just getting out of the thingies in, the casket.
burrows deep within their target.
Dead. One shot.
Yeah, we already know he's playing on super low difficulty or he has super powerful shit. Because he was one tapping all the Draugr before this. While standing up, not being in stealth, by the way.
Well, I know that, but this just highlights how bad it gets. This is the boss of the dungeon, which he said earlier, you know, you fight a boss and you get epic celestial loot. Obviously, he did say celestial, but you know what I'm getting at. And, oh, I just one-tapped the boss. I don't know, that seems a little bit underwhelming to me, doesn't it?
Yeah, oh god. Don't remind me of the fucking... So, yeah, the captives, the people that are under arrest, the fact that they can run up to you and talk to you while they're being escorted, even during the middle of a fight, that shit annoys me. Because then they'll just get you fucking killed.
Targets, which looks amazing when you take someone out, is incredible. It looks like they've been hit with a shotgun. Throw in the depth by nature.
Which,
Oh my
again,
God.
is not realistic at all. I mean, this is literally the...
Have we heard...
Oh, I clap.
Have we heard that argument before?
Them getting blasted away.
Getting shot, or enemies being hit with arrows looks like they're getting hit with a shotgun.
No,
Because
haven't heard
that sounds
before,
familiar.
Because shotguns don't do that, by the way, either.
But yeah, an arrow shouldn't take someone out like they're getting blasted with a shotgun. That's fucking... Sorry, with a movie shotgun, because holy shit, that's fucking insanity.
Yeah.
It does not work that way.
Bro, he exploded when I shot him. Epic, dude. Yeah, again, this really seems like you are easily amused.
Yeah.
Nature of projectile length, time and gravity, and you've got yourself a nice skill ceiling which allows for a good degree of mastery. My only real
A nice skill ceiling. It barely gets away from the skill floor. It is not a very high skill ceiling.
So if we want to talk about high skill ceiling for archery, okay, let's add in having to consider wind.
That would be interesting, yeah. And the weight of your arrow, like the arrow choice you pick.
Yeah, each arrow has a different weight, which results in it flying differently.
Yeah, almost. There are games that do that too, which is fucking fascinating. Shock spells send people to the moon for some reason. Yeah.
issue with archery, ready an arrow, even with the light bows or Zephyr, and the fact that the arrow somehow defies the laws of physics by gravitating upwards before it gravitates downwards. Making short-range headshots requires you to aim well below the head, and headshots don't even deal more damage. What? Why the game
What?
So he's pointing out things that probably are bad. The way he
Yes.
said what there, so he's... I do agree with him there. It's insane that headshots don't do more damage. And
Yeah.
they also shouldn't defy gravity and go upwards before going down.
Yep. Now, one thing I will say is at least headshots stagger people. Thank fucking God.
Creetosis, wait, don't tell me Whitelight's actually shit. I love this guy's videos. Okay. This video is fucking shit.
Yeah, this video is incredibly shit. But he had good production quality at the start, and we were even talking about how great it was. But yeah, man, this video is really, really bad.
Yeah. What I'd say is this.
Well, no, he is saying that... Well, no, actually, no, he's saying arrows flying up and defying gravity is a good thing. Because he said it's part of the skill ceiling.
Oh, yeah, I disagree there then. It's bad that they go up. But I'm not going to say Whitelight is bad because of one bad video. I've never seen any of his other content, so I don't know if it's actually good or not. This video is fucking garbage, though.
Bullets actually fly upwards when leaving the barrel. No. No, no. Okay, so what bullets do is, depending on the twist that you have on it, how aggressive the twist is, the bullet can actually start veering to a side. It isn't the fact that it's actually going up. The bullet is still following gravity, but your sights, depending on how you have them set up and what range you are, your sights are actually adjusting it so that the barrel of your gun is aiming slightly up and slightly up and slightly up and slightly up. That's how you get longer range shots. It's the same thing with sniper rifles. When you're actually adjusting your sights to go longer range, it is adjusting the scope to go down, which is therefore, if you actually have to re-aim your target, you're lifting the barrel up. Again, there is such a thing in sniper rifles, which is the slight drift with when it comes to the spin of the bullet. When the bullet spins hard at a sharply to the right or left, counter or clockwise, then it will actually cause the bullet to deviate. So you have to know that going in ahead of time.
God damn it, Des Volt said the thing I was going to say as a shitpost on voice here. You could curve the bullet by swinging your gun hard in a direction.
It is a thing of your... Oh my god, Domain Chaos, why are you always the one?
Let's just move on. I want to get this video over with.
Yep.
Even with the light bows or Zephyr, and the fact that the arrow somehow defies the laws of physics by gravitating upwards before it gravitates downwards. Making short-range headshots requires you to aim well below the head, and headshots don't even deal more damage. What? Why the game shipped with that, I am confused. Still, the overall package is solid. Fair stealth mechanics and satisfying archery. There's a hell of a lot of fun to be had. Every other form of combat in Skyrim, those being melee and magic, don't come close.
Okay, so...
I can agree with that.
Yeah, I agree with that, but I'm going to go back to what he said previously. I don't believe it's a solid package in the slightest, and fun is entirely subjective. You can have fun with fucking watching paint dry. I don't find that fun personally. You could find the stealth mechanics and stealth archery in Skyrim to be the funnest fucking thing in the world. That doesn't necessarily mean they're good, though. And that's what's important.
Creetosis is even worse. In Wanted, the bullet curves the opposite direction of the way you swung it. Dude, yeah, Wanted is just insanity logic. Just the ending shot is so hilarious, of going like through the hole of a donut and everything like that to get to the target and everything. It's like, who the hell eats their donuts that way?
What?
So when he fires the shot to kill the final guy, it goes like through the hole of a donut. Some guy is eating a donut, but he's like eating it sideways. It's like, why do you have it turned that way? And it's specifically so the bullet can go through the eye.
Oh, it's crazy. If you've never seen this, it doesn't just go through a donut. It goes through a bunch
It goes
of
through
different
tons
stuff.
of stuff, like open windows and shit like that. And, yeah. It's like,
hold on.
it is so cool. A gunshot. It's like, it's just stupid.
I'll get it for you real quick.
No,
so you can see what
don't
it is.
get it from me. I don't want to see it. I don't want to be cursed with this garbage.
No,
There's a
it's
reason I
too
haven't
late.
seen-
No, Pagan, no. We need to continue.
20
We need to get through this.
$20 from Hazmat Sad Boy. Thank you. I've been looking for you. Got something I'm supposed to deliver. Your hands only. Let me see here. I've got a letter and a lot of hold. Something about it being your inheritance. Looks like that's it. Gotta go.
No. Fine, the whole thread knot. Fine, but people know what I mean when I say the eye of the donut as well.
Anyways.
In the case away at the right time in the enemy's attack animation to ensure you never get hit. You can also learn how best to time heavy attacks and shield bashes for the most useful staggers. That is it. Because the AI will almost never back up, attempting to employ these techniques requires you to be heading backwards at all times, especially when you're taking on a group, because you're also going to want to try and disperse them. This hyper-defensive style of play can get extremely lethargic, and on the more basic enemies, you can shrug off a few hits as long as you've got maybe a few perks and restoration and a ring. The vast majority of melee players just rush, which boils down to spamming attacks on completely unreactive enemies, and maybe blocking once or twice. The most satisfying...
Yeah, I agree with that entirely. We actually made pretty much the same criticism in our video.
Yep.
I don't think I have anything to add on to that, actually.
It's the eye of the donut. It's the thrill of the. You should have said frosting.
Flying melee combinations. Even if there was more than positioning and like parries with the shield bash you already have, swinging a sword feels like you're cutting paper with a butter knife. Certainly compared to the vast majority of other games with sword fighting, melee fights are animated like we're playing an MMO. I mean, look at brawls. Right hook, right hook, right hook, right hook, right hook, right hook, right hook. Ooh, surprise him with a left hook. Wii Sports hits the mark.
Yeah, I'm just kind of breaking this up because I don't disagree with anything he's saying here. Again, this is pretty similar to the criticisms we made in our video that there just isn't much to melee combat. You spam attacks because that's the way it works in Skyrim, unfortunately.
Mark better than us. The only satisfying thing about using magic is conjuring a bound weapon because you don't technically have to use magic. You're just shoving your hand in someone's face. I mean, what is this? Someone needs to provide a written explanation for this monstrosity, because I'm trying to roast someone's bollocks off, not get a palm reading. As you move up into the apprentice and adept spells, you need to aim it and stuff, which is good for the projectile spells, but apart from on enemies that are particularly weak to fire, I'm really struggling to find a reason to use those when you could have hit scan lightning. Keep going and you get quirks like an explosion or a chain effect, which both have their situational uses, and that encourages occasionally switching out spells. I'm scraping the bottom of the barrel here. The master spell's cool to look at.
I mean, you're scraping the bottom of the barrel for the entire video, but at least you admitted it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I largely agree with the magic too. It's just really not good.
Yeah, the magic system in Skyrim is really, really shit. Which sucks because you had left hand and right hand and you could have mixed and matched. That would have been really fucking interesting.
Yeah. Also the fact that some of the highest tier spells will just drain you of fucking magicka real quick. I got into a fight with a character on, I think it was legendary difficulty, and most of the fight was me running away just constantly so he doesn't hit me and kill me in one fucking shot, while I wait for my magicka to recharge so I could cast another spell at him. Any low tier spells barely did any damage, and the highest tier spells didn't do a whole lot of damage either, but it did more, and it seemed to be the most effective way to take this guy on.
Yeah.
You need to have potions to be a mage. Kinda, yeah. Does Morrowind and Oblivion have better combat? Unironically, yes.
Yes. Like, Oblivion has the problem of, targets not reacting to you, but oh well. Like, that's a small price to pay for, being able to leg sweep people and, knock people around and stuff. And actually having, hand-to-hand combat tree, which is a fucking blast. And Morrowind's combat is just way, way better.
Yeah.
The biggest problem with magic is the fact that low-level magic builds are very hard to enjoy. Firstly, magicka recharges extremely slowly. Even with robes and rings and circlets, your offensive potential depends on your total magicka, which includes potions.
Okay. I agree with you here fully, but you are also showing this as bad as possible. You are doing a Draugr Scourge, and you are using the, flame spell. Like, the weakest, most piddly, useless spell against something you're already super high level. You already got super gear, you got tons of potions and everything like that. You're doing it against a Draugr Scourge, man.
Yeah. And
Like, again, I agree with you fully, but you need to do this in perspective when you're talking about low-level magic builds, to show low-level magic going against low-level enemies. It's the same problem, but it isn't this ludicrously overstated.
Yeah. And the problem with showing footage like this is that someone who disagrees with you could call you out as being disingenuous here. Oh, look,
Yeah.
You're using the weakest spell in the game. You literally started off with it, and you're fighting a super high-level enemy to prove that it's not doing anything. You may be right about magic being garbage, and you are right about magic being garbage. I fucking absolutely agree. But the problem is, if someone wanted to counter you and respond to you, they could very easily show you to be, they could very easily claim with evidence that you're being disingenuous. Because that's what it would appear like to someone who genuinely believes there's no issue with Skyrim.
Yeah, it definitely, yeah, Skyrim's magic is by far the worst in the series. Like I said, if you want to do this if you actually want to do this, to show this in true thing, you should be right as you get out of Helgen, or even in Helgen, just show you trying to burn some of the Stormcloak guys, and it's terrible.
Also, I want to point out, too, that I said the very similar thing about Semi-Oline's video of Elder Scrolls' dumbing down. Because similarly, I mentioned this during the Sorcerer Dave stream, in Sammy's video, he was saying characters could get so low disposition with you that they'll refuse to talk to you. Now, this does happen in game where your only option is just goodbye. It'll actually show up in the normal text box as an option. It'll be the only option, which obviously exits dialogue with that character. So it's hard to get to talk to them again. But the example he showed didn't actually have that happen. It just appeared as though he was opening and closing the dialogue box with a low disposition character over and over again. I know what he's saying is true, but he was using bad footage alongside it to prove a point that someone could call him out on as being disingenuous.
Yes.
And that's why having proper footage matters when you're doing these videos, because even if you're right, the evidence you might be showing could be used against you if it's situations like that, or situations like this where high-level enemy using the starting spell to say magic is bad.
Yep. Yeah, it's just something you don't need to do.
Yeah.
I'll be right back.
Oh, okay.
Alright. So, how are you doing, Such?
I'm doing pretty good. Kind of just want to continue, though, because I just want to get this done.
Yeah, I want to get it over with, too, at this point. We've been going 5 hours?
5.5 hours.
So, that's... We're over the halfway point, and we got through a bit of this video fairly quickly, because there's just stuff we agreed with and couldn't really elaborate a whole lot on. Let's call a vote. Do you want to continue without Pagan?
I kind of do.
If you run out fucked. Many magic builds then will have a crutch smart to drain magicka, that or a huge pool of magicka and a low spell cost to start with, that they then hope is enough to get them through fights. But that's only going to be practical late game with enchantments, gear, and a hell of a lot of levels in magicka. Magic can get so hopeless that when you inevitably run out of magicka, you pretty much can't win because you've got the pain tolerance of a football player and maybe a sword that might as well be a stick for all it'll do. In a way,
yep, still agreeing with this. I just gave the example of how I had to run away from a random Argonian named Argonian who wanted to kill me for some reason, and... Okay, well that happened. Who wanted to kill me for some reason, and I just had to run away, run away, run away. I have enough magicka, blast him, run away, run away, run away. Have enough magicka, blast him. Oh no, he got hit on me, I'm dead.
Yep, there's no, like, there's just nothing. There's really nothing to say.
Chad is going, I love democracy, because we called a vote to continue without Pagan.
Yeah. Alright.
being a stat-based RPG makes it...
Oh, you good?
Skyrim being a stat-based RPG makes its lack of depth a good thing.
Holy shit. Yeah, I had the Lodi circle, so I didn't catch that.
Okay, yep, backing that up, yep.
Just gonna answer a question in chat quickly. Also, Kree, are you using an emulator to play Legend of Dragoon? I've got a PlayStation Mini that's been modded to have extra games on it, and that's what I'm playing it on.
Inevitably run out of magicka, you pretty much can't win because you've got the pain tolerance of a football player and maybe a sword that might as well be a stick for all it'll do. In a way, Skyrim...
Oh, by the way, When he says football player, he means soccer player. I'm assuming this guy is a Brit.
Okay.
Because it's not like an
Yeah,
American football player who probably has a way higher pain tolerance than a fucking soccer player who comes within 30 feet of another player and fucking dives.
Alright, backing it off again so we can
Sorry.
make sure you get
Sorry.
to hear that.
Inevitably run out of magicka, you pretty much can't win because you've got the pain tolerance of a football player and maybe a sword that might as well be a stick for all it'll do. In a way, Skyrim being a stat-based RPG makes its lack of depth a good thing. Because everything is so basic, it doesn't really matter how good you are with the actual combat mechanics. You ain't beating a dragon with a wooden sword.
Do you... Okay, I understand the wooden sword part. Do you realize how bad everything else you just said was?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Because of being a stat-based RPG. Holy shit, man.
It's supposed to be bad. That's literally all I'm hearing at this point. It's supposed to be bad. What the
Alright.
fuck?
Alright, here we go.
Oh.
Unless you exploit it to As such, you can't ever get so good on the higher difficulties that using all the combat performance affecting systems like the level ups, perks, armor and weapon upgrades, enchanting, smithing, potions, scrolls and such would be completely unnecessary. You're going to be interacting with them, beginner or advanced. Whereas in a more deep game, you might get so good that you'd forego leveling up or upgrading. Is this an excuse for the state of Skyrim's combat?
Actually, again, as it's pointed out, the most efficient way to play Skyrim to make sure you get the least fuckery from the game system is to actually go stealth and then never level up at all, ever. Because it'll never get the higher tier enemies.
Yeah.
Which is incredibly, like, awful.
You better not accidentally click on that level up screen because you get locked into selecting... You don't have to select all your perks, but all the health, magic, stamina upgrades that you've collected, you have to take them all at once.
Yep.
Sorry about that, I'm back.
It happens. You
Oh, welcome back.
barely missed anything.
Okay, there was a bit of a dispute going on. I had to go break it up.
Alright.
Pagan had to get the shotgun out!
I wish.
Well, don't worry, we're gonna solve which one of this here in a heartbeat. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Alright.
Combat. No. The real-time engagements, depth is technically gained from all those combat performance affecting systems, and you can make decisions to
what?
create a successful outcome.
Wait, I need to hear what the fuck he just said. Because I think he just said something insane again.
Yeah.
Beginner or advanced. Whereas in a more deep game, you might get so good that you'd forego leveling up or upgrading. Is this an excuse for the state of Skyrim's combat? No. Despite the depth of the real-time engagements, depth is technically gained from all those combat performance affecting systems, and you can make decisions to create a successful outcome. As it is with so many RPGs, those...
The fuck did he just say?
I don't know. I'm trying to understand what the hell he's talking about.
So, prior to this part, he said all the combat enhancing other systems. So, enchanting, alchemy, smithing. Yeah, I'm not sure what the fuck he's saying here.
He's saying the depth comes from all the stuff ancillary to it, making decisions on it. It's like, what? So yeah, hold on.
Not to mention,
affecting...
again, this game has no complexity. This game has depth, though. What?
Yeah, which again is the same thing. The game doesn't have any depth, though, unfortunately. Oh, here we go.
systems, and you can make decisions to create a successful outcome. As it is with so many RPGs, those decisions are hidden behind menus, so are largely uninteresting. That doesn't make for particularly satisfying gameplay, but given Skyrim's place as an otherwise highly immersive, visually appealing video game, you'd think they'd put more effort.
Highly immersive, visually appealing video game, but it wasn't immersive to me, and I didn't find it appealing at all.
Yeah.
Visually. So, again, you're trying to say, why did you love Skyrim? I already am in the camp that didn't love Skyrim ever. So, this should be like, you should be trying to convince me over, but you've already... Again, we're still in this insanity, so here we go.
Effort into making the combat at least fun, feel good, It feels like I'm smacking toy soldiers together. If they don't want to increase the depth, then at least give us an illusion. I say they, but do we really need them? Do we really have to wait until Elder Scrolls 6? Until Fallout 76, Bethesda themselves haven't been a drawback in their games for a very long time. Skyrim
They've always been a drawback in their games because they always require the community to fix all their shit. Oh,
This is
dude.
insanity. Even Morrowind has a big patch mod to fix fucking so many things in that game.
Yeah.
And it's only gotten worse from there. You're telling me Bethesda isn't a drawback?
Yeah, again, they could turn this around. They're not beyond redemption, but yeah, for right now, holy shit. Alright.
Skyrim isn't infinite. It's everything the game has to offer in a good 200 to 300 hours. That's quests and locations. Sure, Skyrim's a very fun game to replay, but most people who played it and liked it have done so many, many times. Maybe they want to do it again, because it's true. Few, if any, other games have done what Skyrim does best better. But with the
What does Skyrim do best?
Yeah.
Does
what
it have
does-
every frame is a painting that you want as your desktop background? Does it have... Are the bugs the reason that... Is that what it does best? It has a lot of bugs that are haha funny?
Yeah, I'm fucking... Ugh.
And you just said yourself that the combat system is fucking garbage, so what does Skyrim do best?
Dude, if he talks about the story, I'm gonna start laughing because Jesus Christ, the story is the thing that it does the worst.
Please talk about the story. Please do it. Please tell me why the story for Skyrim is so fucking amazing.
Yep. Alright, here we go.
state of the industry, you're not playing something old. You need something new, fresh experiences to give you a reason to come back. You know what I'm talking about. Mods. A feature we all know and understand. The ability to simply download
Player-made content, third-party content, does not make a game good.
Yeah,
You
if you
can-
need mods to make your game good, your game was not good to begin with.
Yes.
Yeah.
This is just an easy fucking catch-all trapdoor excuse to fucking get out of criticism. Oh, well, you have a problem with this game? Mods could fix it! It doesn't fucking matter if mods can fix it. If there's a problem with the game, that shouldn't have been there in the first place. If the story is poorly written garbage, I shouldn't need a mod to fix that. Not that most mods do even attempt to fucking fix the garbage quest lines or factions or main story or fucking whatever else.
Yeah.
Also,
Alright.
it's not the modding community's job to make the game good. Yes, exactly. And this is why I've always described mods as like sprinkles on a cake. You know, you get a nice cake, you got the icing on it, that's the game. Anything else is additional like toppings or flavorings, you know? It's like if you have a pile of shit, right? And you put sprinkles on top, that does not make the pile of shit not a pile of shit. It makes it a pile of shit with sprinkles on it. That's what mods are. You're adding something potentially good to something that's fucking garbage. And maybe that fucking topping will make that garbage good for someone. It doesn't make the garbage itself good, though. Just might mean someone will enjoy it.
player-created content in Bethesda's game. PC players have had this option for years, but with Special Edition, console players can too, right from the main menu. What's so especially magical about this is that the biggest bar between the player and mods is now removed. Being bothered. You'd be shocked at how many people would mod, but don't, because downloading player-created content is either too scary or too bothersome. Now, you just boot up Skyrim, and right from the main menu, you can search up a new quest to download. New armor, new gameplay mechanics. Let me show you. Armor and weapons we already know and understand, but it's incredible how just a simple alteration in the power of certain spells, or a retexture can make the game so much more entertaining. Thomas the Tank Engine Dragons? Count me in. Replacing Fus Rodar with ramping up the power? Letting me use it on myself? This is a better Just Cause than Just Cause. But you and I know that's not the reason we're modding. We're here to become a heckin' bone man. No, we're here to
A better Just Cause than Just Cause.
Which, no, it's absolutely not.
No. No.
So
Don't even try.
this is probably the farthest we've seen anyone go with the mods will fix it argument before, but all of this is just worthless garbage to me. It's not to say these
Yep.
mods are bad. I can understand people enjoying these mods and wanting to make them. I've got nothing against the mod owners, but this just goes back to the same thing we've already said. This doesn't make the game good. It's Skyrim is still Skyrim. That's the problem. When I put these mods into it, Skyrim is no longer Skyrim. Skyrim is Skyrim, but with shit that makes it a little bit less fucking annoying to play. I really don't get these people, man. I don't get how they could say, yeah, this game is just better because it could be modded.
Yeah. And this is why people loved Skyrim. It's like, no, because I had other games I could play that didn't require mods to make the game even remotely enjoyable.
Yeah. And you take other games too, like Team Fortress 2 is a good game on its own. All the custom player maps and game modes and stuff, that only makes the game better. Well, I shouldn't say better, but you have that option for an already good game. So you could get more playtime and enjoyment out of it. For someone like me, Skyrim's fucking garbage at the base level. Why would I waste my time putting mods in to try and fucking extract joy out of it? That's just insanity to me.
This is insane. Also, I might have to leave the call for a bit.
All right.
In just a bit. We'll see. I might not have to, but we'll see.
Okay.
Alright.
But you and I know that's not the reason we're modding. We're here to become a heckin' bone mat. No, we're here to fix Skyrim's problems, and to make it more of a game than it already is.
Okay, so it's a video game. It can't be any less of a video game than it already is. It can't be any more of a video game than it already is. It's
Yeah.
100% video game. That was a stupid thing to say.
That
And
was.
also, thank you for
But-
highlighting my fucking point. We're modding to fix the problems. Don't you see how that's a fucking issue?
Yep.
Don't you see why that's something you shouldn't have to fucking say?
What?
Because, as people are pointing out in chat, we're here to fix Skyrim's problems. That's not your job. Yeah, it shouldn't be the modder's job. It shouldn't be the community's job to fix Bethesda's fucking garbage.
Yep. Alright.
This one...
Satisfying combat I had? Well, now you know why I needed to illustrate them. In any other game, you're stuffed. In this game, download, ultimate combat, wildcat, TK dodge, and archery overhaul. Done. Fixed. It's not great, but it's a hell of a lot better. Depth allowing for combat mastery could make some systems redundant, but I think it's worth it, and you can simply experiment and essentially make your own combat system. Still, we have yet to scratch the surface. What about the passion projects developers have spent years
Alright. Just trying to get us some more distance through this.
Fucking hell. That comment, where'd that go? The one mod Skyrim needs is this list of 100 plus mods to change how everything works. Yeah.
Yeah, basically. I know
Um,
he's going to talk about passion project. If you're going to talk about Arendelle and stuff like that, it's like, yeah, that has nothing to do with Skyrim's quality at all. That's Arendelle. That's Arendelle's quality. These mods are not Skyrim's quality. These mods are these mods' quality.
yeah.
It's the same reason why, God, when I worked for MMO Grinder, somebody kept trying to donate to get us to review Second Life.
Oh boy.
Like, we can't review Second Life. And John didn't know, as he's never used it before. And I said, you can't review it because you would literally just be reviewing the person who you happen to go to their server. You would be reviewing the person, not the system itself, because the system itself is designed to be completely modular and open and moddable by everybody.
Hmm.
So there's nothing to review. I don't want to go in and review XX Hotshot 53 XX's, realm.
Yeah.
That would be completely fucking insane. It's the same thing why if I'm doing a review of Skyrim, I'm doing a review of Skyrim. I'm not doing a review of fucking Arendelle.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not doing a review of
Enderal, I mean Enderal, not Arendelle.
Enderal. Yeah, that's exactly part of it too. I'm not doing a review of Ordinate or fucking fixing all the perks of Skyrim. I'm talking about Skyrim.
Or Sky UI or the unofficial Elder Scrolls patch. I'm not doing reviews of those. I'm doing reviews of Skyrim.
Yeah. And I'm sorry, but no amount of mods can change, like, will fix all of the issues Skyrim has, because even if you fix the depth issues with the combat or the other skills in the game, alchemy and enchanting and all the perks and everything, that's still only the gameplay side. It doesn't account for how fucking garbage the story is. You can download quest mods, sure, but the substance of the content that is Skyrim is the questing material. And this is the biggest problem I find with this whole modding thing. So you download all these mods to fix combat, to fix the perks, to fix alchemy, enchanting, smithing, and you download all these mods to play all these player-made quests. So what part of Skyrim are you actually playing then? You ignore the Thieves Guild, you ignore the Dark Brotherhood, you ignore the Companions, you ignore the College of Winterhold, you ignore the Civil War, you ignore the main story, you ignore the Daedric quests, you ignore most of the side quests probably. Sounds like you're playing a very small portion of what is actually Skyrim.
Yeah. Alright.
Oh, 1 second. I'm getting someone knocking at the door.
Oh, man. Oh, chat. Oof. Like, again, this thing being a reason to love Skyrim as well. Enderall exists. Well, other Forgotten City exists. Well, all these other stuff exists. It's like, that's not a reason to love Skyrim. That's not a reason why people love Skyrim. This is fucking insanity.
Yeah, this is terrible. Like, what the fuck? You're essentially just buying a modding platform at this point. You're not even buying a fucking game.
And there are better modding platforms, much like
there are.
Minecraft.
Yep.
How to solve half the main story problem after finding the wall you can kill Delphine? Oh, dude, that'd been great.
Yes. I'm back, by the way.
Welcome back.
Sorry about that.
Dude, a lot of people do take mods for granted.
Yeah.
Years of their lives working on mods. That's what we're going to focus on now. I've picked 3. Project AHO.
Is he just talking about mods now? Do we have to go through this mod shit? Because I guarantee I haven't played these mods.
Yeah, and they don't even fucking matter.
Yeah,
They don't matter to Skyrim at all.
It doesn't matter how good or bad they are. They're not Skyrim. They are
Yes.
somebody else's creation.
Well, let's just go and see if we can get there.
We might have to start skimming shit if he's talking extensively about these mods. We might be at the end of the video, technically, then. I hope to God we are.
Yeah, I hope we are too.
$5 super chat from Kappacat. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Said it before, I'll say it again. If you need mods to make a game good, it's not a good game. Yep.
Yes, agreed. And again, we're not referring to compatibility to get older games functional on modern systems or anything like that. There's a difference between patches and fixes to get a game running that wouldn't otherwise in modern systems, and, well, let's overhaul a combat system and all these other systems and add additional content to the game. That's what we're talking about.
Yeah.
Alright, let's see what this guy has to say about mods, I guess.
The Forgotten City, and Falskar. These 3 present a very good range, each of which will allow me to illustrate a separate point, but the true extent of the quest modding scene is mind-blowing. With that out of the way, let's begin with the biggest. Falskar is currently the most popular quest mod ever created for Skyrim. Imagine the Dragonborn DLC and make it a little smaller. That's what you can expect from this massive player-created expansion. Sounds good, but the intro leaves a surprisingly bad impression. The gate portal texture's bugged, the map not only cuts off at the end, but also looks incredibly low grade, and by god, the opening is ridiculous. There's this guy, he's supposed to be a guard, and he tells you that a traveler coming through that gate is supposed to signal horrific times to come. So what does he do with you? He says he'll let you go if you help him out on an errand. Like, seriously. I'm not even joking. Thankfully, that doesn't.
Again, what does this have to do with fucking Skyrim?
I think he's just talking about mods at this point.
All right, well, we'll try and skip. We'll try and skip forward.
Set the precedent. What we have, side quests go from hiding in bushes to catch a possessed wolf eating a farmer's what I've ever played. Lit Edge of Tomorrow, basically. Finding out who triggered the.
It looks like most of the rest of the video actually is just fucking mods.
Wait to play. It has some, someone's gotta get this joke. Potential! Exclamation mark. Along with the Writers Guild Award and my recommendation, I hope you can achieve. Time you get to do something remotely interesting into a dungeon, you still have to follow your slave master. And when the chains are off, you can't go quality when you mod. The concession and city with your friends, so long as you all have the mod. Builds, houses, factions, so many paths and things to do.
Oh, here we go. I
And
think we're back
dense
to Skyrim.
creative content.
Finally. I was just turning it down too because there's so much garbage I was just skipping.
Yeah, here we go.
Alright.
Morrowind is the same concept applied to Morrowind by a completely different team. I cannot wait to get my hands on either. So there we have it. Skyrim has an addicting core gameplay loop thanks to its brilliant reward systems and dense creative
With terrible
content.
reward
It is
systems and
Terrible reward system and saying so like when did addiction become a good thing?
yeah, addiction is not a good thing. It's fucking terrible thing. Also, the game, as you've said yourself, Whitelight, has no depth or complexity to it whatsoever. So nice.
Yeah.
Thank you.
is a streamlined RPG that even people new to gaming can pick it up, yet still manages to deliver on almost everything you want from a game in the genre. Classes, builds,
No.
There are no
Classes.
classes,
Well, there
you
are no
fucking
classes.
liar.
Yeah, holy crap. Classes, they don't exist. Builds, I mean, you're stuck with one particular playstyle. Like, you don't have much choices.
There isn't even... Wouldn't classes technically be character build? Because the way this game works is you level up stuff that you do. That's less building and more just the game reacting to what you're doing.
Yeah.
God. Why do people keep saying there's fucking classes in this game when there aren't?
Yeah, it's because they're fucking crazy people.
you want from a game in the genre. Classes, builds, houses, factions.
Houses.
Oh boy, houses.
boy.
Oh
Yeah,
boy.
the houses, the incredibly lame shit houses. Even the Hearthfire houses are awful because there's an obvious optimal way to build your house.
Not only
It's
that,
so fucking annoying.
there's no choice when it comes to building stuff inside your house, aside from, do I want to build this thing or not?
Yeah.
Because, let's say you've got a corner of a room. There isn't an option of, do I want a bookshelf here, or do I want a table here in this corner? There's no such thing like that. It's just essentially a fucking boring grind. Just pay for the materials or mine them yourself,
Yep.
depending. And that's just
And one of the materials is an infinite respawning material right next to your fucking house.
yeah. And then it's just, okay, build this thing, build that thing, build all the things in this room, now I'm done. And that's the way it is for every section of the house, every room of the house. So,
Yeah, the only option you get is which room do I want to have and where? Like, do I want my armory on this side of the house or this side of the house?
well, no, it doesn't even go that far, pagan, because let's say you want the armory. It will only be on the left side of the house, for example. I'm not sure which side it's actually on, but let's just say the armory is on the left side of the house, okay? The other two options are... Okay, so you've got three options for each side. A room with a patio on top, and you have there's 3 rooms that fit that design, but they only spawn in one place: left side of the house, right side of the house, and the back of the house. Same with the towers. You can have the tower at either side or the back, but those 3 towers are still different from one another. So let's say you want the armory at the side of your house, or that's at the left side of your house. But let's say you also wanted the enchanting tower, which is also on the left side of your house. Well, those are the only 2 like, you can't decide to put the armory on the right side of the house. They're both on the left.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that makes it even worse.
It does.
Yeah,
And
you
there's-
get basically
there's a
no
lot
options.
There's a lot of things like, well, do you even need a fucking armory because you can just do all the stuff outside your house? Do you need an alchemy table? No, because you can have that in your main hall. So why would you do the alchemy tower? It's like,
Yeah.
and trust me, navigating up that tower is a pain in the fucking ass, because of course it is.
Well, you don't even navigate up the tower because the bottom floor is its own room, and there isn't even stairs or anything. You have to go up your regular stairs and access the second floor from the actual second floor.
Yep, that's what I mean. It's just
Yeah.
fucking pain in the ass.
So many paths and things to do. Its world is striking from the moment you step out of the cave, and rich enough to immerse and intrigue you for hundreds of hours. And when it's done intriguing you, you can just download more. Download the best it can be. Bethesda know how to make games. Todd Howard
I have lost faith that is even true.
So have I.
Yeah.
Especially
Yeah.
after the Emil speech of talking about paper airplanes and that effort is a dirty word and shit like that. No. I don't know if I trust that Bethesda knows how to make games.
Also,
We'll
download
have
it
to see with Starfield, but yeah.
download mods so it can be the best it can be. What a damning statement that is.
Yep.
Yeah.
Not to say anything is going to be perfect, but again, it's the whole, oh, you need mods to make it good. That's an issue. I hate that people don't see that this is an issue, but it's a huge fucking issue. Fucking hell.
is no devil. In light of this conclusion, it makes Fallout's trajectory ever the more confusing. They made Skyrim with 90 people in a few years' time. Their efficiency is something to marvel at. So what happened? Seriously, what's gone on? Is it ZeniMax rushing them? How did they forget?
Oh, ZeniMax is not going to rush them because this is their cash cow. But, yeah, ZeniMax did better. ZeniMax Online Studios made fucking Elder Scrolls Online. And it is... God. It's
Imagine-
the fact that, if Whitelight, if you had actually looked into it, Emil is one of the biggest problems that Bethesda has.
Yeah. Imagine being the person tasked with unfucking the lore of Elder Scrolls to make an MMO.
Yeah. Also, yes, Flan, ZeniMax did sell them to Microsoft, but not by the time of this video, because this is not anniversary. I assume this is before the sale and everything, because he was saying, did ZeniMax rush them to make Fallout 76? It's like, no.
Well, let me check when this video was made. Open new tab. Pause fucking immediately
Well,
so I don't...
Like I
have
said,
to-
it doesn't matter when this video was made, because he said, what happened with Fallout 76? Fallout 76 is before the sale, so it doesn't matter when the video was made.
Yeah, that's true.
We
No.
know ZeniMax didn't rush them.
March 2019, by the way. Let's get this back up on screen. We are almost there, guys. We are almost done.
Thank God.
Uh-oh. Not responding. Beautiful.
What's not responding?
The, thing.
The video?
The, webpage. It'll take a
Oh.
second. There we go. The video isn't playing for me. Is it playing for you?
Yep, it is.
There was a
Oh.
reason now.
Is it not for you?
It wasn't for a second there.
Time.
Alright.
There we go.
Their efficiency is something to marvel at. So what happened? Seriously, what's gone on? Is it ZeniMax rushing them? How did they forget their own successful formula? Bethesda deserve all the crap being flung at them right now. They deserve to be laughed at. But there was a but there was a reason. There's more reasons now, and there's more on the horizon.
Yeah, it's
No.
because people are shills and they were just bought into the hype and they were in the honeymoon period. That's why.
Yep.
Yeah, the reason.
Angry Joe proved that. Holy shit.
Yeah, the reason I
That was-
originally
oof.
thought. I'm not gonna say thought Skyrim was good. The reason I liked Skyrim upon release was the honeymoon period and not wanting to believe that a series I loved has fallen so far and that I hadn't wasted my time by playing this fucking game. Hope, or whatever he said, is there a reason? And then citing mods? Fucking no. Mods are a topping to a complete product, not a fix for the product.
Yep. Fallout 76 has a story. It's not a very good one, though.
Yeah.
You're supposed to follow in the path of the Overseer. That's originally what it was. I don't know anymore now.
Modding a game to make it good is like putting a spoiler on a fucking trash heap of a fucking car to say it's better.
Yeah.
Thank you all for saying that this is a new style of video at the end of every video now, so let's just assume that it's all new. I very much hope you enjoyed it. There's a hell of a lot more to come, and for anyone new, there's just as much to go back and check out. I'm considering taking a step into
Okay, it sounds like he's
Wait,
done.
Into voice what?
voice work, voiceover and acting for various.
Voiceover and acting for various projects. Okay, yep.
Yeah, I don't care about that either way.
Yeah, no one gives a shit, dude.
Alright,
Well, I mean,
so,
some people will give a shit, but we definitely don't.
Yeah, we don't.
so that's the video. Fucking holy shit. That was bad.
Yes, Skids, Fallout 76 did not have any NPCs at launch, except one, which was a good traveling merchant, who was a super mutant for some reason,
Yeah.
which is weird. But yeah, I didn't have any NPCs, so how do you do the story? Well, you're constantly following audio tapes.
Or getting them from robots. Or them just fucking spontaneously being added to your Pip-Boy. Because
Yep.
fucking reasons. Or automated systems that are asking for help for some reason. I don't know why. As someone who has dumped over 600 hours into 76 with each update, I do not recommend the game as the worst writing even with the new content. Good to know. Thank you. So that's it for today, I suppose. You guys have anything you want to say before we end the stream?
Oh, apparently there was a dead Deathclaw that was a traveling merchant in Fallout 76. I got the super mutant that was the traveling merchant. That was one I showed on my stream way back in the when.
There was a traveling Deathclaw merchant that...
Yeah, in Fallout 76. Who doesn't have anything. He's literally there. Wow, that's completely fucked.
That really bugs me because the intelligent Deathclaws didn't come until the fucking Enclave tested on them and made them...
Yeah, and for them to somehow be all the way on the East Coast when the tests took place
On the West Coast.
on the West Coast.
Well,
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes...
those tests took place, I assume, between Fallout 1 and 2.
Yeah,
'cause they
had
only
to
show up in
because- Yeah, because the
Yeah.
Deathclaws then established themselves with Vault 13.
Yeah.
Yeah, which means there's no way that they could possibly exist at that time.
Yeah.
That makes no sense. That's fucking stupid.
It's like that meme of someone saying something bad about not Todd Howard, about Bethesda and Fallout and Skyrim or whatever. And then there's that image of Todd following it where he has the, like, fucking AK or whatever pointed gun at the camera with the Todd screaming, "You take that back right now, or I'll make the followers of the apocalypse a pre-war faction." Anyways, I want to end this. I want to get some food.
I'm hungry.
So chill your stuff, guys.
Go ahead, Ping. I figure we always go left to right.
I don't have much to show right now. There's my channel. I'm still doing a playthrough of Fallout New Vegas. I plan to do other stuff in the future as well. I'm going to start splicing some 7 Days to Die stuff into that as well. Hopefully, I can get my fucking account back from Discord if they ever get to get off their lazy fucking ass. Maybe I'll get my account back and be able to actually start doing shit on there again. We'll see.
Yeah,
That's
hopefully you get your account back soon. That's fucked.
Meanwhile, I am going to be streaming. I stream every weekday on Twitch at 10 Eastern time, 10 a.m. Eastern time. So feel free to come over there. Tomorrow we are going to be doing some more Space Station 13. So hopefully you'll enjoy that, guys. We're on the TG servers. So yeah, that should be an enjoyable experience, an enjoyable, crazy, puritism experience. Otherwise, you can subscribe to my YouTube if you want. There hasn't been a new video there for a while because we are currently working on the Dark Souls video. And the Dark Souls video, I am 20 pages into the script, and we got a long way to go because I'm just barely starting to talk about the Asylum in Dark Souls. So we've got a lot of road to cover with that.
Alrighty then. And we've got a €2 super chat from Enclave Emily. Thank you. A thanks from me to the STAG crew for being awesome. Oh, well, thank you. I suppose that's it then. Have a good night, everyone.
Yep, take care, everybody. And hopefully you'll join us again for more Some Tangents Are Guaranteed.
Yee.